planes, or whether that's going to the Carter Center, or whether you've left messages online. But now they're asking folks, if you're able to just come out and just show your respect and give a moment of silence for the former president. But we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. and thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. You're watching News Now. This is part of our continuing coverage of remembering former President Jimmy Carter. Today marks day one of several days of his funeral services. We want to give you a live look right now in Plains, or Americus rather, where the former president currently is being waiting to be transported to Atlanta. This is the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center where the former president currently is. His body is right now. He will be escorted by current and former Secret Service members to the hearse, and then the hearse will then begin that motorcade through Plains and then make its way to Atlanta. In fact, they are expected to be here in Atlanta around 3 o'clock this afternoon. So from about 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock, that motorcade is going to be making its way across Georgia, north up to the metro Atlanta area. And when the motorcade arrives in Atlanta, their first stop actually is going to be at the state capitol. Governor Kemp and Mayor Dickens are expected to meet the motorcade and pay their respects. It is only expected to be very, very brief from what we understand, only maybe 10 to 15 minutes, if that. And then the motorcade is actually going to move on and make its way to the Carter Center. And that's where President Carter will lie in repose until January 7th. And so obviously you are encouraged to pay your respects over the next couple of days. And you can do so by obviously going to the Carter Center between 7 p.m. tonight through 6 a.m. on Tuesday, January 7th. That's how long he will be lying in state at the Carter Center. And so you should know that traffic around the Carter Center is going to be very, very tricky. They have closed East John Lewis Freedom Parkway and North Highland Avenue. So keep that in mind. That's basically the roads surrounding the perimeter of the Carter Center. And that's actually expected to be closed until after he leaves from Atlanta and he is taken to Washington, D.C. So from now until Tuesday, that area is going to be closed. So that's going to be impacting traffic in that area. You cannot park at the Carter Center. Just keep that in mind. You can, the best way to visit the Carter Center is to go to the King Memorial Station via MARTA. So either drive to the King Memorial Station, you can't even park at the King Memorial Station. So somehow you need to get to the King Memorial Station. So there's no parking at the Carter Center. There's no parking at King Memorial, but King Memorial is where you're going to be able to catch those shuttles. Those shuttles are in fact free, so definitely take advantage of that. So your best transportation methods to the King Memorial Station would be to walk or to bike or park at another MARTA station and take MARTA in. But again, that is going to be the station where you can pick up those free shuttles, and they are going to be, from what I understand, working around the clock until Tuesday. Of course, in lieu of flowers, the Carter family is asking you to contribute to the Enduring Hope Fund. I want to give you a live look, if we can, of the Carter Center. In just a few hours, there you go. You can see many folks continue to come by to pay their respects. Lots of flowers being laid in front of the sign. But again, as you can see, there's no traffic coming or going because traffic has been shut down in that area. So again, if you were planning to make a visit, please make sure that you have planned accordingly. Make sure that you can somehow get to the King Memorial MARTA station, whether that's via MARTA or you're able to walk there, because you're not going to be able to park at the King Memorial Station either. But keep that in mind. And again, if you're coming to the Carter Center, and you would like to contribute to they are asking that you contribute to the Enduring Hope Fund. And that it actually works to sustain the center's work to address the global health, peace, and human rights issues that he focused on throughout his time in office and afterwards. But again, also to keep in mind, if you are going to go to the Carter Center, you cannot have any backpacks, bags, no purses, no clutches, no camera bags. So basically what's in your pocket, so ladies, don't take your handbags, not even your little small crossbody bags. Those aren't going to work. No backpacks, no purses at all. So just take yourself and whatever you can fit in your pocket, and that is what will be allowed. And again, this will be going on from 7 o'clock tonight, 7 p.m. January 4th through 6 a.m. January 7th. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. And thanks for joining us this Saturday morning. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. You're watching News Now. This is your platform for continuing coverage of the former President Jimmy Carter. The 39th president will be laid to rest in just a few days, and we are kicking off day one of many days of ceremonies and events surrounding the life and legacy of the former president. We want to give you a live look at a historic farm bell that will be rung shortly in about an hour or so. In fact, the president is currently at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. They will then make their way here. This is actually on the National Park Service grounds, which includes his childhood home. It also includes his residence that he was living in up until most recently. And so this bell will be rung 39 times, obviously for the 39th 9th president. After that, they'll then make their way through Plains. I want to show you another look at Plains if we can. You can see there that the water tower there, and definitely not a lot of traffic right now, but you will, in just about an hour, we are literally about an hour away from the events kicking off, but that's where you will see that motorcade coming through the town, and they will begin their way, making their way to Atlanta. They are expected to be in Atlanta around 3 o'clock this afternoon, but we're going to have you covered until then. We've been following this all week long, talking to a lot of folks. Folks have been coming to Plains, folks have been coming to the Carter Center, sharing their memories. It seems that everyone who has come in contact with the former president has been moved or touched in some way. We spoke to some folks who decided to just pack up and go to Plains and pay their respects. Take a listen.
He was just one of my favorite presidents. You know, I love the way he worked hard at segregation, and he just always had the attitude that I'm no better than anybody else. I can take whatever I want and do with what I want, and I can help people. That's what I liked about him. We were talking about nobody uses cursive anymore. Nobody uses, you know, they're not writing anything. Everything's on a tablet. So we just decided that, you know, let's teach him some things about. My nephew said, "Who's Jimmy Carter?" And that's sad. That's sad that somebody his age doesn't know who Jimmy Carter is, you know, and he's 12. So we wanted to show them, you know, this is what presidents are supposed to do. Not fighting all the time, not griping at each other back and forth. That's all they've seen, you know, in the news lately, is just how you can badmouth one over the other. So he was one of the most generous men, and I think the family should be very proud of him and of his legacy that's left behind, because he seems, you know, they seem to be, I think they all had that kind of value. You know, the whole family had that value. I mean, his wife lasted until 86 or something, and they just all seemed to their best foot forward all the time. Kind of almost an eerie feeling, but you can almost feel he's still here, which that's probably the way the people of the town feel also, that he's still with us. He's not going anywhere.
It's a memorable experience, and you know, despite the challenges of his presidency, he was a phenomenal human being, and what he did after his presidency speaks volumes to his legacy. Specifically, his human rights fight, the things that he did for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Those were some huge milestones from a president as early as the 70s. I mean, that was huge for him. It's personal. And to be able to show that kind of respect for such a great human being is, I think, can only be done in person. I think that's one word that sums it up, is his humanness and his humility. Precious in the sight of God is the death of one of his saints. And I think the life that Jimmy Carter lived certainly was that of a human saint, and what he did for not only this community, but communities around the world. And not only through Habitat for Humanity, but through those other fights that he took on, you know, human rights, LGBTQIA rights, and, you know, the list goes on. And for me, that's a saint.
And you were listening to folks who are just reminiscing about former President Jimmy Carter. They up and drove to Plains when they found out that he had passed. And so we have been sharing with you stories after stories all week long, and you're joining us once again for our continuing coverage here for the former President Jimmy Carter as we mark day one of several days of his funeral services ahead. We want to give you a live look now at the Carter Center, where the motorcade will be making its way from Plains to Atlanta this morning. In fact, less than an hour. In fact, things will be kicking off in Plains, where they will load up the hearse, and they will make their way through Plains and then head towards Atlanta and be in Atlanta by 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's where he will then go to the state capitol, and that's where Governor Kemp and Mayor Dickens will pay their respects. And then after that, that's when the motorcade will end their motorcade at the Carter Center, and that is where he will lie in repose until January 7th. So just keep that in mind if you are giving you a look at the events going on. He, arrives, the family, 10:15 things kick off. This morning, 10:50, the motorcade goes to his childhood home, and then 3 o'clock will be a moment of silence at the state capitol. And of course, what's next, right? So this is a 7 to 10 day event. First stage, this is a ceremony that's obviously in the home state of the president, former president. Stage 2 will be a ceremony in Washington, D.C., and then stage 3 will be a ceremony where they will be interred. So this is going to be just, again, this is just first day of many days of celebrations and events honoring the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter. If we can, let's take a look back at the Carter Center. You can see there flowers just continue to grow, and as many folks continue to bring flowers, pay their respects, take a moment of silence. This president just touched so many people, whether they knew him or didn't know him. His impact is definitely very profound. Keep in mind, though, the family is asking in lieu of flowers, you can make a contribution to what they are called the Enduring Hope Fund, and that whatever gift you are able to contribute will sustain Carter's work, what he did in office and what he continued to do. That's global health, peace, and human rights issues. So, and if many folks are bringing flowers, but the family is asking, though, you can also contribute in other ways. You can also go they have a website where you can, jimmycartertribute.org. That's where you can leave your condolences if you aren't able to get out. But if you are planning to visit the Carter Center, where, as you can see, a lot of folks walking in the area, because that's all you can do in that right now. They have that entire area shut down. So you will not be able to drive near the Carter Center. You can't park at the Carter Center. You are encouraged to take MARTA. Take MARTA to the King Memorial station, and that's where you need to pick up the free shuttles, and they will take you then to the Carter Center. And ladies, keep in mind, no bags, no purses, nothing. So they are very strict about what you can bring. So basically, whatever you can put in your pockets is what you need to take with you to the Carter Center. So no backpacks, no bags, no purses, no clutches, no camera bags. So again, just whatever you're able to put in your pocket. But again, this just marks day one of many days ahead. Are we live still in Plains? We are. I want to give you a look in Plains because we are just about 45 minutes away from the events kicking off. You're taking a look there, the water tower, and a very, very empty street, but it will soon be very busy with a very long motorcade for former President Jimmy Carter. He is currently at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, and from there he will go to his home in Plains, where they will ring the bell, and then you will in just about 45 minutes see the motorcade. Those cars will actually be driving towards you, if you can imagine, right? Oh, that car was driving away, but if the car was driving in the other direction, that's the direction that they're going to be traveling. They're going to travel to Atlanta. They'll be here by 3 o'clock this afternoon. And of course, we are going to be live bringing you all of the coverage and continuing coverage right here on our streaming app. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. And thanks for joining us this Saturday morning. You are streaming here live from our Fox studios here in Atlanta. We are continuing our coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. We want to give you a live look now at Plains, where day one of several days ahead of events and celebrations and honoring the former president. This is a live look at Plains, the water tower there, and a road that will be very, very busy with a motorcade in just about an hour. The events kick off right around 10:15, so we're about a little less than 45 minutes away, and that starts at the medical center where he will be picked up and transported, and then the motorcade will drive right past that camera that's sitting there live, looking at the Plains water tower there. It will drive past and then head to Atlanta and be here around 3 o'clock this afternoon. But we have been covering and remembering President Carter all week. In fact, he has touched so many people from all over the world, but many of those folks were just right in his own hometown. We spoke to a lady who says that she cooked for him for years. We want to share with you that story. Take a listen.
So what are we cooking?
We are cooking bacon, eggs, and grits.
Simple, but it's a staple in the South. And according to Andrea Walker, it was former President Jimmy Carter's most requested meal.
What made that so special compared to something else you could have had?
He was a simple guy and liked the things that he grew up with.
Not everyone can say they cooked for the Carters, but Walker can. And it wasn't just once. She estimates she cooked at least 300 to 400 meals for Mr. Carter and his late wife, Rosalind. Walker met the Carters when they became next-door neighbors in the early 2000s.
But to be able to say I knew both of them in a way that the general public did not. You know, they saw the stoic, they saw the drive, but we saw the fun side of him as well.
I first introduced you to Walker in the days after former First Lady Rosalind Carter passed. She brought me back into her kitchen this week, the same one she cooked the final meal for him, a veggie plate, a matter of weeks ago.
Your full-time job was never chef.
It was not.
But that didn't stop her. She's a home cook who can say she knows the way Mr. Carter liked to eat. And one thing he loved was his bacon, she says. The secret, thick cut, so it's crispier.
And he would make sure to whisper so that Miss Rosalind couldn't hear, make sure it's real bacon. As opposed to the soy-based, plant-based bacon that she served.
Walker says while the bacon was important, his favorite thing were the grits. To make them creamy, she says, use half milk and half water. Then just stir, stir, stir. She also has a secret for the eggs, too.
A lot of people put milk in their scrambled eggs. I use water because they get a little fluffier.
And in the scrambled eggs, you can't forget a little bit of bacon grease for the added flavor. While she says each meal tasted great, her love for the Carters, as you can see by her aprons, is what pushed each one over the top.
So depending on my mood, I would wear hers sometimes. I would wear the one that has his name sometimes.
With the meal plated, I tried it all, and I have to agree with Mr. Carter, real bacon is where it's at.
And he ate this for dinner all the time.
He loved it for dinner and breakfast and lunch and anytime he could get it.
It's just another reminder, Walker says, of Mr. Carter's humble beginnings, a man who made it from the peanut fields of Plains to the presidency, then a decades-long career as a globe-trotting humanitarian.
I mean, he wanted everybody to enjoy life and know that you didn't have to have the flashiness to be happy. And this made him happy.
A lesson we should all never forget as we start this new year. In Plains, Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
What a great way to start your day. Such a classic breakfast, too. I don't blame him. Eggs and bacon, you can't get more of a classic Southern breakfast than that. Hopefully, if you haven't eaten yet, I'm sure maybe you've gotten some good ideas for your kicking off your Saturday morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. You're watching News Now. We are continuing our live streaming coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. We want to give you a live look now at the Carter Center, where President Carter will, his motorcade will arrive this afternoon, and we are kicking off day one of several days of funeral services for the 39th president. He died December 29th, 2024. Today, he will travel from Plains to Atlanta. He will lie in repose at the Carter Center until January 7th. Then he will travel to Washington, D.C. for additional ceremonies. So again, just day one of many, many days of celebrations and ceremonies and events surrounding and honoring the life of the 39th president. In fact, President Biden actually gave remarks regarding the former president earlier this week. Take a listen.
What I find extraordinary about Jimmy Carter, though, is that millions of people all around the world, all over the world, feel they lost a friend as well, even though they never met him. And that's because Jimmy Carter lived a life measured not by words, but by his deeds. Just look at his life's work. He worked to eradicate disease, not just at home, but around the world. He forged peace, advanced civil rights, human rights, promoted free and fair elections around the world. He built housing for the homeless with his own hands. And his compassion and moral clarity lifted people up and changed lives and saved lives all over the globe. The entire Carter family, on behalf of the world, the whole nation, we send our whole heartfelt sympathies and gratitude. Our gratitude for sharing President Carter with us for so many years. You know, Jimmy Carter stands as a model of what it means to live a life of meaning and purpose, a life of principle, faith, and humility. His life dedicated to others. You know, he was like my dad. He thought that, he said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about dignity, your dignity. About being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, everything's going to be okay. He believed, as I do, and many as you do, that that's absolutely possible. It's within our grasp to do that. Every time it was summoned, he stepped up. Every time, politically, personally, morally. And, you know, everything. The one thing I admired most about him, he thought and believed, and he really did believe this, and I do as well, that everybody deserves an even shot. No guarantees, just a shot. Everybody deserves a shot. I have a number of them. I guess maybe my fondest memory of Jimmy Carter was when he grabbed me by the arm and said, I need you to help me with my campaign. And I said, I've only been around a couple years, Mr. Governor. He said, no, it'll make a difference. I said, I'm not sure it will. He said, no, it will. When I endorsed him for president, I told him why I was endorsing him. And that it was not only his policies, but his character, his decency, the honor he communicated to everyone. And, but he was also he and Rosalynn were very kind to Jill and me when we lost our son, Bo. They were there for us. And I don't know, I think that what Jimmy Carter is an example of is just simple decency. Can you imagine Jimmy Carter walking by someone who needs something and just keep walking? Can you imagine Jimmy Carter referring to someone by the way they look or the way they talk? I can't. You know, I think the end of the deal here is that one of the reasons why we're looked to by the rest of the world, for the bulk of our nationhood, we've laid out what our values are. We've said what we believe. It's not just in the Declaration, we hold these truths to be self-evident, but there's a feeling. The rest of the world looks to us. And he was worth looking to. Thank you very much.
I just love that President Biden even has specific memories with the former president, Jimmy Carter, the 39th president, who we continue to remember as we kick off day one of several days of his funeral services. Stay with us for our streaming coverage. We'll be right back. And thanks for waking up with us on this Saturday morning. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. You're watching News Now, your live streaming coverage, your continuing coverage of the 39th president, former President Jimmy Carter. We want to give you a live look at Plains, where the first day of several days of the funeral services for the former president are about to kick off in less than, well, about 25 minutes now. So 10:15 is when things start to kick off. And then from there, the president's and his motorcade will make its way to Atlanta. I want to give you a look now at the Carter Center, where he will lie in repose until January 7th. In the meantime, you are welcome to go and pay your respects to the former president. You cannot drive in this area, so just keep this in mind. You can see you're taking a live look at the Carter Center, where folks continue to bring flowers, and you notice they walked. There are no cars in that area because they have shut down traffic in that area, so keep that in mind. If you are going to go to the Carter Center, you will need to pick up the shuttle from the King Memorial Station, the King Memorial MARTA station. That is where they are going to have around-the-clock shuttle services for anyone who wants to pay their respects. So just keep in mind, though, you can't bring anything with you. Ladies, no purses, no small clutches, no small handbags. From the directions that they have given us, it seems that you can just put your phone in your pocket because you cannot have any type of bag at all. So just keep that in mind if you plan to pay your respects. But again, the event's kicking off in less than 30 minutes now. We want to take you back to Plains and give you a look at his childhood property in the national park where he grew up, and that's where they are going to be kicking off those events this morning. They're going to start at the Phoebe Medical Center, then they're going to go to his childhood home where they will ring the bell 39 times, and then they will move through several local counties, surrounding counties. In fact, Webster County, Schley County, Taylor County, and Peach County. They're asking folks to line the streets if you can. Come out and pay your respects for the president. But many folks have actually been doing this all week. And whether you are in Plains or whether you're in DC, it seems like the number of people that the president has touched is endless. But we want to take it back to Plains and listen to an interview with a local business owner. Take a listen.
But I mean, we've been expecting it, and honestly, you know, while we're sad he's going to be missed, we're thankful they're celebrating together now. You know, he and Rosalind are back together. That's where they belong. I mean, because they were such a fixture for so many years, and once she left, I mean, we pretty much thought he would be not far behind. You know, he lasted a lot longer than people thought without her and stuff. So we're celebrating his life. He's lived a full life to be 100 years old, and they're together now in heaven, and I mean, that's a wonderful thing. Right after I moved here in August of 22 in the store, he did come in September to welcome me to Main Street, which he was wheeled in. He wasn't walking at the time, but that's something he always did. He made it a point to get out, visit the stores, talk to the store owners, you know, and if a new business came into town, he would come and welcome you to Plains. He did that in 2022, yes ma'am. So they wheeled him in his wheelchair, and I mean, his mind was just as sharp as it could be. My brother-in-law owns Buffalo Peanut Company, and my husband works right across the street and stuff. So that, you know, he would come over there, they'd talk peanuts, same thing. President Carter and First Lady Rosalind would all, you know, when they opened up, bought Buffalo Peanut Company, you know, they came to visit. They would stroll downtown. So everybody has a story, you know, everyone knows them, and it's just a wonderful thing. They put Plains on the map. I mean, there's no denying that. Plains has always been an agricultural town. We've been about our peanuts, our farmers, and that's where he came from, you know, growing up as a peanut farmer. And he was always supportive of that. And he, you know, by what he did politically and continued to do humanitarian efforts over the years, which is really what they'll probably most be remembered for, because they both did so much. But yeah, I mean, we're grateful to them, because Plains could be another small town, nothing. Because we have a lot, in Georgia, in South Georgia, there are a lot of small towns that are just dried up. There's just not much of an economy there. Plains is thriving, and we have the Carters to thank for that. You know, they put us on the map. You're going to see some sadness. You're going to see laughter as people reminisce and talk about, you know, their stories and stuff over the years that they had with him. I mean, I don't think they met anyone in Plains that they weren't friends with. And Plains is pretty much a tight-knit family town. I mean, we're a small populated area. Everyone knows everyone. So there's going to be a lot of sitting around reminiscing, telling the good stories and stuff about them. So yeah, I mean, you're going to see some smiles, you're going to see some laughters, and you're going to see lots of tears as well. And you know, as Main Street, as store owners, and we said this when Miss Rosalind passed away, because she was big with the Rosalind Carter Butterfly Trail and stuff. You know, our goal is to keep their legacy alive in Plains. And he did so much for us. It's our turn now to pay it back to them.
I just love what she had to say about Plains and being a small town and how the Carters put Plains on the map, because it is so true. There are so many small South Georgia towns that you drive through and it just seems so dried up, and Plains is thriving because of the Carters, and that they are so grateful for all that they have done and continue to do before, during, and after the presidency. We want to take you to the Carter Center, give you a live look if we can. Again, nope, we don't have the Carter Center. I apologize. We're taking a live look at Plains, though. You see the water tower where events will kick off at about 10:15 this morning. They'll start at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. They'll then go to the National Park Service, which includes his home, and if we can, let's take a live look at the bell. This bell is going to be rung 39 times this morning for, obviously, the 39th president. This national park, though, that bell is sitting on the national park grounds, which includes the residence that he lived in most recently, his childhood farm, his school, and then a town railroad depot. It's also the burial site of Miss Rosalind Carter, former First Lady. Of course, we are going to have live continuing coverage throughout the day. Stay with us on air and online. But thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins, and we are bringing you the very latest from our Atlanta studios for remembering President Jimmy Carter.
Good morning, everyone. We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming for special coverage of memorials honoring former President Jimmy Carter. We appreciate you watching this morning. I'm Buck Lanford.
And good morning to you, Buck. Good morning. I'm Caitlin Pratt. Former President Carter died nearly a week ago. Today, marking the beginning of somber ceremonies, allowing mourners to pay their respects. Let's take a live look right now at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus. The Carter family will soon arrive there to join a motorcade with a hearse carrying President Carter's remains here to Atlanta.
Yeah, on the right side of your screen, there is a live look at the Carter Presidential Library. This is where there will be a private service today, followed by an opportunity through Tuesday for the public to come in and say their final goodbyes. Former President Carter's death is certainly a loss to Plains, Georgia. We're taking a live look there now. It's where the president has spent much of his life.
Raising a family, teaching Sunday school, the former president putting Plains on the map. The city's post office actually named in both his and Rosalind's honor. Let's give you a live look now at President Carter's boyhood home and farm. This is Archery, Georgia, right near Plains. The site is a National Historical Park and where Carter will be buried alongside his wife, Rosalind.
Yeah, former President Carter died at 100 years old. He was the oldest living president in American history.
Born James Earl Carter, he grew up with a family of peanut farmers. Mr. Carter attended Georgia Southwestern College, Georgia Tech, and the U.S. Naval Academy, even going on to serve overseas. Now, in his political career, he served in the Georgia State Senate and then as Georgia's 76th governor. Then in 1976, he was elected president of the United States of America.
President Carter was married for 77 years to the love of his life, Rosalind. Together, they had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Rosalind died in November of 2023. And when the two left the White House in the early 1980s, they came back to Georgia and were dedicated philanthropists and humanitarians. Some of their most notable work was with Habitat for Humanity. The Carters were also devoted to their church, Maranatha Baptist Church, where he taught Sunday school for years. And so many Georgians got to go down and experience that, to hear a former president teach Sunday school.
Something special, that's for sure. Time now to bring in our team of reporters working this morning. They're in South Georgia and here in Atlanta as ceremonies in honor of former President Carter get underway. Fox 5's Lindsay Tuman is live outside of the Carter Center, bringing you the details of how you can pay respects.
But we began with Fox 5's Kim Luffler. She's live in Americus outside the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus, where the Carter family will soon meet. And this is kicking off several days of events right there where Mr. Carter came from in Sumter County. Kim?
Well, good morning. We are expecting the Carter family to arrive here at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in the next few minutes. They're expected to be here at 10:15. Just a few minutes after their arrival, the casket will be brought out of the building here and loaded into the hearse, when the pallbearers will be current and former Secret Service members who served President Carter during his term. But already this morning, we are seeing hundreds of people that have come out here lining the roadway to pay their respects to the former president. We're meeting people, some people that are locally here who have met President Carter and want to be here to pay their respects. Others that came from out of state. We met 2 people who were on vacation in North Carolina heading back to the Tampa area, and they made sure to take a detour to come here to Americus to say their final goodbyes to the former president. We also did get a chance to speak with Jimmy Carter's great niece, who also is a nurse here at Phoebe Sumter, and we spoke a little bit about how the family has been doing in the last few days following his death. And she tells me it hasn't all really sunk in yet, but that they're all just really kind of coming together during this time, and they're so thankful for the community's support. Take a listen.
We all expected it pretty soon, not too soon, but 100 years old. We're so glad he lived to be 100 years old. Got to see him on his birthday, but now that it has really taken place, it's a lot to process. Everybody's handling it pretty well. Waves of emotions come in as people just remember growing up with him and seeing him. And then my granddad passed away at such a young age, at 51, to pancreatic cancer. So my mom and her other siblings, Uncle Jimmy was almost like a father figure to them.
Again, the Carter family expected to be here in just the next few minutes. Once the motorcade leaves Phoebe Sumter, it'll head into Plains, stopping at Carter's boyhood farm before making its way to the Atlanta area. Of course, we're going to keep you updated throughout the hour as these events unfold here. That's the latest from Americus, but for now, we'll send it back to you.
Kim, rural Georgia is such an important part of Mr. Carter's life, and of course the people there think so highly of them. Well, how could you estimate the number of people who are out there right now, and how would you kind of describe the mood?
Well, there's a couple hundred people that are out here at our location lining the streets here. They've been started coming out here at around 8 o'clock. And I'd say the mood is mixed. There certainly is a lot of sadness. People I've spoken with this morning certainly, sad at the loss of such a great human, a great humanitarian. But there's also a feeling of thankfulness, thankful that we had someone like former President Carter in our lives and to serve as a, example of leadership. So there's certainly a lot of mixed emotions, but people definitely wanted to take the time to be out here to pay their respects to who so many people have called just a great person. Buck.
All right, Ken, thank you. And certainly we know the family will be arriving shortly, and his body will be loaded into the hearse. So we'll be checking back with you again soon. Kim, thank you for that.
Beginning a sequence of significant events over the next few days. And today at the state capitol, President Jimmy Carter's motorcade will pause for a brief ceremony once it arrives here in Atlanta.
Yeah, the motorcade will then head to the Carter Center, where the former president will lie in repose until Tuesday morning. Fox 5's Lindsay Tooman is there with what mourners need to know if you want to pay respects over the next few days. Lindsay, good morning.
Good morning to you, Buck and Caitlin. And this, where we're standing, has played such an important role in Jimmy Carter's life, former President Jimmy Carter's life. The Carter Center was one of the main requests for both Mr. and Mrs. Carter for their being laid to rest. In fact, they asked that the staff here at the Carter Center be a part of the ceremony and be able to bear tribute to that. So I do want to go over a little bit of what we can expect over here at the Carter Center this afternoon when the former president is brought here. So they expect him to arrive, his body to arrive at around 3:45 to 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then a private ceremony will take place where the family members will be able to give some remarks, including the former president's son and grandson. Then there will be some music played by the Morehouse Band and also military honors as well. And again, I just want to add that the importance of having the Carter Center play a role in today's events. This is something that they both requested, very important to both the former president and the former first lady. But in terms of that public visitation that's going to be happening starting at 7 o'clock tonight, this will have to be folks who want to take part have to come by MARTA. There's no parking over here. The roads are all closed. So folks will have to take the MARTA bus from the King Memorial Center to come over here to the Carter Center. And again, that starts at 7 o'clock tonight. Folks can take that route for free. But if you want to get on before then, to take the MARTA bus to get here, you do have to pay that fare. Also expect long lines. A lot of folks will be coming out today. There will be security in place, so they're asking you not to bring any personal items on the MARTA buses in order to get here. Again, no public parking, and there's no public parking at that King Memorial bus station either, so you do need to be able to get transit to that station. You can walk or take a bicycle there. The free shuttles run every 3 to 5 minutes, giving folks plenty of time to get here, and this is around the clock, starting at 6 o'clock, so folks have enough time to get here before that 7 o'clock start time to pay their respects, and this goes through 6 o'clock Tuesday morning. Just if folks aren't familiar with the MARTA bus routes, that's going to be the blue-green line that you'll take, and again, no bags, no umbrellas are allowed. You can bring a diaper bag if you are bringing a small child with you. And in terms of what we've already seen out here today, well, that growing memorial has continued to grow. We've seen just even in the last little bit here, more folks coming to lay flowers. I even saw a sign going up in tribute to the late president. More tributes from people all over coming over the course of the weekend and the days to come as well. Buck and Caitlin.
All right, Lindsay, thank you for that. And certainly you want to plan ahead if you're going to try to go out and pay your respects at the Carter Center, because there is no parking. So, Lindsay, thank you for that good information. I want to bring in now retired political columnist Jim Galloway. Jim, you started at the AJC officially when Jimmy Carter was president, but I guess unofficially as an intern while he was president too, a few years before that. So you've been involved for a long time.
Yeah, I was there. I was an intern in '76 when Carter was nominated as he would become the first Southern president since James K. Polk.
Wow.
In 1844. My job was to take a phone book, we had those then, and to randomly call people and find out who was watching the Democratic National Convention and who was watching the John Wayne movie opposite.
Interesting.
A lot of people were watching the John Wayne movie.
That is very interesting. I want to get your perspective just overall as a guy who's been involved on this day and the significance of the passing of Jimmy Carter, what he's meant to the state, to this nation, and really to this world.
Well, I think you do have to divide it into his state service and his federal service. I mean, it's statewide. This is the man who put together the urban African American and rural white coalition in Georgia that really kept Democrats on top until 2002 when Sonny Perdue won the gubernatorial race. Then you have to move over to the federal side, and he only had 4 years to work with. He was the first incumbent president to lose since Herbert Hoover, I believe, and so that was a huge blow. But it was a very tumultuous 4 years for him. You had the Iranian hostage crisis. You had the Panama Canal Treaty. You had the Soviet Union invade Afghanistan, which ended up with Carter calling for a boycott of the Olympics that year in '80. So it was plus you had inflation and an oil crisis.
Now, Jim, you wrote the impact of then Governor Jimmy Carter can still be seen in Georgia politics today. Explain that to us.
Well, you had when compared to other southern states, say like Alabama and South Carolina and such, you had this great movement of white voters from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, and Jimmy Carter engineered the stop of that in Georgia by putting together recognizing African Americans as full partners in the Democratic Party, and you had this tremendous 8-minute, very, very short, one line in his 71 inaugural address where he said the time for discrimination is over. And that put an end to the fight of massive resistance against integration in Georgia. Georgia became a partner with federal courts at that point. It was very important, and it kept Democrats in power.
You mentioned the tumultuous time when he served as president, not just in here, but around the world. But he really redefined post-presidential life as well. We'll get more into his presidency, of course, but I don't think any other president quite did what he did post-presidency. He really, I mean, almost like an entirely another career, really.
Absolutely. I mean, he was 51 years old when he left the presidency. He was 51 years old. He had a Secret Service entourage that was far longer than most people were alive. I mean, half of Georgia does not remember him. More than half of, I'd say 3/4 of Georgia doesn't remember him as president. They remember him as ex-president, and what he did with Habitat for Humanity, linking up with them, the Carter Center, and its devotion to free and fair elections across the globe, plus the eradication of diseases, especially in Africa when it comes to the guinea worm.
Pardon my interruption, Jim, but we understand the family is arriving right now. We want to talk to you more throughout the hour about this, but let's head back down to Americus and Kim Luffler as the Carter family is arriving. Kim?
Well, yeah, the motorcade just started coming on to the Phoebe Sumter campus. I'll step out so you all can take a look and see. They were escorted by several motorcycles as they came onto the campus here. You can see several buses right now that are pulling in at this hour. We do know that the casket will be coming out of those main doors that you see just kind of down by the roundabout area there from where we are right now. We do know that that is going to be happening about 5 minutes or so after this motorcade all comes through here. They're kind of looping around a building to the left of where we are right now to get to that roundabout area there. We do know that current and former members that serve with President Carter in his Secret Service are going to be the pallbearers bringing the casket out at this hour. There are several dozen cars. You can see the hearse just passing our camera here right now that are part of this motorcade at this hour. But again, once this comes through, we do expect for President Carter's casket to be coming out of the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center here in just the next few minutes. Buck.
All right, Kim, thank you for that. As we continue to take a look down there, we'll talk back to you some more, Jim. You know, this is the first president to even be born in a hospital as we take a look at a hospital down in Americus. This is a guy who lived on a family farm until he was a teenager without indoor plumbing or electricity. He's gone from that to his life to AI. I mean, think of the changes this man has seen in his lifetime.
Jimmy Carter wrote a lot of books. The best one, I think, is 1 Hour Before Daylight. It was a very autobiographical one, and in it he describes his father's workshop, where they have where he hung templates for shoes. His father made the family's shoes. That's how self-reliant they were. It was so yeah, he was born. He was born in a hospital. His mother Lillian was a nurse, so that kind of makes sense. But everything else, I'm sure it was probably late 30s before they got electricity.
Wow. And taking it back to when he was running the cover of the AJC, Jimmy Who, you go from peanut farmer to president, just the impact of that.
Right, because it was pretty much assumed at that point that no Southerner, especially somebody from the Deep South, could be elected president because of the issue of civil rights and segregation. You had Dick Russell try it in 1952. That didn't work. You had George Wallace try it in '68, but he knew he couldn't win. He won Georgia, but he didn't. But he ran as a segregationist, and so he didn't do very well. Jimmy Carter was of the new mold of governors that came to power in 1970. Reuben Askew in Florida was another one.
We're going to have you pause right there because I do believe the hearse is going to be pulling up and pallbearers springing into their
we're taking
action.
a live look still down at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. You can see the hearse there just outside. And as we take a look at this picture, this part of Georgia was so important to him. He went all over the world. He served as president. He lived here in Atlanta as governor. He lived in Washington, D.C. But Plains and Sumter County and Southwest Georgia, that's who he is.
He is, and he's going to be buried in a private plot in Plains. I think that's tremendously informative of who he was.
And along those lines, the fact that they lived in the house that they built, post-presidency, it just says so much.
A two-bedroom ranch. You can drive through the main thoroughfare in Plains, and you can eyeball it. It is just. He was not a man of that like the kind of accoutrements of power and wealth. He very much eschewed that. That was a mark of his presidency. It was a mark of his years in governor, and sometimes it got him into trouble.
Looks like we have some family members coming off of that shuttle bus and making their way toward the hearse, so we expect that his body will be brought out from the medical center to the hearse here in just a couple of minutes. And I know I'm testing your eyes a little bit, Jim, but if you could help us maybe perhaps recognize, it's been a long time since I've seen Amy Carter and Chip.
Right. Amy is in, I don't see Amy there. I'm looking for Jason and James Earl IV, and I'm not seeing them yet.
What a testament, though, to the life that this couple built. So many family members, granddaughters, grandsons at this point, just a legacy of service.
And we talked about how important this part of Georgia is and was to him. This hearse is going to depart and it's going to drive right through Plains. I think population 552 is the 2023 census is, I think, when the last time I looked. And then head, I think, west on 280 to Archery, where we've already kind of touched on the Boyhood Farm. So we're going to kind of get a tour of really the most important places personally in his life.
Right. And if to viewers who aren't quite familiar with the geography, it's not too terribly far from Warren Springs, where FDR stayed during his presidency. And at the outset, when Jimmy Carter was, when the Carter Center started thinking about what you're seeing today, the arrangements for his funeral service, the original idea was to put him on a train just like FDR and carry him up and have that train motor up through Atlanta. You have Roosevelt Highway in College Park. That's named because of the pathway there. And I know this because I was supposed to be on the train. But Jimmy Carter nixed it. He said, no, I'll come back and haunt you if you do that to me.
Well, interestingly, these plans they began in 1986, and Rosalind and Jimmy were both a big part of the planning for this very day.
Oh, absolutely. The one thing I can tell you about Jimmy Carter, he was meticulous.
And as we take a look at some of the family getting ready to observe, as the body will be brought out by pallbearers, which will include current and former special agents, Secret Service, part of the Carter Protective Division. We have the names of them. I can list the names here in just a second, but once again, we're pulling out right now, so I know it's going to be hard for you to recognize any of the family members who are getting ready right there. But we expect that Mr. Carter's casket will be making its way from the medical center into the hearse here in just a moment. I'll read you the list of names of pallbearers. There's Steve Miller, William Bush, Richard Kerr, Alex Parker, Jack Chip Coffey, Nick Steen, Don Witham, Alejandro Mantica, and Daniel Reich. Those are the pallbearers, all current and former special agents in charge and part of Carter Protected Division.
And some funny anecdotes over this past week about how they'd have to hurry to try and keep up with him over the years as he was first jogging and then speed walking later in life. So many of them been with this family for years.
Certainly a touching tribute there as you see the pallbearers, the members of the Carter Protective Division escorting the hearse through the parking lot at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. And then as the hearse pulls through, you see the crowds gathered. A lot of people down there in that small rural area.
And just the moment that flag draped casket came out, silence. The only thing you could hear was the train going by. And members of the crowd, this is why I love video. I mean, you could see the wind blowing their flags. They're just raising those flags up. Everyone just silent, paying their respect.
You can really get a sense for the emotion happening right there in that parking lot. Let's head back down to Kim Leffler, who's there live. Kim, can you tell us about it from your perspective?
Yeah, what really stood out to me was once the hearse started making its way towards the end of the medical center facility here, just seeing all the folks that are lining the streets here raise their flag right as the hearse passed by. I even started to get a little teared up in that moment. It was just such a beautiful tribute. And as you mentioned, everyone here stayed silent. I did just hear a couple of cheers once the motorcade did make it to the main roadway just out of the property from the medical center. But everyone here kind of where we are close to the doors, really just staying silent, taking that time to honor the former president. In fact, well, as you can see, people are starting to clear out now. The last of the motorcade just left from where we are right now. They are on their way to Plains, where the motorcade will be stopping at former President Carter's boyhood farm. They're slowly making their way just down the street from where we are right now. There is a large American flag covering the roadways there, and hundreds of people. I can't see exactly from our standpoint. There are some trees blocking us, but it does look like even on the main roadway, hundreds of people are continuing to line the way, and it certainly will be the case down in Plains as well. But a very beautiful tribute as now the casket, the remains of former President Carter are making their way to Plains. Guys, back to you.
All right, Kim, thank you for that. So they're heading west on 280. They're heading toward the boyhood farm in archery. Jim Galloway, AJC, political columnist, longtime columnist. I want to get your thoughts on seeing the protective division escorting. That's a special relationship between a president and his protective division.
Wasn't that moving? I mean, protecting him one last time, just making sure he's safe one last time. And you could tell I've got to imagine most of those agents are retired and spent a good section of their lives in Plains, Georgia.
It's a special relationship for any president and their protective division, but Jimmy Carter was such a personable guy. I have to imagine it was even perhaps more unique.
And look, it's a small community. Where are you going to go? I mean, where are you going to go for conversation? The people right there. And it was astounding. I'm wondering how many of these Secret Service agents decide to live, to pack up and just move there.
And just the visual of them showing their dedication, walking alongside the hearse. It was just so wonderful to see that because, as you mentioned, I mean, they spent much of their lives in service to the former president.
Right, and nobody was in uniform. They were all in suits. They were all in their Sunday suits. I just thought that was terrific. That was and you had to know that Jimmy Carter planned that. He planned that vision.
And it looks like you're right. I was looking at the list of the guys out of like 9 pallbearers, 2 are not retired at this point. So you're right, guys who are retired still want to come and be a part of this this obviously huge event.
I mean, Jimmy Carter, Rosalind, they put Plains on the map. Talk about that.
Yeah, it's very if you go to Plains, I mean it's a one street town essentially, and you've got a general store there. You've got the old gas station where Billy Carter has told stories and sold his beer.
Billy Beer.
There's a little offshoot of a road, just a street where Rosalind Carter was born and lived when she was a girl. You can see the whole town in a good 10 minutes walking.
Right.
That's funny.
and as we mentioned, a population less than 600 people here in the year of 2025 now, so certainly a very small town. I know you covered the president from a professional standpoint, but there's a personal relationship that probably develops as well. Any personal stories or anecdotes you could share?
Not a whole lot. Jimmy Carter never really had he didn't have the relationship with the press that a lot of presidents and even governors do. He was a little bit standoffish in that. I can remember I was running the political desk at one time. Oh, this was probably maybe 1990 or so, and I pick up the phone, and Jimmy Carter's on the other end. He's wanting me to pay more attention to a state senator, a candidate for state senator that he's got his eye on. And
what did you say?
Yes, sir.
What do you think, right? Well, we know that the hearse is making its way. It's really just a few miles when you talk about it's just a different county, I guess. Archery's in Webster County, Plains in Sumter County, right down there. But really, just a few miles separates Americus to Plains to Archery.
Right, and it's all open space. It's all open spaces. What's interesting is again you go back to his autobiography, and he would tell stories about he loved walking the fields after rain, because that's when he could find the most arrowheads.
Yeah.
He was a
country boy.
Yeah, he was a country boy, but he was a historian. He loved the story of Southwest Georgia, and its shift from Creek and Cherokee occupants to early settlers. I think his family came in the early 1700s, and just stayed there.
I was thinking last night, had he never gotten into politics, perhaps stayed in the Navy, maybe his father doesn't pass away, he doesn't go home to run the farm, and doesn't become a school board member and ultimately a governor and a president. You take that section out of his life, you take the boyhood that we just talked about, and then you take his post-presidency. What an incredibly interesting life, taking politics out of it, although I guess that did give him a platform for some of the other things.
It did, but I could very well see he was on Admiral Rickover's staff when they were developing the first nuclear submarines, the first nuclear aircraft. There were places for him to go. I've got no doubt that had he stayed in the Navy, he would have ended up an admiral or something right there.
We got a live picture from down in Southwest Georgia, down in the Sumter County area. We're expecting the hearse to come through as it makes its way through Plains on its way to Archery.
I mean, he was a people's president. I mean, the first one in the White House to wear blue jeans. When he was running.
Jimmy.
Yes. I mean, when he was running for election, he said, "I will not lie to you. I will tell you the truth." That had to obviously resonate.
Right after Richard Nixon, yes, that resonated quite well. And what we haven't talked about is his love of music. But you kind of bring the blue jeans bring that up. I mean, he ran his campaign on money raised by the Allman Brothers, by Willie Nelson. He had Willie Nelson over, and I think there's an old story of Willie and Chip on the roof of the White House doing a little weed.
I bet there's a lot of stories about that. You mentioned his book, An Hour Before Daylight, kind of talking about his childhood, and I know as the hearse is making its way toward the farm, there's going to be another. We talk about how nice the tribute was with the Protected Division. Another great tribute's going to happen at the farm. There's the bell that used to ring, and they're going to ring it 39 times for the 39th President of the United States. And he talks about the title of that book, really because that bell, and it was Jack Clark who would ring that bell before the sun came up, and that signified it's time to get to work.
Right, and this is, I think people have a hard time realizing that if you grow up on a farm like that, if you're going to survive, you have to be something of a workaholic. I mean, you have to be working until I think the saying is from can't see to can't see, and he brought that to his political career. And not just him, but Rosalind too. Rosalind we talked about how the Secret Service had to push to keep up with him. Well, that's why. This is the background. A farmer's background kind of trained him for that.
It takes physical strength, but also mental strength too.
Right, and just a realization is that if you're going to succeed, you can't stop. You can't stop. You can't rest. Those moments have to be very, very rare.
And I just mentioned mental strength, and I know you were there at the Carter Center for that press conference when the former president announced. 2015,
right.
I mean, and the way you wrote what you saw and felt, talk to us about that.
Yeah, this was 2015, August of 2015, and Carter had announced that he has some lesions on the brain. He gets up there. It's a 38-minute press conference. He's at the Carter Center. He's 90.
Yeah.
You know, but he's again, Carter's paid so much attention to the visuals. You know, he walked out in blue jeans. He had his blue jeans and a sports jacket. He walked out unassisted, down a few stairs, sat down, and he addressed this crowd of reporters in incredible detail about what was going to happen to him. That they had already gone in and removed a couple centimeters of his liver. You know, you don't hear right. Presidential count.
Right.
Ex-presidents
candid, yes.
talk about that, and this was what they were going to do next. You know, he told how the researchers at Emory were going to try something new, and it involved creating a face mask that would hold his head immobile while they shot some rays into it. It was just absolutely incredible in clinical. That's I guess that's the word I was looking for. Right. Clinical. And it showed you how he could be dispassionate about the things just so close to him.
Yeah, and obviously he seemed very comfortable at the time. He was almost comforting the people in the crowd. His faith played a big part of that. It played a big part in all walks of his life, but he was very comfortable with where he was in life. And that was almost 10 years ago. And he just passed away last week. And then we talk about the hospice. He was in there. When someone goes into hospice, you're like, oh, well, it's the end. It was almost 2 years.
Right. And we quite frankly, we thought we'd lost him in 2015. But no. October came around. He celebrated his birthday. He kept going. It really was an amazing moment.
Perhaps the farm boy lifestyle growing up, I don't know if that played a role in that as well, but he had a will to live, obviously.
Well, I mean, he, setting aside his father, who died fairly early in 1953, his mother Lillian lived to a ripe old age. I think she passed in '83, I believe.
Yet all of his siblings passed early.
Right.
So, yeah.
The family had a problem with pancreatic cancer. Quite a few of them died of that. He did not, but he kept going.
His grandson had told Fox 5 that he just wanted to make it to the election so he could cast his ballot. What does that say to you about him?
It tells me that he was very, very dedicated, and he knew what he wanted to do. If you've been married 77 years and you lose a spouse, usually you follow pretty closely behind. I mean, we all know stories about that.
Broken heart syndrome, yeah.
But not him. He had to stay for the election.
We're taking a live look now as the motorcade's starting to make its way into Plains. You may say, hey, y'all said it's not that far, but I imagine they're going nice and slow because there's probably so many people on the streets wanting to get a view and pay their last respects to the former president. But you can see here come the motorcycles as it makes its way through Plains. As you described earlier, a tiny little southwest Georgia town.
And there is a good bit of distance between Americus and Plains. It's it's a large county with not a whole lot of people. And when there was always kind of a political rivalry between Americus and Plains. And sometimes Carter got picked up, kind of mixed up in that sort of thing.
Oh boy.
Caught up in the seriously local politics after being on the international stage.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that can be a lot more cutthroat probably, perhaps, right? Well, we see the motorcade making its way in. We'll see the hearse here arriving right through downtown Plains here any minute.
So the plan is from here to go to the Boyhood Farm, ring that bell, and they've picked 2 people to help with that tribute, Karen Barry and Randy Dillard, the longest-serving staffers there. And they're going to be ringing, as we talked about, the bell 39 times, of course, former President Jimmy Carter being the 39th president. It's so great to see all the people out lining that motorcade route just for a glimpse, just waiting for a glimpse.
It does kind of remind you of those photographs we see of FDR's procession, where the people of rural Georgia just came out in droves.
And you mentioned the original plan was to do this by train, but I think this is so much more personal to do it this way because so many more people can get a glimpse and be a part of it.
And it's so funny to see. The only thing that's different from the images you described of people with their cell phones, making sure that
a lot different, right?
Making sure that they have this for posterity, so that they can look back on this moment.
Well, you're witnessing history. This is history right here. This is the longest living president. So many things that he was the first to do, or did longer than anyone else, whether it's his marriage or just living.
Right. South Georgia is not going to see another moment like this. Not in a long, long time.
Earlier this morning, we were talking about, some unknown facts about the former president, that he was a speed walker. We were laughing about that. And also, of course, being ahead of his time, putting those solar panels on the White House, things of that nature. Just says a lot about him.
Yeah, as we see the procession making its way through downtown Plains, heading toward Archery to the Boyhood Farm. We're arriving there in just a few minutes. We're going to ultimately, today, it's going to make its way from the Boyhood Farm to Atlanta to the Carter Center, and that's where he will lie in repose until Tuesday. We're going to go to the Carter Center right now, where Lindsay Tuman is standing by with a guest, I understand. Lindsay, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Buck. And I'm joined here this morning with Dr. Jenny Lincoln, who has worked with former President Carter and the Carter Center for 2 tours starting back in the 80s. And we were talking about how working here and working alongside Mr. Carter, not just a job, it really became a personal relationship too, right?
Very much so. Thank you for the chance to share some thoughts over the years with this very, very special person. President Carter is exactly what you think he is. Working alongside him, I learned that he was very honest, very dedicated, very disciplined, and expected nothing more of his staff than he expected of himself. He was a tremendous role model.
4 different countries, I know, Panama being one of them, Nicaragua. Why was the work so important to you? You were helping save lives.
Well, the work followed President Carter's passions that he brought to the Carter Center. His core values to support democracy and defend human rights throughout the world. He built a program, a staff, and now this tremendous center that will carry on his legacy.
And the fact that the Carters made it so clear that the staff here, the people who work and are a part of the Carter Center, also needed to be a part of the services today, because these really became deep-seated relationships, right?
They were, and if you think about it, he left the presidency when he was 56 years old. And so he had another almost 50 years of life that he built the Carter Center, he and Mrs. Carter. They knew they wanted to carry on their work, and they built this staff to help them do it. Therefore, we're tremendously honored that his first arrival will be here at the Carter Center so that we may say goodbye to our dear Jefe, our dear boss.
Well, Dr. Lincoln, thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate you giving your insight. And Buck and Caitlin, I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right, Lindsay, thank you.
You were there at the Carter Center this past week. Do you have any special moments that you'd like to share? Just the interactions with all those people coming and putting flowers and.
You and I were talking about this earlier, and Lindsay's talked about it as well. It's not easy to get to the Carter Center to pay your respects. You have to really want to come and do that. You've got to get on a MARTA and transfer. The roads are closed. There's no parking. So the people that turn out to do that, it's very important to them. And we saw people from the neighborhood even walking their dogs. We saw people riding up on bicycles, and everybody had a personal reason why they wanted to come and pay their respects. There were bags and containers of peanuts. There was a chalkboard with a message on it. Lots of flowers. I mean, everybody kind of had a personal reason, and you could really sense it looking at that memorial.
And I think you have to, again, remember that Jimmy Carter planned all this. Right. And I think it's notable that he's going to lie in repose at the Carter Center, not at the state capitol, as you know, maybe any other politician would, which would be a more central location. It would have lots of parking, but he was very proud of what he had built in his post-presidency, and I'm sure that he wanted to give the Carter Center, you know, a little bit of one more nod of recognition.
Certainly achieve that, and people will be able to stop by there through, I believe it's 6 o'clock on Tuesday evening, when the body will be heading to Washington, D.C.
And remember, two things. Of course, just down the street from the Carter Center is Manuel's Tavern.
Of course.
Which was
you can walk there now.
which is the biggest Democratic hangout in the state, I think. And just a little bit further from that is Jimmy Carter's favorite hardware store, Highland Hardware.
There you go. That's great. Such a local story and an international story as well. We take a look at the hearse. It's pulling up now. We saw an image of the bell that's going to ring 39 times as the hearse makes its way here and stops in front of the farm, the boyhood home there in Archery in Webster County. I imagine you've been to Manuel's a few times yourself, no?
Me? No.
I believe they're pausing to wait for the protective division. The pallbearers are going to make their way to the hearse for the 39 ringing of the bells in honor of the 39th President of the United States. Just another touching moment there. everything just seems so appropriate and so it's just perfect, really, and a great way to honor a man with deep South Georgia ties.
Right, and I think if you're looking at the screen and you're seeing all the green, that's National Park Service.
The groundskeepers as well, all the workers that keep the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park running, and they were standing there as the bell tolled with their hands over their hearts. That was really touching to see and witness in real time.
And you mentioned the Carter Center this week. I was struck by talking to people that were part of the facilities department there.
Right.
People at every level felt like they had a very personal relationship with him. He knew them, he knew their names. They all had a story or two to tell about Jimmy Carter. And once again, I think that just kind of sums him up. He was such a personable guy. People liked him, no matter how you felt politically, you had to kind of like him.
Unless you crossed them.
Right, well, yeah. Right, there's that side too, of course. Well, you're not going to make it that far in politics unless you've, got a strong spine.
I imagine there'll be so many more visitors here to this park following his death. And
you hope so. You hope it's not forgotten.
Would be part of the National Historic Site as well as the home in Plains where he'll ultimately be buried by the willow tree down by the pond right next to his beloved wife of 77 years, Rosalind. So I think certainly this was put on the map by President Carter, and I think so many people, at least in the short term, are really want to go and see this little town, see what he loves so much about this part of Georgia.
Jim, I know you're a politics guy, but let's talk about the love story. I mean, it gets me every time I hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he met Rosalind maybe when she was 1 day old and he was 3 years old, that's small town America.
Oh yeah.
Or destiny, or both, right?
Right, and I believe their first date was a movie. I think while he was in the academy, maybe not. They got married right after that, and shipped out. I think Virginia and maybe Hawaii at one point, because he was part of the scariest part of the Navy that I can imagine. He was part of the submarine duty. That's not for your fellows who.
That's gutsy. Yeah.
That was a very gutsy move, and she thought she was marrying Rosalind thought that she was marrying a military guy with all the accoutrements that comes with, and
she was a little surprised by the politics side of it, right? At first, anyway.
Boom, they moved back to Plains.
We're taking a look now as the motorcade's pulling away, and in typical Jimmy Carter fashion, there's several stops along the way before they arrive at the Carter Center here in Atlanta. They're going to stop in Preston, which is the county seat there of Webster County, Ellaville, which is in Schley County, Butler and Reynolds, which are both in Taylor County, and then Fort Valley and Peach County before they ultimately make their way back up here to the Carter Center where he'll lie in repose.
Looking back on his career after the White House, just your thoughts on his impact, not just here in Atlanta, of course, but internationally.
Jimmy Carter had to rebuild himself after that. People forget that when he lost the presidency, when Reagan took over in January of '81, he was kind of persona non grata. Even among Georgia Democrats, just the sting of defeat was a little bit. He was not a fellow who was invited to a whole lot of parties. It was several years before he made an appearance at the National Democratic Convention. Joe Biden was the first sitting vice president to come visit him in Plains, which I think says a lot. So he had to rebuild himself from the ground up. The Carter Center was a big part of that.
And you mentioned such a young man when he was
right.
He did not win a second term. He was such a young man with so much more. Who knew how much more life he had to live? And he filled it with so much. Yeah, the Carter Center built in 1982, but this guy was building homes for Habitat for Humanity into his 90s.
Wild.
Right.
That's a great way to rebuild your circle and your reputation, I think.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I mean, and looking back just on Habitat for Humanity, how that has grown over the years and his impact, Rosalind's impact, Carter Center's impact on that, a lasting legacy, right?
Right, and very much connected to his religiosity. You have in Sumter County, there's this community, Christian community, Baptist Christian community of Koinonia, which was pretty much the only integrated institution, I think, in South Georgia in the 1960s. Clarence Jordan was the founder. I think an uncle of Ham Jordan, and I think Carter was on the periphery of that. And if you'll remember, one of the reasons he lost in 1980 was because Southern Baptists deserted him. They deserted a lifelong Southern Baptist for Ronald Reagan. And ultimately, there was Carter was split off from the Southern Baptist Convention. The church he taught Sunday school is no longer affiliated with it. Integration had a lot to do with it. So did women's ordination. He was a big supporter of women in the clergy.
What an interesting life, from birth until death. An interesting man, a Renaissance man, a remarkable life.
We won't see his like again.
No, I think you're right. Well, here's a look at what's happened next. Yeah, we really appreciate you joining us today, Jim. The late president officially begins his final journey to Atlanta around 10:55 this morning. The motorcade is expected to arrive in Atlanta around 3 o'clock this afternoon. He's going to briefly pause at the Gold Dome at the Capitol for a moment of silence led by Governor Kemp.
An arrival ceremony planned for 3:45 at the Carter Center, where the former president's body will be carried into the building, followed by a private service there at 4 o'clock. His son and grandson expected to speak at that private service. And the public, you are invited to pay your respects later this evening, beginning at 7 o'clock.
And we really appreciate you coming in and sharing your perspective today. Any final thoughts or anything you'd like to say?
Just be aware of this moment. I mean, this is something you're not going to see again. You're not going to see a South Georgia farmer who grew up during the Depression become president, become an international figure. It's just something. It's a life to savor.
Wonderfully said.
Well said. Thank you, Jim. For Caitlin, I'm Buck Lanford. We appreciate you joining us as we remember the life of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter.
Welcome into News Now. I'm Ariel Onstadt, and what an honor we have today to remember America's 39th president, Jimmy Carter. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to take a live look right now to Plains, where people are beginning to pay their respects as they have throughout the morning. Now, this is something that we have not seen here in Georgia, and we have people from across the nation, local, state, and national, coming to say thank you to a man who gave his life in service right here in Georgia and, of course, across the nation. We're taking a live look to Jimmy Carter's boyhood home, where the National Park Service just rang the bell 39 times, each peal to honor the president's service. 39 times, as he is the 39th president of the United States. Let's play some of that video. You just heard that bell ringing 39 times to honor the late President Jimmy Carter. Now, of course, as we begin to pay our respects to him and see what people are coming to say and what they are doing to pay tribute to Jimmy Carter, we've seen people from across the area come out and say thank you, holding American flags and other symbols to honor Carter's life of service. Just a little bit ago, we saw that hearse entering Plains. People were lined up along the downtown street, watching as that hearse made its way in. We, of course, have members of Carter's protective detail, current and former Secret Service members who have given their lives to protect the former president. And as the hearse entered in through downtown Plains, you could see those two black cars coming through and multiple people standing right there by our cameraman, waiting for the moment at which they could wave and say thank you. Now, throughout the morning, we're going to be hearing from people who paid their respects to the Carters, people who knew him as a neighbor, a friend, people who worked with him during his presidency. But right now, we're watching that hearse make its way through downtown Plains. This happened just a few minutes ago. We are on track for the hearse to make its way here to Atlanta, where it will stop at the state capitol around 3 this afternoon. But I want to take you after this video where you see that hearse moving through downtown Plains. Multiple people standing right there in the downtown area paying their respects. Just minutes before that, we watched as Carter's remains were loaded into a hearse at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. This is all following a long schedule that has been in motion, plans laid forth since 1986 when the planning of this funeral officially began, and we begin to see those steps take place and become live right here in real time. So let us now go to some video where we saw earlier this morning of current and former members of Carter's protective detail load that hearse into load his remains in that casket into the hearse before it then took off towards his boyhood home. This is how we started our morning, this somber moment where those current and former members began to load that casket. This is how the morning began, the official ceremony of events, as Carter's remains were loaded into that hearse by members of the Secret Service, his current and former protective division, men and women who have risked their lives to make sure his life stayed safe. They are the ones who loaded him into the hearse as it made its way through downtown Plains, ultimately stopping at Carter's boyhood home. And now it is on its way to Atlanta, right here, where around 3 p.m. there will be a moment of silence at the state capitol, honoring Carter's life of service from his humble beginnings in the Navy all the way through his service as a state senator through 2 terms to becoming governor and then, of course, president of the United States. Now, I want to show you a story from a neighbor who grew up living next to Jimmy Carter. This is a man I actually happen to know and work with. He works at our sister station, Fox 4 in Dallas, and he would tell me stories about Jimmy Carter and some of what that was like. He has memories of his father and Jimmy Carter going out to the peanut fields and taking a look at the stars. Of course, this man, his name is John Gannan, says that his father's celestial knowledge could not compare to Jimmy Carter's, as Jimmy Carter had been in the Navy and knew the stars like the back of his hand. But he details a little bit of his experience and what it was like growing up next to what would become the President of the United States.
They came over and they were the first people to really welcome us to Plains, and in fact invited us over to their house. The biggest part of our connection to the Carters, my family's, was Amy Carter is my same age. So when they left the governor's mansion and moved back to Plains, we became best friends because we were in and out of their house constantly, especially in the summertime. I mean, when The Wizard of Oz was on television, we went to Amy's house and watched it with her. And, you know, she didn't knock when she came to our back door, and we didn't knock at their back door either. We got the idea, with all this media camped out kind of in our backyard and their front yard, that we should sell them some lemonade because there weren't any restaurants in Plains. It's a tiny, tiny place. So we made a bunch of lemonade. It wasn't fancy stuff. It was powder mixed lemonade, and set up a lemonade stand.
Well, what happened was everybody wanted to talk to me, and I was inside my house, and John and Amy had the lemonade stand down by the driveway. So after Sam and the rest of them stood outside for 2 or 3 hours in the hot sun, they had to have lemonade. And as the day got hotter and they got thirstier, the lemonade prices went up higher and higher. Why demand? They were our next door neighbors.
It was really nice visiting with him here at the station, and as always, gracious, and he has a really great memory.
We vacated our house and the Secret Service leased it and then eventually bought it.
The most recent time I've seen him went to Sunday worship at Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains.
In the meantime, John's parents were working full-time with Habitat. Is that right, John? Yes. And they were one of the first volunteers to commit themselves to Habitat on a full-time basis, long before Rosa and I began.
I'm proud of my parents introducing the Carters to something that would become a huge part of their after presidency work. He really has dedicated his life to helping others, and he's done it in ways, various different forums and styles. And it's all based in his upbringing and his Christian faith.
What incredible memories. And as you just watched, of course, John's parents were instrumental in helping the Carters find their love in Habitat for Humanity. It goes to show the impact any one of us can have, no matter how big or how small, to influence change in our communities. Now, I want to show you a little bit about what's ahead for today. If you want to know more about the schedule of events for this official remembrance and funeral services for former President Jimmy Carter. So, of course, we started the morning around 10:15. The Carter family arrived and the motorcade entered Americus. Around 10:50, the motorcade paused at the childhood home of Jimmy Carter in Plains, and we just earlier heard that bell ring 39 times to honor the 39th president. We are now at the point of the day where we are waiting for 3 p.m. at which the hearse will make its way to our state capitol here in Atlanta, and there will be a moment of silence. After that point, around 3:45 this afternoon, we know that the hearse will then travel to the Carter Center. And at 4 p.m., an official funeral service will begin, at which we will hear from dignitaries, of course, state and local leaders, and other members performing songs to honor the late president. Then, of course, Carter will lie in repose there at the Carter Center until January 7th. At that point, he will travel to Washington, D.C. So if you want to pay your respects to Carter, we're going to tell you a little bit more about how you can do that later on in our stream. But for now, just know you will be able to pay your respects there at the Carter Center. We're going to gear up now to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to be showing you more about the life and legacy that former President Jimmy Carter leaves behind. But for now, we want to go ahead and bring you back to a short commercial break, and we'll have more content for you after this. Welcome back to News Now. I'm Ariel Onstott. Thank you so much for joining us. We have the honor and privilege of honoring the 39th President of the United States today, Jimmy Carter. And of course, as we all know, Georgia's only president. We're beginning to take a look at his life, and of course, throughout the morning, the events that have already happened as his funeral services are underway. Now, we started our morning at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center around 10:15, where members of the Secret Service, Carter's protective detail, loaded his hearse into loaded his casket into the hearse, and then that hearse began its journey. But we want to take a look at some of that video. As you can see, those pallbearers, members of the Secret Service, beginning to walk in unison as they carry Carter's remains, draped in an American flag, in that casket towards the hearse. As they walked slowly, we began to watch them put his remains inside of the vehicle. And then the vehicle began its journey once his body was fully inside of that car towards his boyhood home in Plains. It was there we began to see a little bit of the humble beginnings of the life of Jimmy Carter. If you've not visited this national site yet, you're encouraged to do so, to pay your respects. Of course, this is a national park where members of the National Park Service rang a bell 39 times there on site to honor the 39th President of the United States. We began to see the hearse make its way through downtown Plains, where you can see hundreds of people gathered, waving American flags, wearing pins, and working to pay their respects to the late president. He left such an impact in his community, not just as the national leader that the world knew, not just as the governor, which Georgians knew, but as a man of family, faith, and service that his community knew first. You can see that hearse making its way through downtown Plains, followed, of course, by more black SUVs. Members of Carter's protective detail, current and former, these are Secret Service members who put their lives on the line to protect Carter, were the ones carrying his casket into the hearse this morning, working to honor him and to say thank you. You can see the hearse there passing through that crowd of people downtown, making its way towards Carter's boyhood home. Once he reached there, the hearse stopped for a minute and people began to pay their respects. And of course, there was that moment of silence as the bell pealed 39 times. And you're seeing the hearse as it makes its way along this route. Throughout the day, we're going to see and follow this vehicle as it moves through Georgia, from Sumter County all the way up here to Fulton County, where the hearse will eventually stop in front of Georgia's state capitol. You can see that procession making its way through with Carter's family and, of course, members of the Secret Service, those SUVs trailing along behind the hearse, and the body of former President Jimmy Carter as he makes his way along this funeral processional route. Ultimately, the day will end with Carter's body lying in repose at the Carter Center. But each of these things we are seeing in this video is part of a carefully coordinated dance that has been set in motion since 1986. We know that is when the official planning of Jimmy Carter's funeral services began. Planning a funeral service for a president is no easy feat. It takes years, sometimes even decades, as we know is the case here, to make sure these plans can be executed safely in concordance with the family's wishes and, of course, in honoring the president. So as we continue to take a look, we want to take a look throughout the morning as we go, maybe a live shot to the Carter Center. We're going to be headed back there in just a little bit, where you can see people beginning to pay their respects. And of course, working throughout, you see those flowers there against the sign as people have been coming by, putting messages and little notes of tribute to honor the late president. But as we have seen throughout the morning, Jimmy Carter's legacy was not just as the statesman, right? But it was also as the community man, the farmer, the man of faith. Jimmy Carter really was respected in his community as someone who revered God and whose faith was paramount to him. we have video, of course, of Jimmy teaching Sunday school. And this was something that is pretty interesting because when he came back from the presidency, he taught a little bit at his church. And when he took a break from it, the congregations were never quite as large as when he actually came through for Sunday service. As Tyler Fingert reported earlier this week, we got to hear from some of those who attended church with Jimmy. His faith and his principles were so important to him. He did not believe in wavering in the slightest bit in what he believed to be morally just and morally good. And his relationship with his wife, Rosalind, was one of these principles that he did not waver in as well. There is this knowledge, right, of Jimmy's, being a part of the Southern Baptist Church and convention, but towards the later part of his life, he began to differ with the church from, as historians said, the church put out a decree talking about how women could not be pastors. And that didn't sit right with Jimmy. So he began to distance himself a little bit. He believed that women were equal partners, as you can see here, him with his wife, Rosalind. They were married and began a 77-year-long marriage together. And it was shortly after his first date with Rosalind, Jimmy came home to his mother and said that Rosalind was the woman he wanted to marry. He knew from that first date with her that she was going to be the one he spent the rest of his life with. And it was just 9 short months or so later that the two did end up getting married. But I want to take you now to a soundbite in just a few seconds from a memorial quote from Rosalind Carter. Rarely seen in public since entering hospice, former President Carter traveled 164 miles to attend his wife Rosalind Carter's memorial service here in Atlanta. The Carter Center saying he slept there at the center the night before, not wanting to be far from his wife's side. During that center, their daughter Amy Carter read one of his letters. Let's take a listen.
My darling, every time I have ever been away from you, I have been thrilled when I returned to discover just how wonderful you are. While I am away, I try to convince myself that you really are not, could not be, as sweet and beautiful as I remember. But when I see you, I fall in love with you all over again. Does that seem strange to you? It doesn't to me. Goodbye, darling. Until tomorrow, Jimmy.
Just an emotional moment of memory for Rosalind Carter and the legacy that she and Jimmy created together. Jimmy believed Rosalind was his partner in everything, from his presidency to the humanitarian work he did later in his life. We want to take a live look at the Carter Center, a place where Rosalind and Jimmy worked hand in hand, side by side, to advance the causes they thought would better the world. This is something that they believe was not just their passion project, but what they thought would be their gift to the world. There's something that they felt would live on beyond them, and indeed it continues to. We're going to go ahead and take a short break in just a little bit. We'll come back with some more content, of course, taking a look at the funeral services, letting you know a little bit in the next few minutes how to pay your respects, and of course the legacy and human rights legacy that Jimmy Carter left behind. Welcome back to News Now, streaming right here on Fox Local, where we are remembering the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter. Throughout the morning, we've been taking a look as the hearse makes its way here to Atlanta. You're taking a live look at the Carter Center, where people are paying their respects to honor the late president. Now, this is something that, as we have started this journey in Sumter County, Carter's boyhood home, we've seen people come out and pay their respects with flags, pins, of course, moments of silence and moments of cheers as they celebrate the life that Jimmy Carter led. Now we're taking a live look where people have been placing flowers there at the Carter Center, tributes and notes thanking the president for his life of service and the impact he left behind. As so many of us know, Jimmy Carter wasn't just the president that the world knows, but he was also our governor right here in Georgia. He was our state senator for 2 terms. And of course, he was a husband, he was a father, and he served his community as a man of faith and as a farmer on his peanut farm there in Plains, Georgia. Now, we want to take a look, as you see, of the president, some video of him and his life as he's beginning to, grow up throughout the ages. We saw him begin his career in the Navy, and we saw this life of service start early. One thing that's unique about Jimmy Carter is we saw seeds of racial justice planted early in his mind on the farm there in Plains, where there's this story how he used to work on the farm with black men and young boys, and he worked with them in tandem, right? Doing a lot of the tasks as young boys, bringing in water, going through the cotton fields or the peanut farms, and doing tasks that maybe some of the more managerial workers on the farm were not doing. And there was a moment where it came time to pass through a opening an offense, and Jimmy Carter recounted this point in time at which the black boys he was with urged him to go first because he was white. But that didn't sit well with Jimmy Carter, and thus the seeds of racial justice were planted early on in his life, to where this sense of fairness and what was right and wrong, this moral standing and idea of human rights mattered to him. He wanted to ensure that what was just would be done and that all people were created equal. In 1974, he was the first president to hang a portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. in the Oval Office. And this is something that had not been seen up until Jimmy Carter, of course, did it, advocating for what he believed to be right. There in Sumter County, there was also a time where in the 1950s, shortly after his naval service, when he came home to tend to the farm after his father's death, he was visited by the chief of police and a railroad depot chief who were coming by to all the farms in the area trying to sign up the white farmers for the White Citizens Council, promoting racial segregation in schools, communities, and government. Jimmy Carter declined. He didn't want to be a part of this council, so the chief of police and the depot captain left. They came back and urged him to reconsider and said that they would pay the dues in good faith for Jimmy to be a part of this council, and Jimmy again refused. And as the recounting goes from the Carter Center, Jimmy was then visited not just by the chief of police and by the depot captain, but he was then later visited by multiple people from the community who wanted Carter to be a part of this. And again, he said no. He faced a short boycott of his farm for his decision to stand on principle, but soon enough that faded, and Carter is remembered for standing firm in his principles and what he believed to be right and just, a legacy that endures to this day. His human rights work, of course, was paramount to everything he did, and of course, one of his most famous quotes centered around the rights of women and girls in the world and making sure that their rights, their equality was upheld in the same way that men's were. So we want to take a listen to a story. Some consider Jimmy Carter to be the nation's greatest former president. And if you do, it's likely because you see the Carter Center's work even after Carter's passing. The center says his efforts to promote peace, expand human rights, and fight diseases around the world will not stop. So let's take a listen to this story.
More than 4 decades after opening its doors, the Carter Center continues to work to make the world a better place.
We're not going to do anything that other people are doing well because it's being done. Let's pick the things that are hard.
Some of the difficult issues the Carter Center will continue to tackle is peace and human rights. It's something former President Jimmy Carter cared deeply about, and he received a Nobel Peace Prize for his work.
He would always want to stand up for the hardest thing. Israel and Palestine. I mean, the hardest conflicts in the world, and he wanted to stand for peace and human rights for everyone.
It's a conflict that former President Carter devoted much of his life during and after the White House to solving, but peace was far from his only work. The man known as a globe-trotting humanitarian focused a lot of effort on global health as well.
What was so interesting about the diseases that the Carter Center focused on is that they were the neglected diseases that only affected the poorest of the poor.
One of those diseases is guinea worm, a crippling infection caused by a parasite when someone drinks contaminated water. The Carter Center says in 2023, there were just 14 reported human cases worldwide, down from the millions of infections in the 1980s.
He always wanted to go after the most forgotten, the least of these. You know, this comes from his Christian belief.
Even in death, Mr. Carter's work isn't done, and the Carter Center says their job now is to carry on the legacy he leaves behind.
I can hear him in my ear, is that he's going to expect from us is to elevate the work.
You were just listening to the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter as it related to his human rights track record. And this is something that Carter viewed as paramount, watching elections in multiple countries to ensure that democracy and fairness was established. There were different times where he would counsel leaders in developing countries about their election losses and what that looked like, even working with the then president of Nicaragua on what it looked like to concede an election, because at the time this was not something that leaders were considering doing. Above all, Jimmy Carter wanted principles of fairness, equality, and justice to be upheld throughout the world. So as we take a look at his life and legacy, we want to take a look at what is next. We're going to put some information on your screen showing what's ahead for this state funeral. As you know, it is a 7 to 10 day event, and this is a big ordeal. It takes decades to plan. As we know, in 1986, that's when the official funeral planning began between members of the military and the Carter family to ensure that his life and legacy would be honored in a safe and honorable way. So as we continue to look through this, we know that the stage one of this 7 to 10 day event is a ceremony in Jimmy Carter's home state. We're beginning with that today as he has made his way from Sumter County, currently now on the road here to Fulton County in Atlanta, where he will pause at the state capitol for a moment of silence. And stage two, there will be a ceremony in Washington, D.C. next Tuesday on January 7th. We know that the president's body will travel to Washington, D.C., where there will be a memorial from dignitaries around the world and a more national look at the president's service and life. Then in stage three, President Carter will come back home to Georgia. There will be the ceremony where he will be interred here in Georgia in a private ceremony with his friends and family. That, of course, will end this 7 to 10 day long affair as people begin to pay their respects and honor the late president. So we're going, of course, to take a look throughout the morning at different parts of Carter's life. I would like now to show you some of the video we saw just minutes ago within the last few hours of how this morning began around 10:15 at the Sumter Medical Center, where members of the Secret Service loaded Jimmy Carter's body onto the hearse. And it was in that hearse that we then began to see him make his way to his boyhood home in Plains, Georgia. You can see members of Carter's protective detail lift that flag-draped casket and begin to walk in unison. Now, those carrying the casket are current and former members of Carter's protective service detail within the Secret Service. As they carry the casket, each one saying goodbye to the former president, this last act of service on their behalf, these men who have given their lives in service to the former president as members of his Secret Service protective detail. Once the casket was loaded into the hearse then took off for Jimmy Carter's boyhood home in Plains, Georgia. We saw the car make its way there through those standing at attention at the medical center. As it traveled through Plains, downtown Plains, people were lined up, hundreds of people there along the processional route. You can see some of them beginning to line there, a couple on the street, and as we move the camera shot forward, you'll begin to see those people lined up as the hearse makes its way past. Black SUVs following the Carter's family, and of course members of the police as they make sure this is carried out in accordance with Carter's family wishes. As the morning went on, we watched as the funeral procession made its way to Carter's boyhood home, where members of the National Park Service stood at attention as a bell was rung 39 times for the 39th president. This was a winding journey as the hearse made its way down the roads to his boyhood farm in Plains. And as you know, Jimmy Carter grew up on that peanut farm. He envisioned a life of service for himself in the Navy. But after his father's death, he came back home in the early 1950s to tend to that farm and to make sure that his father's legacy in the community would live on. Once his father died, Jimmy realized what an impact his father had on that community there in Plains, Georgia, and he wanted to make sure that he could help fill that void. You see the hearse and other vehicles of that procession make their way. And then when they get to Plains, they are in Plains, but when they get to that national park site there, we see everyone standing at attention as they ring the bell 39 times in honor of Jimmy Carter's life of service. And there we heard the pealing of those bells 39 times for Carter's being the 39th president of the United States of America. We have been taking a look throughout the morning at the life and legacy that was Jimmy Carter. And as we begin to take a look at this, we want to hear some of the words of his family as we've honored him, as so many people across our region, across the nation, and even globally have paid their respects. The Carter family wants to say thank you. They said in a family statement, the outpouring of love and support we have received from around the world confirms what we have known all along. Jimmy Carter's family extends far beyond blood relatives. We are sincerely grateful for everyone's words of comfort and acts of kindness following the passing of such a champion of human rights, justice, and peace. And Jimmy Carter lived his life in such a way that even if you did not agree with his policies, you could not deny the man of principle. You could not deny the respect that you might see for someone who lived their life with such unwavering faith. So as we begin throughout the morning, we want to take a look how you can pay your respects. You know, this is the Carter Center where people have been coming to place tributes and flowers, saying thank you to this man who did so much to touch lives, not just here at home, but of course across the globe. Some of Carter's enduring legacies will of course be the Camp David Accords between Israel and Egypt, a lasting peace that it still exists to this day. Now, while Jimmy Carter wanted to foster peace in the Middle East overall, and it was a lasting vision of his His dream was realized in part through a lasting peace with Israel and Egypt. And this is something that we've begun to see, the peace that Jimmy Carter helped broker in other nations, both with the Panama Canal treaties and by after his presidency, witnessing elections around the globe. He even visited Cuba, in which he pushed for free and fair elections. And he remarked that he thought Fidel Castro would not take too kindly to the remarks he said publicly. But as he remembers, Jimmy Carter said Castro actually came up and shook his hand, and they had a pleasant engagement after that fact. President Jimmy Carter also visited North Korea in efforts to foster peace between the United States and North Korea then. And it was something of a time where tensions were escalating between the two nations. Carter went to visit North Korea and was able to establish a direct line of communication between U.S. officials and North Korea to ensure that things could de-escalate and peace could be found. Now, I want to bring up some information on shuttle services. If you are wanting to pay your respects to the late president, some information that you may need to know. Of course, we have a map right now showing King Station in the Carter Center. So this is showing you a little bit about what to expect along that route and how to get there. The Marta King Memorial Station will be running shuttles every 3 to 5 minutes to make sure you can come and pay your respects. As you might expect, the parking lot at the Carter Center will be closed for security reasons. So this will be a great way for you to get there safely by taking those shuttles. This is running 6 p.m. from 6 p.m. today until 6 a.m. Tuesday. You can take, of course, the blue-green line, but keep in mind no bags or umbrellas. This is a security concern. So come with your person and, of course, come ready to honor Georgia's 39th president. But we are going to, or rather America's 39th president, we are going to go ahead and send it to a short break. And when we come back, we'll have much more on the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter. Thank you so much for joining our special coverage.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. You're watching News Now. We continue to stream live the continuing coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. We want to take a live look now at which live shots are we working with this morning? Okay, we've got the state capitol where the motorcade is actually headed to Atlanta. We started off in Plains this morning, where you had current and former Secret Service members take the body from Phoebe Sumter Medical Center and load him into the hearse. That hearse then proceeded to move down through Plains. They stopped at the family home. You can see this is video there of that motorcade as it was going down through downtown Plains. And again, it proceeded to end at the home of former President Carter. And then that's where they actually rang the bells. You want to And again, you're seeing the ringing of that farm bell that was on the property of the national park of former President Jimmy Carter. That was a childhood farm bell that he actually rang and grew up ringing as someone who grew up on the farm. Obviously, his childhood home, his school, even his current, or at least most recent residence, is part of that national park. And that national park is very active and very supportive of sharing the life and legacy of President Carter. We spoke to one of the folks who manages the park earlier this week. Take a listen to what she had to say.
It's so bittersweet. He finally got his wish. He's with his wife, Rosalind. But for me and a lot of the people here in Plains, we're going to have to get used to a world without Jimmy Carter. And that's going to be very tough. We want to educate people on his presidency, but his life here in Plains, and also about when he was governor. There's just so much we cover here, from the day he was born until the day he passed. I'm fortunate to be in a position where I can help the world understand and know President Carter. So that's what I've been doing over the last few years, and will continue. Very robust education system. So if you're a teacher in Texas and you want to educate your children about President Carter, we'll do a virtual tour of the facility for you. So, but we encourage people to come here and just educate yourselves about the life and legacy of President and Mrs. Carter. Jimmy and Rosalind would like people to learn about work ethic, which they had, and learn about public service, and anybody can help a neighbor. President Carter in his Sunday school lessons often talked about go home and take your neighbor a cake. Just do those little things to help, and you could be like Jimmy and Rosalind and do some very big things to help make the world a better place.
What do you think Mr. Carter would make of everything that's going to happen over the course of the next week and a half?
Oh, I think he'd be a little embarrassed because all the fuss is about him. And he always liked all the fuss to be about the causes he was working on at the Carter Center or Habitat for Humanity or some cause. He was uncomfortable when all the spotlight was just on him.
Humble.
Very humble, yeah.
What are you going to miss most?
Oh, I'll miss seeing him walk in my back door, coming in for dinner, drinking a glass of wine, his sense of humor. He had an amazingly dry, wonderful sense of humor. You know, I'll miss looking at my phone and seeing Jimmy pop up. So it's going to be a transition time.
Is the world a better place because he was in it?
Oh, it's a much better place. And I hope that we can all remember. And I know for me, I want to do things that President Carter would want me to do, and always try to help others when I can, and not be selfish and not be materialistic. Those are the things that he cared about.
And it's evident that the folks at the Park Service are going to make sure that his life and legacy lives on for sure. They've been passionate about it already for many, many years, and they are just going to continue to do that service as Jimmy Carter did for many and all Americans. We want to take you to a look at our funeral services schedule. So at 3:45, they are en route to Atlanta. They're supposed to arrive at the Carter Center at 3:45. And then 4 p.m., that's when the funeral service begins. And then the president will lie in repose until January 7th. The family actually released a statement saying in part, "The outpouring of love and support we have received from around the world confirms that we have known all along. Jimmy Carter's family extends far beyond blood relatives. We are sincerely grateful for everyone's words of comfort and acts of kindness following the passing of such a champion of human rights, justice, and peace." We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. You're watching News Now as we continue our coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. I want to give you a live look now at the Carter Center in Atlanta, where dozens of people continue to drop by and bring flowers and remember and pay their respects to the beloved president. He is en route from Plains as we speak. He should arrive at the Carter Center, where he will lie in repose in just about 3 hours now. You should know, if you were going to come to the Carter Center to pay your respects, you cannot drive anywhere around the Carter Center. And you can walk, you can bike, or you can choose to take the MARTA shuttle. That MARTA shuttle you can pick up at the Martin King Memorial Station. It's going to run every 3 to 5 minutes, starts at 6 o'clock today and runs until 6 a.m. on Tuesday. That's the blue-green line. And of course, they have a restriction of no bags whatsoever, not even just the small bags. So ladies, just leave your purses and your clutches at home. Whatever fits in your pocket seems to be what is they're going to allow. So just keep that in mind. Plan accordingly, because again, you can't drive up to the Carter Center. Also, there's limited parking at the King Memorial Station at MARTA. So you may want to drive to another MARTA station and take MARTA to the King Memorial Station and catch the shuttle from there. So just keep that in mind. Interesting facts about as we look back, if we want to take another look at the Carter Center, and again, as we await that motorcade to arrive, I recently just read that Carter was he was a state senator when MARTA was founded, and he was actually in favor of the transit authority and believed that it would transform the region. So that's one of the reasons why they have partnered so graciously during this process. And we spoke to the CEO of the Carter Center earlier this week, and take a listen at how they've been preparing and planning since 1986.
This outpouring of tribute is really impressive. I mean, there are peanuts there, there are letters, there are people who have pictures of him having greeted them on the airplane. You know, for us, he was a colleague. He's someone who walked the halls and held hands with Mrs. Carter and sat in all of our conference rooms and had meetings. But we forget that for so many people, he touched their lives in different ways. And a lot of those tributes are here, or some of the 14,000 tributes that have been put online on the tribute site from 130 different countries. We're fortunate that he chose to lay in repose here. He really wanted this to be a chance for him to say goodbye and for people to say goodbye to his home away from home. You know, 1 week every month for 40 years, he and Mrs. Carter lived in an apartment here, pulled down Murphy bed, and worked with us. And so for him to be here, it will start for the public 7 o'clock on Saturday night, and it will be open 24/7. MARTA has been wonderful, and they will be providing shuttles from the King Station. Road closures will happen, so we recommend that people park and do a park and ride or walk onto campus. And we hope, because we have such a long period of time with him, that there won't be big crowds at any particular time, but we do hope the public has an opportunity to come out and pay their respects. He was very intentional. He knew this day would come, and the expertise that the Carter Center staff has, because we learned from him and Mrs. Carter, that will carry on. And so it will remain our North Star, and we look forward to carrying out his good work and his legacy.
And like you heard her say, this is where President Jimmy Carter chose to lie in repose. He could have chosen anywhere between here and Washington, D.C. or anywhere in the world for that matter, but he wanted to be in Atlanta. He wanted to be close to home because Georgia has been his home from the beginning. And so you're taking a look now at the Carter Center. We are awaiting the arrival of the motorcade, which is expected to arrive around 3:45. There will be an arrival ceremony, actually, that will take place, and then there'll be the service at 4 o'clock. We know that Chip Carter, his son, and Jason Carter, his grandson, are expected to provide remarks during that ceremony. And like we said, this was planned back in 1986. In fact, the music was all selected by Rosalind. She evidently picked all the songs that she felt were his favorite hymns, or that just really kind of exemplified who he is and was. But of course, then there will be a military march, a motorcade that stops in the circle of the flags, and family members will then gather at the rear of the hearse, and then the casket will be removed. And then the 282nd Army Band is expected to play America the Beautiful and Thou My Vision. So those are some of the things that we are expecting to see unfold in just under about 3 hours now as we await that motorcade to Atlanta. Once that ceremony happens, the public will then be able to visit and pay their respects, and that starts at 7 p.m. tonight, and that goes until 6 a.m. Tuesday, January 7th, 36 hours. The military will remain the guard of honor, and they expect that they can allow up to 2,000 guests per hour. That's how many folks that they expect to move in and out and allow a respectful amount of time for folks to pay their respects. So keep that in mind, guys, if you're going to be planning to come by. It's not, you can't just drop in. Again, you're going to have to take MARTA, or you're going to need to walk or bike. So keep that in mind. But again, yeah, they're expecting 2,000 guests per hour, and it's a 36-hour repose. And then from there, he will make his way to Washington, D.C. Coming up, we'll take a listen from what President Biden had to say earlier this week. But we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. And thanks for staying with us with our live streaming, continuing coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. We want to give you a live look now at the Georgia State Capitol, where the motorcade is en route. They left planes around 11 o'clock this morning, and they are expected to be in the metro Atlanta area around 3 o'clock this afternoon, before they will head to the Carter Center, where he will lie in repose for 36 hours. It's been an emotional week for so many people who knew him personally, and for those who just knew him as a president and never even had the opportunity. But he seemed to touch everybody in such a personal way. We've spoken to so many different individuals, but this lady that we're about to share with you, she was a family friend. She knew him before he was even an adult, and so she grew up knowing him, and so she's take a listen to her stories.
He did things that a peanut farmer from a little town in South Georgia could never have been expected to do, and he did them beautifully and not asking for praise, because he was not a person to ask for praise. He was a gentle Southern person. He was a gentleman. I was honored to know him, and when I would happen to see him at some meeting or even at some restaurant in Americus, when he'd be there, the Secret Service would be there, my husband and I might just happen to be in there eating supper, and President Carter would get up, come over to our table. Of course, we'd stand, and he'd give me a hug, ask how I was. He remembered my parents, of course, ask about my brother. And in fact, shortly before my brother died, about 10 years ago, President Carter had called him on the phone, and they had reminisced about things they had done growing up together, things they had done at the Naval Academy, and things they had done following their naval careers. So the main thing I have to say is that having known Jimmy Carter was a true blessing to me. My background was, first of all, as a general practitioner, later as an oncologist, and then later than that as a hospice physician. President Carter elected to forego further aggressive medical care about in February of 2023. So he had been on hospice now for almost 2 years, for 22 months. And people say, oh, can you be on hospice that long? You can. You can be on hospice as long as you continue to qualify for hospice care, which he did. And he elected to stay right where he was in his house with his family, his children and grandchildren surrounding him there, where he knew he was comfortable, loved, where he had lived all those years with his wife, whom he absolutely adored. But he was always interested in the other person. He was the one that would show the wanting to ask questions about what somebody else was doing. And he showed the same interest in anybody with whom he was speaking. He was just a kind person, a selfless person, and a person that had known how to make a difference. And so he should be remembered not only as a good man, but a person who truly, truly made a difference in our generation, to be remembered as a difference maker.
And like she said, he's going to be remembered as a difference maker. I just love hearing all the different stories that he has touched, and so many people throughout his 100-year life. We'll be right back, but stay with us. We'll take a quick break. And thanks for sticking with us with our continuing coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. We want to give you a live look now at the Carter Center, where in just under 3 hours, President Carter is expected to arrive in the motorcade for where he will lie in repose for the next 36 hours. But we've already kicked off a morning of ceremonies and events surrounding the funeral services of President Carter. We want to kind of take you back a couple of hours. This all began around 10 o'clock this morning. We started in Americus, Georgia, where where his body was picked up and loaded into the hearse. Want to show you this video. You can see there those that are the pallbearers, rather, are current and former members of the Secret Service walking alongside. And again, this was just about 2 hours ago. those men and women who served with him, protected him, whose job was to take, to defend, his life. And I'm sure that's got to be emotional. And now we want to transition. After he was loaded up into the hearse at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, the motorcade is departing, as you see, many folks waving. They asked folks to do exactly that. Come out and pay your respects. The motorcade actually is expected to slow down in certain parts of the state so that people who are lining the streets can actually pay their respects to the 39th president. And if you're just now joining us, we are recapping what we just saw about 2 hours ago. This was shortly after 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in Americus, Georgia. That's the motorcade of former President Jimmy Carter as they are moving from Americus, where they picked up his body at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, and began that motorcade. They are driving towards Plains, as you can see, arriving in Plains rather, and they're going to make a stop at his childhood home, or rather the land that has become a national park. That national park, the Jimmy Carter National Park, includes his most recent residence, his childhood home, his school, and an old rail depot. So it's his life from beginning to end, and you can see as they make their way to Plains. And again, if you're just now joining us, you're watching continuing coverage of the former President Jimmy Carter. This is the motorcade that was leaving Americus, Georgia around 10 o'clock this morning and arriving in Plains, where their first stop was at the property, which is now the national park, Jimmy Carter National Park, and has been that way for many years, which encompasses his childhood home, his former residence, his school, basically his whole life. And there you can see that motorcade is making its way to what is where he grew up, basically. And they are planning to ring this farm bell. And again, this was 2 hours ago. So if you're just now joining us, this was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 rather, earlier today. Right now, that motorcade that you see is actually en route to Atlanta. They are further north than they are than what you're seeing now. But let's take a look at when they arrived at the farm. I wanted to see the bell because that's when they wanted to ring the bell. So they rang the bell. There you go. So they rang this farm bell 39 times, obviously for the 39th president. And again, if you're just now joining us, this is continuing coverage of former President Jimmy Carter and the beginning of several days of his funeral services that began in Americus and in Plains, Georgia. You're taking a look at his basically where he grew up, the farm bell. In fact, he wrote a book about this called An Hour Before Daylight. And because that's exactly what happened. That's how he grew up. He was a farmer. And so every morning that bell went off before the sun was even up. And so he, again, this is a very special and monumental moment, and the reason why they wanted to stop here at his childhood home and ring that bell, again, 39 times for the 39th president. He ended up actually painting the bell in 2003, and I believe now it is sitting at the Carter Center. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. And thanks again for joining us and staying with us as we continue to live stream our continuing coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. We want to give you a live look at the Carter Center in Atlanta. You can see where many folks have been gathering, putting flowers, messages, mourning the loss of the 39th president, who is en route right now. We started our coverage at 9 o'clock this morning. They left planes at 10 o'clock, so just over 2 hours ago, and they're expected to be here in Atlanta by 3 o'clock. Meanwhile, though, once he is laid in repose for 36 hours here in Atlanta at the Carter Center, he then will move to Washington, D.C., and that's where additional ceremonies will take place. Want to give you a live look at the nation's capital, if we can. There it is. You can see clear live look at the nation's capital, and that is where former President Jimmy Carter will transition after he lies in repose for 36 hours here in Atlanta. He will then go to D.C. We heard from President Biden earlier this week, who had lots to say about the former president. Take a listen.
What I find extraordinary about Jimmy Carter, though, is that millions of people all around the world, all over the world, feel they lost a friend as well, even though they never met him. And that's because Jimmy Carter lived a life measured not by words, but by his deeds. Just look at his life, his life's work. He worked to eradicate disease, not just at home, but around the world. He forged peace, advanced civil rights, human rights, promoted free and fair elections around the world. He built housing and homeless for the homeless with his own hands. And his compassion and moral clarity lifted people up and changed lives and saved lives all over the globe. The entire Carter family, on behalf of the world, the whole nation, we send our whole heartfelt sympathies and gratitude. Our gratitude for sharing President Carter with us for so many years. You know, Jimmy Carter stands as a model of what it means to live a life of meaning and purpose, a life of principle, faith, and humility. His life dedicated to others. You know, he was like my dad. He thought that, he said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about dignity, your dignity. About being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, everything's going to be okay. He believed, as I do, and many as you do, that that's absolutely possible. It's within our grasp to do that. Every time it was summoned, he stepped up. Every time, politically, personally, morally. And, you know, everything. The one thing I admired most about him, he thought and believed, and he really did believe this, and I do as well, that everybody deserves an even shot. No guarantees, just a shot. Everybody deserves a shot. I have a number of them. I guess maybe my fondest memory of Jimmy Carter was when he grabbed me by the arm and said, I need you to help me in my campaign. And I said, I've only been around a couple of years, Mr. Governor. He said, no, it'll make a difference. I said, I'm not sure it will. He said, no, it will. When I endorsed him for president, I told him why I was endorsing him. And that it was not only his policies, but his character, his decency, the honor he communicated to everyone. And but he was also very, he and Rosalind were very kind to Jill and me when we lost my son, Bo. They were there for us. And I don't know, it's, I think that what Jimmy Carter is an example of is just simple decency. Can you imagine Jimmy Carter walking by someone who needs something and just keep walking? Can you imagine Jimmy Carter referring to someone by the way they look or the way they talk? I can't. I can't. You know, I think the end of the deal here is that one of the reasons why we're looked to by the rest of the world, for the bulk of our nationhood, we've laid out what our values are. We said what we believe. It's not just in the Declaration, we hold these truths to be self-evident, but there's a feeling. The rest of the world looks to us. and he was worth looking to. Thank you very much.
And once again, you're taking a live look at our nation's capital, where former President Jimmy Carter served as the 39th president. And of course, he will return to Washington, D.C. in just a few days. But meanwhile, we're awaiting his arrival here in Atlanta. We'll be right back. And thanks again for joining us for your live streaming coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. We want to give you a live look now at Georgia's the state capitol, where we are awaiting the arrival of the motorcade of former President Jimmy Carter, who left planes around 11 o'clock this morning and is expected to be here in Atlanta around 3 o'clock. That's when he will, the motorcade will stop in front of the Capitol. They'll stop on the Washington Street side, which is outside the main entrance. Jack Carter, the eldest son of President Carter, will get out and shake hands with Governor Kemp and the First Lady, as well as Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker, and the mayor of Atlanta. So it'll be very brief, about 10 to 15 minutes. And then from there, the motorcade will proceed to the Carter Center, where he will lie in repose for 36 hours from 7 o'clock tonight until 6 a.m. on January 7th. So we are just about 2 hours away from the motorcade arriving here in Metro Atlanta. But if you're going to be planning to stop by the Carter Center, please just keep in mind that you've got to take MARTA, or you either need to walk or take a bike, because you will not be able to drive anywhere near or park near the Carter Center. But of course, we have continuing coverage of former President Jimmy Carter and the beloved son of Georgia, as many folks refer to him. Everyone has so many stories. We've heard so many touching stories of memories, those who knew him, those who didn't know him, and yet still had that impact on so many lives across the world. So many people grieving, but we're here for you as we continue to follow his legacy.
Welcome to News Now. I'm Ariel Onstott, where we are remembering the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter. Throughout the morning, we've been showing you how people have been paying tribute. And we begin this hour with a live look at the courtyard of the Carter Center. We are just now a few hours from when President Carter's body is expected to lie in repose there at the center. And something you may not know, about 2,000 people are expected to come and pay their respects to the late president every hour once that viewing begins. Now, we are taking a look outside as we know that people have been coming throughout the morning and really throughout the week since the news of his passing has been made public, laying flowers and, of course, paying small bits of tribute to the late president. President Carter left an incredible legacy, not just as the statesman and politician that the world may have known him as, but as we here in Georgia also knew him as a farmer, a father, a man of faith, and a great community man. Now, we want to let you know a little bit more about the schedule of events throughout this, so that way if you are coming to pay your respects, you know what to look ahead to throughout the day. Earlier this morning, we watched as President Carter left Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, and that was around 10:15. Then from there, the motorcade departed and paused at his childhood home in Plains. Then it is now on its way here to Atlanta in Fulton County, where there is expected to be a moment of silence. The hearse will stop at the state capitol at around 3 p.m. From there, we know that the late president will be moving towards the Carter Center around 3:45, and then around 4 p.m. that funeral service will begin at the Carter Center. Now, we want to hear from the Carter Center CEO about how this is expected to go. She spoke a little bit on what to expect throughout this process. And of course, we know that there's a lot of planning that goes into putting together a funeral for a president. It started this morning around 10:15, and we've been following that coverage. But we want to hear from the CEO of the Carter Center about what planning this has been like and some things you may not have known before.
This outpouring of tribute is really impressive. I mean, there are peanuts there, there are letters, there are people who have pictures of him having greeted them on the airplane. You know, for us, he was a colleague. He's someone who walked the halls and held hands with Mrs. Carter and sat in all of our conference rooms and had meetings. But we forget that for so many people, he touched their lives in different ways. And a lot of those tributes are here, or some of the 14,000 tributes that have been put online on the tribute site from 130 different countries. We're fortunate that he chose to lay in repose here. He really wanted this to be a chance for him to say goodbye and for people to say goodbye to his home away from home. You know, 1 week every month for 40 years, he and Mrs. Carter lived in an apartment here, pulled down Murphy bed, and worked with us. And so for him to be here, it will start for the public 7 o'clock on Saturday night, and it will be open 24/7. MARTA has been wonderful, and they will be providing shuttles from the King Station. Road closures will happen, so we recommend that people park and do a park and ride or walk onto campus. And we hope, because we have such a long period of time with him, that there won't be big crowds at any particular time, but we do hope the public has an opportunity to come out and pay their respects. He was very intentional. He knew this day would come, and the expertise that the Carter Center staff has, because we learned from him and Mrs. Carter, that will carry on. And so it will remain our North Star, and we look forward to carrying out his good work and his legacy.
So much planning and preparation in order to honor America's 39th president. Now, of course, as we await his arrival at the Carter Center later this afternoon, we know that there will be thousands of people throughout the next couple of days paying their respects until his body is transported to Washington, D.C., where he will lie there for that state funeral with dignitaries from around the country coming to pay their respects. At the Carter Center, of course, he is here for anyone who would would like to come and say their tributes. But we know that so many locally will be coming to make sure that their remembrances of the former president are not forgotten. And as we saw earlier this morning, people were wanting to make sure that their voices and their moments were heard when they stood along that processional route. We started the morning at around 10:15, where we saw the former president's casket being placed in his hearse. And as we watched that unfold in real time, we saw the members of the Carter Protective Detail from the Secret Service, current and former members, hold on to that casket as they began to advance it into the hearse. As you can see it there, they walk in unison. It's draped in a flag as it makes its way towards the hearse. These agents paying their final respects to President Carter, each one putting their lives on the line at some point to make sure the president stayed safe. And this final act, their tribute to him. As you watch, you're seeing the hearse then pull away from Phoebe Sumter Medical Center as it makes its way towards Carter's childhood home. It makes its way past a throng of mourners, people there with American flags, pins, each one with their presence communicating the impact the president's life had on them. And as the hearse left Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, it then began to travel through downtown Plains. You can see the lead vehicle, of course, making its way, the hearse there, and a trail of Carter's close and extended family members, as well as staff and others, making sure that this process flows smoothly, each one coming to pay their respects to the life and legacy that Jimmy Carter leaves behind. And as the camera pans throughout this area, you'll be able to see some of the people there in downtown who paid their respects to the late president. You see the hearse making its way, the camera following. And of course, people standing there with their flags at attention. For so many in this community, Jimmy Carter wasn't just the president. He was their neighbor, their friend, a local farmer, someone they grew up next door to, someone they heard Baptist sermons from. After the hearse made its way out of downtown Plains, you see it now as it enters the national park, the site of former President Carter's boyhood home there in Plains. And I want to take the opportunity to tell you a little bit about some of Carter's formative years, because it's here that we began to see the formulation of the man who was to become America's 39th president. It was here on this farm that Jimmy Carter first encountered and chafed against racial segregation. He tells a story about how he was walking through a stile and a fence with some of his co-workers there on the farm and playmates, all black boys, and at one point they all stopped and motioned for Carter to go first because he was white. Carter stopped. This didn't sit well with him. He asked why the other boys wouldn't go ahead, and they said their fathers told him that Carter was white, and while he was their playmate, it was time for them to start acknowledging that fact. However, Carter felt that these were his friends, his equals, and skin color didn't make a difference. It was at this first moment we began to see those seeds of racial justice implanted within young Jimmy Carter, and what was to follow that would bear fruit for the rest of his life, as we know people began to see the impact he would have in terms of making sure everyone would be considered equal. As they left as you saw that hearse pulling in and they began to come into the national park site, we then pull to a stop where we hear the bell at the site peal 39 times for the 39th president of the United States. National Parks members standing at attention for this moment. And as we heard that bell peal, it wrapped up the beginning of what is to be a series of memorial events for the late president throughout today. We started this morning there in Plains, and now we're making our way here to the state capitol in Atlanta, where President Carter will stand. His hearse will stand there in front of the Capitol, and more events are to follow. And we'll continue to keep you updated as we follow that throughout the morning and through the afternoon. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll have so much more to remember the late president when we return. Welcome back to News Now. I'm Ariel Odstott, and you're joining our show as we remember the late President Jimmy Carter. We've been following throughout this morning, watching as many of you are paying your tributes to him and the legacy he left behind. We want to take a live look at the state capitol, where he will be arriving in just an hour and a half or so. We know that around 3, his hearse will stop in front of the state capitol for a moment of silence, where it will then continue on to the Carter Center for official ceremonies there. Carter will lie in repose there until Tuesday, where he will then travel to Washington, D.C. But Carter's legacy is such that you did not have to know the late president to know the impact he left behind. He was a man of unwavering principle and faith, and the kind of person where even if you did not agree with his policies, you could not deny the principles he stood by. Fox 5's Kevin Stewart actually sat down with someone who believes that the late president changed her outlook on life, and he shares that story from Douglasville.
97 years young.
Okay, one of my favorite pictures.
Dot Paget can go through pictures and recall those special moments with President Jimmy Carter, especially the favorite pictures.
Obviously, I was telling him what to do that day.
But she doesn't have or need a picture to recall the moment she met Jimmy Carter, right here in Douglasville in 1970.
He drove his car, stopped at the curb, and walked in my yard. And he said, "Would you help me in my race for governor?" And I looked right straight at him in those beautiful blue eyes, and I said, yes.
By 1975, the Carters came calling again, and she would help lead his campaign for the presidency, organizing the Peanut Brigade, volunteers willing to roll up their sleeves and campaign for Governor Carter all over the country, including snowy New Hampshire, which he surprisingly won.
But I was busy knocking on doors. We nearly froze to death.
She did it because she believed in Carter, not just as a politician, but as a man of honor.
Honesty, his determination, his tenacity, his vision.
For all the talk of what Mr. Carter accomplished after leaving the White House, she does not believe he gets enough credit for what he did in the White House. The difficulty of negotiating peace between Israel and Egypt, or
the Department of Energy and the solar panels that he put on the White House.
Paget says she wrote a book and gives interviews with one goal in mind: Jimmy Carter's legacy.
My goal is for him to rise up through the ranks of history as one of our better presidents.
Carter changed her life.
It gave me a much broader outlook on what's going on in the world, and I might not have done that.
Service at the forefront of everything that President Carter did. Service to others, to country, to family, and to oneself. Of course, one of the things that President Carter realized throughout his journey was that service to oneself meant putting the best of yourself on display for the world and the best of yourself on display for your family. You know, we're going to take a look at some videos that show some moments of Carter's life. And one of those is Sunday school, which Carter, after he completed his term in office, came back to Georgia and began to teach Sunday school. And as we learned from Tyler Finger earlier this week in some storytelling, they say that the services were not nearly so packed when President Carter was not teaching that sermon. But this is something that was instrumental in Carter's life, his faith and this idea of giving the best of oneself to their country and to their family. And we see that really begin in his naval service, because his book, Why Not the Best, is something that he wrote that title from a moment that transpired when he started his career in the military. His program put him under the command and strong influence of a Captain Hyman Rickover, a stern taskmaster who President Carter said had a profound impact on his life, even more so perhaps than his own parents. Now, Carter recounted a moment when he applied to a very prestigious nuclear submarine program. He went into the captain's office, Captain Rickover's office, and he was asked about his standing in his Naval Academy class. Captain Rickover looked at him and asked him where he placed. And Carter replied that he was 59th out of 820 in the class. Captain Rickover paused. Carter was awaiting his praise. However, Carter said that never ended up coming. Instead, the captain asked, "Did you do your best?" Faltering, Naval Officer Carter then replied, "No, sir, I didn't always do my best." He looked at me a long time, sighed, turned his chair around to end the interview. And Carter said he's never been able to forget or to answer, why not? Why did he not do his best? He sat there for a while shaken, and he says he slowly left the room. And that question, why not the best, ended up shaping so much of his life, indeed becoming the title of one of his autobiographies. Why not the best? He gave his best to his relationship with his late wife, Rosalind Carter. Their union of 77 years of marriage was, of course, a cornerstone of his life. And the late president says that on many occasions that Rosalind was his partner in so much, not just in family, not just in church, but also in acts of service in the presidency. And as we later saw after he ended his term in office at the Carter Center, his love for Rosalind was enduring and rarely seen in public, right? Since entering hospice, the former president actually traveled 164 miles to attend his wife Rosalind Carter's memorial service here in Atlanta. We know that the Carter Center said he slept there at the center the night before the service, not wanting to be far from his wife's side. During that service, their daughter Amy Carter read one of his letters, and let's take a listen to it right now.
My darling, every time I have ever been away from you, I have been thrilled when I returned to discover just how wonderful you are. While I am away, I try to convince myself that you really are not, could not be, as sweet and beautiful as I remember. But when I see you, I fall in love with you all over again. Does that seem strange to you? It doesn't to me. Goodbye, darling. Until tomorrow, Jimmy.
And now Jimmy's reunited with the love of his life. We want to take a look throughout at some other pieces of video and moments in time as we remember the late president. One of the things that I know from talking to someone who was close to President Carter is that he was very fond of giving back and making sure that those around him had a lovely time. I'm speaking, of course, of someone who grew up right next door to President Carter, John Gannan, who is actually a photographer at one of our sister stations, Fox 4 in Dallas. I got to know John and have heard some of his stories about what it was like to grow up playing alongside Amy Carter and learning from Jimmy Carter, and then of course watching as Jimmy Carter became the 39th president of the United States. It was actually John Gannan's parents who helped introduce the Carters to Habitat for Humanity, and what a legacy that would create. Let's watch that story.
They came over and they were the first people to really welcome us to Plains, and in fact invited us over to their house. The biggest part of our connection to the Carters, my family's, was Amy Carter is my same age. So when they left the governor's mansion and moved back to Plains, we became best friends because we were in and out of their house constantly, especially in the summertime. I mean, when The Wizard of Oz was on television, we went to Amy's house and watched it with her. And, you know, she didn't knock when she came to our back door, and we didn't knock at their back door either. We got the idea, with all this media camped out kind of in our backyard and their front yard, that we should sell them some lemonade because there weren't any restaurants in Plains. It's a tiny, tiny place. So we made a bunch of lemonade. It wasn't fancy stuff. It was powder mixed lemonade, and set up a lemonade stand.
Well, what happened was everybody wanted to talk to me, and I was inside my house, and John and Amy had the lemonade stand down by the driveway. So after Sam and the rest of them stood outside for 2 or 3 hours in the hot sun, they had to have lemonade. And as the day got hotter and they got thirstier, the lemonade prices went up higher and higher.
Why the money?
They were our next door neighbors.
It was really nice visiting with him here at the station, and as always, gracious, and he has a really great memory.
We vacated our house and the Secret Service leased it and then eventually bought it.
The most recent time I've seen him went to Sunday worship at Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains.
In the meantime, John's parents were working full-time with Habitat. Is that right, John? Yes. And they were one of the first volunteers to commit themselves to Habitat on a full-time basis, long before Rosa and I began.
I'm proud of my parents introducing the Carters to something that would become a huge part of their after presidency work. He really has dedicated his life to helping others, and he's done it in ways, various different forums and styles. And it's all based in his upbringing and his Christian faith.
What incredible photos and memories to share with President Carter. We want to take a live look now at the interior, the courtyard of the Carter Center, where, of course, we are awaiting the hearse of the president's motorcade to arrive. We know that it's just an hour and a half or so until he will make his way to the state capitol, and then he will head to the Carter Center, where he will lie in repose for mourners to come and pay their respects. And the Carter Center says they're expecting 2,000 people an hour or so to come and make their way inside to say goodbye to the late president. Just incredible, 2,000 people an hour, each person having some memory or tribute that they want to share, some way that Jimmy Carter has touched their lives, if for no other reason than to share this moment in history with those who knew him. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we return, we will continue to take a look at the life and legacy of America's 39th president. Thank you so much for streaming Fox Local. I'm Ariel Onstott, and you're joining our special coverage as we remember America's 39th president, Jimmy Carter. We have been taking a look at live pictures throughout the morning at the Carter Center, where a memorial continues to grow for the late president. People have been coming to place flowers and notes, pieces of tribute to a man who left his mark on history, but also on the lives of those who loved him across Georgia, here in Atlanta and in Plains, his hometown. Now, of course, the Carter Center is saying that if you would like to support any gift, no matter how large or small, any donation would be wonderful in helping them further their causes, championing those close to Carter's heart, human rights, equality, justice, and fairness throughout the world. But we are, of course, taking a look at what is next and the stages of this process. So we're going to put that up on screen for you in just a little bit so you can get a look and a sense of how this is supposed to unfold. In case you didn't realize, this whole funeral planning process started in 1986 between members of the military and the Carter family. It takes quite a bit of time to begin to pull off the logistics, as you might imagine, for a presidential funeral to make sure that things flow smoothly and safely. We are in stage 1 for this state funeral. It is a 7 to 10 day event. And here in stage 1, we are witnessing a ceremony unfold in the president's home state, Georgia. We witnessed this morning the memorial events as the president's hearse left Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, traveled to his boyhood home in Plains, the national park there. And now we're awaiting his arrival to the state capitol, where he will stand at the Capitol for a moment of silence before ultimately heading to the Carter Center to lie in repose. Now in stage 2, we will see that commence on Tuesday, January 7th. Well, there will be a ceremony in Washington, D.C., and this, of course, allows multiple people from around the world to pay their respects to the late president's legacy as well. In stage 3, we see the final act of this ceremony where the president will be interred and, of course, his loved ones, closest friends, and family members will say goodbye in a private ceremony. Now, we want to take a look throughout this process. We're going to bring you to a courtyard shot of the Carter Center where people are expected to come and pay their respects to the late president in just a few hours. We're expecting, the Carter Center tells us, about 2,000 people an hour, which is incredible to think about. 2,000 people working their way through the center, learning a little bit more about what was important to President Carter and remembering the impact that he leaves behind, if for no other reason than to be a part of this moment in history as Georgia says goodbye to its beloved president, father, and son. We want to take you now to a statement from the family, the Carter family, as they have been faced with an outpouring of love and support that they've received from around the world. They say this confirms what we have known all along. Jimmy Carter's family extends far beyond blood relatives. We are sincerely grateful for everyone's words of comfort and acts of kindness following the passing of such a champion of human rights, justice, and peace. And human rights indeed, because as we know, Jimmy Carter wasn't just about making sure that those abroad had equality and justice. He also wanted to ensure those principles of fairness right here in Atlanta, right here in Georgia, and across the state. Earlier, we talked about how in 1974 he hung the portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. in his government offices. I want to clarify that that was the state capitol. During his term as governor, he hung the portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. there in the state capitol building. This was a huge move for a governor of Georgia and kind of showed a little bit about what Jimmy Carter was ultimately hoping to achieve when it came to racial justice and reconciliation. We know that the time in which Carter was elected, as we begin to take a look perhaps at some videos of his service and his life, we know that the area which he came to power here in the United States, or was elected here in the United States, was a unique time, right? You know, the United States is just coming out of the post-Vietnam, post-Watergate era. It was a first moment in American history in which there was actually some distrust of government. And Jimmy Carter saw this and wanted to bring back those principles of fairness and equality and bring back what he felt was America at its highest ideals. He wanted people to believe in the American spirit and justice and equality. And it was through this that we saw, even when he left office, he said he would be returning to his most important task, his most important job, not as President of the United States, but as an American citizen, pointing out to the value each one of us has and the change each one of us has as citizens of our world to enact good and change for a higher purpose. So as we continue to take a look throughout this video through the life of President Carter, we know some of his achievements include fostering a lifelong peace between Israel and Egypt, as you just saw there, Menachem Begin, and of course Anwar Sadat shaking hands. This was a significant moment, and lasting peace in the Middle East was a huge vision for President Jimmy Carter. And while he did not realize it across the Middle East, between Israel and Egypt, it has been one of his most enduring legacies. One of the things I want to let you guys know about as we continue through this process is a story I was reading about President Carter and how he was standing on principle, even if it meant to his detriment. I learned a little bit more about the president, and one of the things I got to see in understanding him and the person he was is shortly after his father's death, when he left his service in the Naval Academy and came back to Georgia to run the farm in Plains, he was approached by the chief of police and a high-ranking member of the rail depot. These two men came to him and wanted him to join the White Citizens Council because at the time, in the early 1950s in the South, as you might imagine, racial segregation was something a lot of people were behind. President Carter, however, was not, and he declined the invitation of these two gentlemen to join this White Citizens Council. The men left. They later returned to the farm and offered to pay Jimmy Carter's dues, saying it would be in his best interests if he joined the White Citizens Council. Once again, the late president declined and did not believe that that would be what he wanted to do. So then we watched as I read this story unfold. I learned that later multiple men came back to the president's farm, pressuring him, and a short boycott of his farm there in Plains, Georgia ensued after he declined the invitation to join the White Citizens Council. But Jimmy Carter stood on principle, and it was not something he was going to do, even if it would cost him money. So as we begin to look at the ways in which Jimmy Carter stood on principle, that was just one in many. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to take a look at the life and legacy President Carter leaves behind as we await his hearse to arrive at the steps of the state capitol. We'll be right back. Welcome to News Now. I'm Ariel Onstad, and you are joining us for our live coverage as we remember former President Jimmy Carter. Throughout the morning, we have been sharing so many incredible moments with the late president. And now we want to take a live look at the state capitol, where we await the president's hearse to arrive for a moment of silence around 3 p.m. We're just over an hour away from that visit, where, of course, the president will be pausing there on the steps of the building. We want to now take a moment to visit Fox 5's Brittany Edney, who is there at the state capitol, for a look at what she is experiencing, hearing, and seeing there on the ground.
Good afternoon. We are just about an hour away from the Capitol pause. It is going to be a moment of silence to honor former President Jimmy Carter's service as both governor and also state senator. Right now, Washington Street here outside of the Georgia State Capitol is blocked off between Martin Luther King Jr. and also Mitchell Road. It is right now, you have a very large law enforcement presence, not only on the corners of the Capitol, but also constantly walking and sweeping the grounds here, providing that security. Earlier, we went on a short tour to view pieces of history left behind by the 39th president. Former President Jimmy Carter was actually the first to sign the inside of the gubernatorial desk during his time as Georgia governor, and since then, every other governor has also followed suit. Also inside the Capitol today, we got to get a peek at a very lovely floral wreath full of white flowers that was sitting beneath the portrait of Carter inside the Capitol. Now, later on today, we are expecting to see a very large presence from GSP troopers. We are told that current and former troopers are actually going to be here, 6 of whom used to be on Carter's personal detail when he served as governor. As far as the short service itself, we were told that Jack Carter, the oldest son of the Carters, he will be getting out of the motorcade and then coming here to the steps of the Georgia State Capitol and meeting and shaking hands with the various gathered dignitaries that will be here at the Capitol. That's going to be including, of course, Governor Brian Kemp, also Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, and then Mayor Andre Dickens, and also their family members and other gathered elected officials. Now, as far as this event goes, once all of that wraps up, we do know, of course, the motorcade will leave here, the Georgia State Capitol, and then head on to the Carter Presidential Center. So we're, of course, going to be out here leading up to that time, and we'll bring you all of the updates as they become available later this evening. But for now, reporting live outside the Georgia State Capitol, Brittany Edney, Fox 5 News.
Thank you, Brittany, for that look. Of course, we will continue to keep you updated as we know the president's hearse approaches the state capitol. We want to take a live look there now, as we know the president is due to arrive in just over an hour or so. Now, a little bit about what is to unfold there on the state capitol. When the motorcade arrives in Atlanta, it will stop for a moment of silence, honoring Jimmy Carter's service, both as state senator and as governor. That's at approximately 3 p.m. Now, dignitaries in attendance will include Governor Brian Kemp, as well as his family, the lieutenant governor and his spouse, and the Georgia Speaker of the House, as well as other Atlanta and state dignitaries there at the steps of the Capitol to honor the late president. Now, we want to take a live look in just a little bit at the Carter Center, where we know there is the courtyard that people will be traveling through in order to pay their respects to the late president. In just a little bit, we'll be taking a look at that. I want to let you know that the Carter Center is preparing for 2,000 people to make their way through the Carter Center throughout the next couple of days, or rather, I should say 2,000 people an hour over the next couple of days, which is an absolutely incredible number when you just think about how many people Jimmy Carter touched in order for so many people to make their way through the Carter Center to pay their respects, not just to the man they knew as a politician, but also a farmer, a father, a son. We're going to take a live look at the interior, or rather the courtyard of the Jimmy Carter Center in just a little bit. But first, let's take a live look again at the state capitol, as we know the president's hearse will be arriving in just a little bit. Now, one thing I want to keep you in mind on is we are watching as we're beginning to get some live images of the president's motorcade just onto the interstate. So we want to take a live look at that. You can see the president's hearse and other members of the Secret Service traveling on their way to Atlanta right now. Take a look at the motorcade. This is the president's family members, extended family members in attendance, as well as members of the Secret Service and his protective detail. You're taking a look as this is unfolding live on Fox Local as we remember the late President Carter. The interstate has been closed for this processional to be able to make its way safely and smoothly to the steps of the Georgia Capitol, where then the hearse will travel to the Carter Center, where Carter's body will lie in repose after a service. We want to continue to keep you updated as you see that empty interstate as the president's motorcade just traveled through, the processional of the final 3 SUVs and police officers. We're going to take a live look now at the Georgia Capitol, where we know the president is headed. We are just about an hour away from his visit, where he will stop at the steps of the Capitol, and a moment of silence will commence for his service as a state senator, both terms, as well as governor of Georgia. Now, we want to, of course, take a notice of the fact that you can visit the Carter Center and pay your respects over the next couple days until Tuesday, at which point the president's body will head to Washington, D.C. as part of the state funeral for world leaders and others to pay tribute to him. At this moment, we're going to go ahead and send it to a quick commercial break. We'll have much more on the life of America's 39th president when we return. Welcome into News Now. I'm Ariel Onstout, where we are remembering the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter.
And I'm Elizabeth Rollins. Thanks for joining us. We've been streaming all morning and into the afternoon as we remember President Jimmy Carter. We want to give you a live look now at our state capitol.
And we know that in just about an hour, President Carter's hearse will be arriving there at the steps of the Capitol, where there will be a moment of silence. And Elizabeth, I know this is something that we have been anticipating throughout the morning. We see people already beginning to line up there along our state capitol to pay their respects.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, people have been paying their respects all week, and it's only going to continue. We saw that obviously a lot of folks outside the state capitol right now. You're taking a live look as we wait for the arrival of the motorcade, which is expected to arrive in less than an hour. We're at less than an hour here now.
And Elizabeth, we're learning we actually just have a live chopper feed where we are getting to see a little bit more about the motorcade and processional. So we are going to go ahead and take that, as you can see it beginning to follow the president's hearse and motorcade. We know that the family members of the Carter family and extended family members, as well as members of staff and Secret Service, are all here, making sure that this flows smoothly.
And bear with us. We have been trying to get this shot all morning long. So the technology, we're still, it's hard to, we would keep this on here the entire time if we could, so we could follow. So we are showing this to you because we're able to, so let it just be transparent there.
Yeah, it's really interesting as we're watching this. You can see those rolling closures as they close the interstate for safety, and it's one of those things that as we watch these road closures happen for the hearse to make its way, you're seeing people, so many with American flags and pins to pay tribute. And I think even if someone didn't have a personal memory with Carter, they want to be a part of this moment in history.
Oh, absolutely. And, that motorcade left Americus planes at 11 o'clock this morning. They made their way through, and they were intentional about which counties that they were going to travel through. They traveled through Webster County, so the city of Preston, Schley County, the city of Ellaville, Taylor County, the cities of Butler and Reynolds, and then finally Peach County, which is Fort Valley. And they did that because all of these counties meant something to President Carter throughout his, life, whether that was, early on or during his career or later. But it was very intentional to take the motorcade through these 4 counties. And when they did, they slowed down. So that the community could come and pay their respects and almost coming to a stop for
and it's hard because the motorcade is on such a tight schedule, but the reality is, like, this is not just an American president, this is Georgia's son. It's Georgia's father. He's a farmer, a man of faith, and so many people here in our state want to say goodbye.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing that, and continuing to see that. We've just seen the outpouring of support just this week alone, and I feel like we haven't even gotten started yet. I mean, the fact that they are...
This is stage 1.
They are anticipating 2,000 people an hour to come through
the Carter
to
Center,
pay their respects, to say their goodbyes to our 39th president is just, I mean, I don't even know how they can do it, but clearly they have a plan, and they're confident in executing that. But he's going to lay in repose for 36 hours, so 2,000 people an hour. That's
gives you a concept of just how many people this man touched.
Right.
And as you're joining us, you're taking a live look as we are following along on the president's hearse and motorcade as it makes its way to the Georgia Capitol, where at around 3 o'clock, so just about 50 minutes or so now, the hearse will come to a stop there on the steps of the Georgia Capitol, and there will be a moment of silence. And this is, of course, a tribute to President Carter's service as a state senator, both terms, and as a governor. And one thing, Elizabeth, as we've been looking at his life throughout the morning, that I thought was super interesting was the fact that Carter was the first, take a look, I want to look at the people on this bridge.
People are stopping.
Yes.
Okay.
People are holding American flags, it looks like, watching as the motorcade passes underneath the bridge. They are on the interstate as they head here towards the Capitol.
And I'm looking
and we're following this along live for you in real time. So you're watching it with us, and it's a pleasure to have you here on Fox Local or YouTube, Facebook, wherever you are watching us from. If you are hanging out and joining us to remember America's 39th president, thank you so much. We love having you here with us. Love getting to know you and to share this moment.
And I was just trying to see if I could catch where they are. It looks like they might be near 475. So I assume they're taking 75 from Plains up to Atlanta, and that exit that they just passed where you saw those folks that were just that were stopping. Everybody is just anxiously waiting. There's something magical about watching a motorcade, especially from the air. Wouldn't you say? Or just being able to see it in person. It's just,
I agree. And it just to watch a moment in history and to know that this is Georgia's president and we're bearing witness to this moment in history, I think it's a really special moment. And clearly so many others feel the same way because they're spending their Saturday coming out to do just that.
Yeah, and again, this is a live look, folks, so we apologize if we have some technical issues that are popping in and out. We're making sure that we give y'all the best look that we can. But again, this is a live look of the 39th president and his motorcade on its way to Metro Atlanta, where he will make his first stop at the state capitol.
And as we follow the hearse, we know it has had a journey from this morning. More people lining the bridge. Look at that. More people right there waving flags.
Again, just gives you chills.
Yes.
You know? It's just, wow.
Incredible. And I think we're just going to keep seeing more of that, right? As we go over the interstate and under these overpasses, we're going to see people paying their respects, waving flags. As we were talking about just a minute ago, 2,000 people an hour at the Carter Center. Yeah. And if that's a snapshot of here in Georgia, what is it going to be like in Washington, D.C., where he goes and he's going to lie there until he returns home on Thursday? You know? Yeah. And President Carter, I mean, he touched so many lives, not just here at home, but from his legacy as a human rights advocate, advocating for equality.
And I just love the stories that people have. I mean, everyone seems to have some sort of story. Even if you've never met him, you have a story about how he impacted you and your life or your family or your community. And it's just so chilling to...
So we see a lot of cars, it looks like, on the other side of the interstate, pulling over to pay their respects to the president. They know what's happening and they're stopping there along the side, slowing down, letting the hearse pass. Just incredible moments.
It certainly is. It's chilling. I mean, you can tell that they've definitely shut down or blocked traffic, you know, to make way for the motorcade so that it's got its own solo, you know, giving it space. And so thinking about kind of what's happening outside of what we're seeing is, you know, people are being stopped and they're like, what's going on? Even if they didn't know, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, wow, witnessing history here.
Yeah, because I think about that, right? I was having a conversation with my friend and we were talking about going to the Carter Center. She's a transplant to Georgia. And she just said she would feel honored to be a part of this. And so she said, hey, I'm going to have to be one of those people that goes and visits. We know that there's some bars that come up there from time to time.
Look, okay.
But as our feed is cutting in and out.
And it looks, so they're right outside of Forsyth, or they might be moving through the city of Forsyth, not county, rather. So this is south of Atlanta, obviously. And take a look at the number of people who are stopping and watching that
cars
motorcade.
Parked on bridges.
Wow.
But one thing I want to keep in mind here is we are going to keep you updated on the timing of these events. You know, we're getting information all the time into our newsroom as to what things look like and the timing of this process. We do know that things run on a tight schedule, but that doesn't mean that they can't fall behind or things can't go as expected. So we'll
as we're hearing, it sounds like, you know, maybe they took a little bit longer in some of those communities to allow folks to mourn and grieve and say goodbye. So they're supposed to arrive at the state capitol right at, I believe it was 3 o'clock. So they might be running a
3:15.
Yeah, it could be 3:15, 3:30. So just keep that in mind too if you're anxiously waiting to check out the motorcade near the state capitol. But they're only going to be there very briefly. Carter's son is the only one that's supposed to get out, and he's going to greet the governor and the lieutenant governor and the mayor.
And once we finish with that, we will be watching him proceed to the Carter Center. But first, we're going to go ahead and take a short break, and we'll come back and continue to follow this process as we pay respects to America's 39th president.
And thanks so much for joining us. We are continuing our live coverage of the presidential motorcade. The 39th president, President Jimmy Carter, making his way. That is, you're looking at 75 North, I-75 North, as that motorcade makes its way from Plains to Metro Atlanta.
And Elizabeth, it's just incredible. We've been seeing so many people on bridges, on overpasses with American flags, their cars stopped, pulled over as they watched this hearse and motorcade pass by. And a few minutes ago, we actually saw people on 75 South pulling over and slowing down to pay respect to the president. You can actually see it happening in real time here.
Yes.
People noticing, if for no other reason, the fact that these are the only cars on this side of the interstate.
Yeah, and like we were just saying, it's hard to know kind of what's going on outside of what we're seeing here live, but you know that folks have got to have some kind of warning, right? Like they know something big is happening, or they know in fact this is what's happening. But nevertheless, it's chilling to watch. Again, we were talking about there's something magical about watching it from the air. And just
getting to see these moments unfold.
Yes.
And we know that President Carter's hearse was scheduled to arrive at the steps of the state capitol at around 3 this afternoon, but the motorcade is running slightly behind, so it's likely they will be there closer to around 3:30. We'll continue to follow this and keep you updated as we watch this procession unfold. What we do know, Elizabeth, as you were kind of describing earlier when we were discussing, you know, Jimmy Carter wasn't just a president, right? To so many others, he was a farmer, a friend, a neighbor.
Yes.
And we're seeing people bear that out because they have actually come to the side of the interstate to pay their respects.
Wow,
Absolutely incredible. You can see our chopper camera pointing over there to the left where cars have pulled over.
Right. And again, they are probably coming pretty close to, you know, the outskirts of Metro Atlanta. They were going through Forsyth, Georgia, about 15 minutes.
We're getting close.
15 minutes ago. So I mean, if you're traveling on I-75, you know, they're definitely making their way north pretty quickly, especially since they don't have any traffic to deal with. But
if you see our feed cut a little bit, just bear with us because that is our chopper camera transmitting that signal to us live. You're watching live video being broadcast. As soon as it's coming into our chopper, it's coming back to us. And so we sometimes get those screens where we know that things are going to have to transition a little bit. So we'll keep you updated as we follow the motorcade. Just keep in mind this is a live stream, and as a result, we're rolling with the punches here with you. So,
and so we're back. Okay, so seeing that though, I mean, this is what we've been excited about all day, you know, and so we're going to stay with us as long as we have access to this live feed. We are going to be bringing that to you live. So just know that you know, this was sort of kind of the anxious part of the day, right? We saw him in Plains and Americus, and then, you know, then we have to wait, and so it's very neat to be able to kind of follow.
Yes. We were talking about the magic unfolding and watching so many people say goodbye to someone who touched them, who left such a lasting impact, not just on our state, but on the world at large. I think one of the most enduring legacies of Jimmy Carter is his ability to transition from that as a president to a citizen. And even in his farewell address, when he left office, he talked about how he would be returning to a most important role, which was an American citizen.
Right, and I was just reading something about how, I forget the word they used when basically he was at Camp David when he found out that he wasn't reelected, and so he was disappointed because he wanted to figure out how he could continue to serve. And he woke up one morning and woke up Rosalind and said, we have to create a mini Camp David, and so that's what they did. That was kind of like the foundation of all their, you know, I guess
Hello Carter Center.
Yeah, yes, but all their missions that they have, you know, they've had their hands in just about anything.
So many things.
So that was sort of kind of the foundation of that, and that's just so neat. And you know, I feel like it's hard to believe that he only served one term.
Yes,
because
I agree with that.
We don't hear about presidents. Well, we don't hear about a lot of presidents who have
continued to make an impact in the way he did.
Yeah, who only served one term and moved on. And so, you know, it's almost like he's still served without serving.
Yes,
you know?
And Elizabeth, it makes me think, you know, right, about myself from the standpoint of what legacy am I leaving behind, right? I think moments like this make me think about how I can enact good in the world, and in doing so, I think that's exactly the kind of legacy Jimmy Carter wanted to enact. He wanted everyone to question how they could be of better service to their communities, and it's through example that sometimes we can have the best forms of leadership just by seeing what someone else does. And that's, you know, some of our thoughts as we're reflecting here. If you're just joining Fox Local and watching our stream, or if you're joining us from YouTube or Facebook, we're watching the President's motorcade as it makes its way to the steps of the state capitol in Atlanta. And we are running a few minutes behind schedule. We learned the motorcade's about 30 minutes delayed, so they won't be there around 3. They'll be there closer to 3:30. But as we take a look, this is just incredible. Look at all of those cars parked on the overpass, waiting to watch the president's hearse go by and on the bridge.
Wow.
Every time I see this, I can't help but just get the tiniest bit emotional.
I know, yeah, and I'm over here trying to figure out, okay, where exactly are they? Trying to pinpoint them on the map, but it's just, I have chills thinking about it, and just watching, you know, the video from this morning of, you know, putting him into the hearse.
Yes,
and then
the Secret Service members.
Yes, and then I can't imagine how emotional that must have been for them, those who put their lives on the line
Yes.
for this man.
Yes.
You know, and we can't live forever, so I guess this is probably the best way in which you would want to serve your president.
Look at these trucks on the other side. They've stopped. The bus has stopped.
Wow.
This is an incredible moment for Georgia from the standpoint of the impact Carter had on the world, because he didn't just put his hometown of Plains on the map. He also put our state. I mean, this is our president, right?
Yeah.
You know, he was our governor before he was our president. He was our
he's
state
done
senator.
so much that's what's like. I almost forget that he was governor. You
Yes.
know what I mean?
Because there's so many other things.
He's done so many great things. He's won a Nobel Prize.
And what a commentary on the American dream, that he can go from being a peanut farmer to the president of the United States of America. And this idea that when he announced his bid for the presidency, pundits at the time were like, Jimmy who?
Right.
No one's saying Jimmy who now.
Well, and it was so funny. We heard from President Biden earlier today, and when he gave his remarks, which actually took place earlier this week, but we were letting you listen to some of the fun stories, and one of his favorite stories was when Jimmy asked him to endorse him for president, and he was like, Jimmy, I'm nobody, which is just so funny because they're both both somebody, and it's just it just shows
that
you
humility.
But yeah, it's just again, he's one of a kind, that's for sure. And it looks like they're right outside of Jackson, Georgia, so we're getting close to
slowly but surely.
We're creeping up on kind of the outskirts of McDonough and Locust Grove. So they should be approaching, the this outskirts of the Metro Atlanta counties very shortly.
One thing, when I think of Jimmy Carter is his enduring legacy in terms of advocating for democracies in developing nations, from both the Soviet Union, Latin America, the Middle East. He wanted to make sure that people had a free and fair election. He saw what we had here in America as being a gift, that people could place a vote and know that it would mean something. That's why he and Rosalind actually watched elections in developing nations to make sure that principles of fairness were being carried out. You see more people stopped there on the left, pulled over. There's one story in Nicaragua in 1990 where he was a voice for democracy again, and it was a moment, I kind of want to read the exact quote, where President Carter says, he recalled in the Carter Center at 30, he says he went to see Daniel Ortega, who was the Sandinista leader at the time. Oh my gosh, everyone just pulled over there to the right. Incredible moments.
Just chills.
We're going to revisit a little bit more about the president's life and legacy. You can see the entire southbound interstate stopped there, and we're going to share more stories. But first, we do need to take a quick commercial break, and when we come right back, we'll be sharing more of this. Welcome to News Now. I'm Ariel Onstad, and you're joining our coverage here on Fox Local as we continue to honor the late Jimmy Carter, 39th President of the United States. Here with me, I have Buddy Darden. The distinct pleasure of this man joining me here at the desk is wonderful because you're going to share a little bit more about your relationship with the late president.
That's right, Ariel. I met Jimmy Carter, who was just plain Jimmy, in 1966.
Incredible.
The first time he ran for governor. And I'd been student body president of the University of Georgia, and he sought out people who had been active on the campus. So I got to know him then, and he and a former roommate of mine, Hamilton Jordan, came over to campaign, and that is the time he ran unsuccessfully. But the amazing thing is I supported him back then, and he never stopped running for governor. He ran for governor unsuccessfully in '66, never stopped, and then was elected in 1970. But I do need to be very candid with you. I did not support him the first time, but I told him I wouldn't because I was committed to Carl Sanders, who had been the previous governor.
Right.
And my boss, who was the DA of Cobb County at the time, had appointed the
You
DA,
were navigating
my boss.
yourself.
So I explained that to got Jimmy Carter, about to be governor, and he understood. He never held it against me.
Shows just what kind of man he was. And I want to draw your attention, Buddy, right here to your screen, because this is what our viewers are watching in real time. This is the processional through our helicopter video as it's making its way towards Atlanta. So we can see that hearse and members of the family as they come up this way. How did Carter eventually win you over?
Well, he won me over, of course, when he got the Democratic nomination over Carl Sanders. That was a big shocker, by the way, because the Democratic establishment, for the most part, was for Sanders. He had been a good governor. He'd been a progressive governor, and of course, Lester Maddox had been preceded Carter as governor. So we were ready for a change.
We've seen politics make that transition over time. I feel like the Democratic Party that we once saw back in the early 20th century through now, it's not fully the same. You know, we've seen those transitions, and you got to kind of live that out as you worked with Carter a little bit.
Fully the same. It's not the same at all. The Democratic Party has changed a lot.
Quite a bit.
And Jimmy Carter, by the way, his first race in 1966, he ran to the left. But then when he came back, he ran to the right of Carl Sanders and was able to capture the imagination of the people and the support. But the thing about Jimmy Carter, and the reason that he succeeded in so many things, is that he worked harder than anybody in politics I've ever known. Now, we can chalk it up to luck, you can chalk it up to the times, but I've never known anybody so intense and to work so hard. And it kept on going. After I got to Congress, a number of years later, he would call me about issues that he was interested in, and as well as Miss Carter. She called me several times about issues that she was interested in.
It's amazing to see the partnership the two of them had and how service and a good work ethic was how they lived their lives. You know, when Carter left the presidency, we saw that he didn't just sit idly by once his presidency was over. He said, I got to get to work and I've got to continue to serve.
You're absolutely right. He called me in 1992 when I was in Congress, and NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, was up, and I was not going to vote for it. And I said, Mr. President, at that time he was Mr. President, I said, I've already promised Senator Lamar Plunkett from over in Carrollton, who had been his floor leader, I've already promised Senator Plunkett I'm going to vote against it because he had a textile plant there. And he said, well, I'll see about that. And so about 24 hours later, Senator Plunkett from down in Carrollton called me back. He said, Jimmy Carter has explained things to me, and I'm going to release you from that commitment, and you can vote for NAFTA.
Oh, wow.
And here he is, hands-on now.
Yes.
In 1992.
Yes.
Years after, 20-something years after he had left the presidency.
It goes to show the influence one can have and the value of communication, because just by having that communication, he was able to create long-lasting policy. He said, hey, let me call the guy that's holding you in a commitment and let's talk this through, and then let's get a deal done.
Absolutely. And don't forget about Mrs. Carter. She was a rock, and she was a real soldier. And she never let him rest, and was always on top of the issues as well, especially in the role of women. When I was in the state legislature in 1983, she called me up, and they, of course, already been out of the White House for 3 years, and said, I want you to vote for the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment. And I said, well, Ms. Carter, most of my people are against it. She says, remember to call me Rosalind. And so I said, well, Rosalind, most of my people are against it. But she said, don't you have a daughter? I said, I do. And so anyway, make a long story short, I voted for the Equal Rights Amendment. 43 out of 180 of us voted for it. People said that would be the end of my political career. And 9 months later, I was elected to Congress.
How did that make you feel?
Made me feel pretty good.
It's interesting to think about the fact that Jimmy Carter, and during his term as governor, hung the portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. in the state office. And at the time, that was probably not well received, but Jimmy Carter said, I'm going to think ahead here.
Not well received. The top of the Capitol almost came off because he had been portrayed, maybe not by himself, but by others, as a very conservative and a very racially conservative candidate. And all of a sudden he gave a speech that is so famous now that the time for racial discrimination is over.
Yep.
And it was. And so he did quite a turnabout once the campaign was over. And I've always admired him for it.
Oh, take a look at this, buddy. We see an American flag hanging down from a fire truck over the interstate as the hearse is passing by. That just gives you chills, doesn't it?
It does. My friend Chuck Bird down in Taylor County, Reynolds, Georgia, called me about an hour and a half ago and said that the procession had just come through the small town of Reynolds, Georgia in Taylor County on the way to the expressway. And he said, you don't have to worry about getting a speeding ticket today because all the state patrolmen in Georgia are involved in the procession here.
Isn't that right? And look at this. It's like a parking lot over on southbound 75 as people are completely stopped there on the interstate looking over to pay tribute to the president. Because for so many of us, right, it's before he was president of the United States, he was our governor, he was our state senator. There's a sense of ownership and pride in making sure that you bear witness to this moment in history, but also remember the legacy that he left behind. And I think so many people are, even if they have no personal memories with President Carter, they're honored to take part in what we're witnessing today.
But let us also remember he was a great president. I just got back from Panama, where my daughter is stationed with the Justice Department down there.
It looks
he
as
is
it
a
does.
National hero.
Yes.
Because had it not been for him, the canal would not have been properly turned over. So he is a hero, and they'll probably, all the flags will probably be half-staffed down there. And I'm sure there are kids down there named Carter after him for the contributions he made. And so
incredible.
He did many great things as president. He had some bad luck with the economy and also some bad luck with the hostage crisis. But on January the 20th, 1981, I'd just been elected to the legislature, and we took a bus down to Plains, Georgia from Atlanta and greeted him when he flew back into Plains from having just ceded the presidency to Ronald Reagan.
What was his reaction when he saw you?
He said to the group, and I never will forget, he says, today I've ascended to the highest office of all.
U.S. citizen.
Private citizen.
Oh, buddy. It really makes you think about the legacy that any one of us could leave behind. We don't need to be president to make a difference.
That's true. You don't need to be president. But you got to work.
Yes.
And there's nobody who ever got outworked by Jimmy Carter.
I see tears in your eyes right now. What does this moment bring up for you? What makes you feel this way?
So many reflections going back to 1966. I'm 81 years old now. And he's been a part of my political life that entire time. Sometimes together, sometimes apart. But that's the way it is.
Yeah.
You might be friends one day, and then you might be at odds the next day, but you come together in the end.
The enduring respect that even if you disagree with a man's policies, you can respect who they are as a person.
That's right.
And I think that that's something that so many people who knew Jimmy Carter, even if they didn't agree with his politics,
Right.
they respected the man he was.
That's right.
Buddy, as you watch this, you can see cars slowing down there on the left side of the interstate. The helicopter's getting ever so closer to Atlanta. We know that they're about 30 minutes behind. If I had to take an educated guess, I would think it's because the counties that they were traveling through this morning, maybe they stopped a little longer to let people pay their respects. Maybe they slowed, maybe not, but something tells me that they're wanting to make sure people get to say goodbye. And this, of course, is done in accordance with the Carter family wishes as they're following this hearse.
Except one thing, Jimmy Carter was always on time, and he would not appreciate being one minute late.
1 minute late. Not even today, you don't think?
Not even today. He would want to arrive on time. But,
must be from his Navy training.
But the Carter son has always been a special thing for Atlanta. In fact, my son George and his wife Casey were married there in 2007.
Wow.
They had the wedding ceremony there and then the reception.
Yeah.
And it was a very nice and well-attended event.
Yeah.
But
the Carter
I'm so
Center
proud
is
that they saw fit to use that venue.
Yes, a beautiful place to get married, and what a place to, in a way, it's interesting that you would have such a relationship with the late president, and then they're getting married there. It's just like a cementing of all those memories fusing together in a way.
Whenever I saw President Carter beginning in 1966, I'd always introduce myself because there's nothing worse than somebody coming up to you, do you know who I am?
Yes,
and that
of
kind
course.
of thing. So I must have introduced myself to him 30 or 40 times, but when we were going down the line at the inaugural ball, after we'd come up for the inauguration, my wife Lillian and I went up for the inauguration, and when he took office in January 20, 1977, and we were coming through line. He says, "You don't have to tell me, you're Buddy Darden." but you've got to remember that people always need to tell the politician who they are.
Yes, yes. I think that speaks a little to your own humility, but it's nice that after a bit he said, "Hello, I remember you. I know who you are."
Right.
And it kind of shows a little bit about the relationship the two of you shared, even though you may not have been at odds at different times.
Well, again, like I say, I didn't support him the first time he ran for governor. I was committed somewhere else, but he appreciated that because the one thing that a politician doesn't like are people who tell you one thing and do
lip
another.
service.
And do another.
Yeah.
So I think he always appreciated the fact that I was honest with him rather than waltz him around, which happens in the Georgia legislature a whole lot.
Buddy, it sounds like some politics. But speaking of the Georgia legislature, we know that in just about 30 minutes or so, right, we are looking at about 2:45 right now, 2:46, about 15 minutes, and then another 15. Hopefully we'll start to see the hearse make its way into Atlanta. We know that around 3:30, because they are running a little behind, they will stop at the steps of the Georgia Capitol and allow a moment of silence for people to pay tribute. We know that the governor, of course, will be there, as well as other state dignitaries. And it looks like we're taking a live look there at the steps of the Capitol, where people are beginning to line up to begin this moment of silence and this pause. One thing I do want to mention, of course, is that after this, the hearse and Carter's body will be transported to the Carter Center, where he will lie in repose, and people can come and pay their respects to him until Tuesday. And the Carter Center is expecting 2,000 people an hour to come through to say goodbye. And you were telling me just a little bit ago you're going to be one of those people.
My wife Lillian and I will be going out to Dobbins for the departure ceremony when the family leaves to go to DC on Tuesday.
Okay.
And then we'll be attending the official state funeral at the Washington National Cathedral. So we are really honored to have been invited to this very special event, because they couldn't invite everybody, and if I had not been invited, I certainly would have understood.
Yeah.
But I'm very pleased and honored to be there.
What is, as we watch the hearse, you know, on the interstate here make its way closer, you can see those clearly, the exit signs, so we know we're getting closer. What's your takeaway for building consensus in divisive times? You know, how do you work to build consensus, maybe outside of the State House, but in everyday life as you work with people you may not disagree with, right? Because we saw this with President Carter. He was able to build consensus among people who didn't always support his policies or didn't always agree with him, but he got them there. How do you think we can do that?
Here's how we need to do it, in my opinion. You need to start out on the things you agree with and then work toward the middle and work then on the things that you disagree with, rather than coming into the things you disagree with first and then you blow the whole operation. So what you need to do is emphasize on what you have in common and then take that and let that be the basis of working together the more difficult parts of it. And I think that since I've left Washington, that's been the real problem there, is that they start off disagreeing rather than starting off agreeing.
There's more that unites us than divides us, and if you start from a place of unity rather than a place of division, you can end up achieving a lot more and getting there in the long run. Apt words, because I think that, you know, unity was something that Jimmy Carter really wanted to achieve among different groups of people, and
he was good at it. He always started off complimenting people he didn't like and things about them he did like. And then he
kind of disarming.
It's very disarming. And of course his manners. He had impeccable manners and a good Southern guy, you know. And of course
parents who raised him
and
right.
I keep on coming back to this because I was thinking about being at Rosalind's funeral over at Glen Memorial Church, and again, how all the people were there, and no one failed to mention her very strong influence.
Look at this. We have another fire truck, a ladder truck with a flag hanging from the mast.
Wow. Oh, that's so
incredible.
impressive. That's so impressive, Ara.
Oh, it's beautiful. People slowing down on southbound 75.
Well, this is.
I'm so honored you can be here with me, buddy. And
well, I'm just honored to be here and just to say my words about it, because there's so many people, though. I'm not unique by any means. There's so many people who knew President Carter better than I, who were a lot closer than I, and so many people. 100 years is a good run, as you know.
Longest lived of any American president.
Of any American president.
You're saying he would have loved this. Why did you say that you think he would have loved this?
Because in a way, he has been redeemed.
I understand.
Because he left the White House age 56.
Yes.
And with nothing to do and nowhere to go. And most people considered at that time him to be a failure. But now history has changed things. And he's now looked on as a great American hero.
With hindsight, we realize where things are. Well, buddy, it's been incredible having you on. Thank you for sharing a little bit of the legacy of Jimmy and Rosalind, as we know she was his better half, so to speak, his rock, his partner, and everything.
Just like me, Carter married up.
You know, it's a beautiful thing when I think people realize that they can't do it alone, and that having someone in your corner who will love you no matter what.
Unconditional love.
Unconditional love. And Jimmy said that about Rosalind. So, buddy, thank you so much for sharing your stories and emotion with us. We do need to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue to follow this procession. But it's been an honor having you here.
Thank you for having me. It's really been nice to be back.
Buddy, thank you. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to go ahead and send it to a short break. Welcome back to News Now. I'm Ariel Onstadt, and you're joining us for our special coverage as we honor the late President Jimmy Carter.
And I'm Elizabeth Rollins. We thank you for staying with us as we continue to cover a man who has just left behind such a beautiful legacy. And I just loved hearing that conversation with you and Buddy. That was so special.
If you're just tuning in, I was speaking a minute ago with Buddy Darden, who has served in our state legislature and, of course, worked with President Carter. He didn't always agree or see eye to eye, but ultimately the two men would find consensus over various topics. And it was, I think, more than anything, what made me emotional during that interview was watching the tears in his eyes when he talked about how President Carter is being redeemed. You know, we're watching this motorcade and all these cars lined up to pay tribute. And it's one of those things where when he left office, as Buddy was explaining, you know, it was looked upon at that time that if you didn't serve 2 terms, you might have been a failed president because you weren't reelected.
Right.
But as we're seeing.
Yes, and bear with us, folks. This is live television, so the signal is a little glitchy at some point. So, but we are bringing you this live. We are watching this motorcade as it comes in from south of Atlanta to the state capitol, where the governor and the mayor will pay their respects. They left planes at 11 o'clock this morning. And we were talking about this earlier. We could not wait for this part of the day, right? Because there's a 4-hour gap, right? We saw him leave the medical center. They rang the bell at his family home, and then it's a 4-hour drive. And so, you know, we got this feed as soon as we could, and it's chilling just to watch this sort of unfold. You know, you're watching history for sure.
More than anything, I could not agree more, Elizabeth, but especially seeing, you know, so many people lined up along the interstate. We've seen people camping out on overpasses and bridges, of course, paying their respects, holding American flags, pins, stickers, anything that allows them to say goodbye on their terms and to honor the legacy that Carter is leaving behind. We're following that hearse with our chopper feed there along the interstate. And we know the motorcade is running about 30 minutes behind schedule. As Buddy said to us during that interview earlier, Carter likely would not have approved of that because he was a very punctual man, down to the minute, who must be on time. But Buddy also did say that the way that this is happening, the way that Carter is being remembered, would make Carter happy because he is facing this redemption. American flags being held by ladder trucks over bridge overpasses. People stop to pay their respects. It would make his heart sing, and Buddy was telling me a little bit about what that would mean to the former president. But we do know that they are scheduled to arrive at the steps of the state capitol at around 3:30. But we're going to take a live look.
Yeah, and again, bear with us, guys, if technical difficulties. So we'll make sure that we get that feedback, hopefully, in just a minute. But we do know that they're getting really, really close to Atlanta, and or the state capitol, and we will lose that feed at some point. But we have thankfully had it for the last 2 hours that we've been able to share with y'all. And
looks like we're getting it back now, a live look from our chopper at the motorcade. But again, like Elizabeth was saying, we know that at a certain point the chopper will have to peel off for security as the motorcade makes its way to Atlanta. This is, of course, something that takes a lot of time and effort to plan between the family and the military. And we're making sure that...
They started planning this in 1986.
Incredible, incredible.
Wow. Yeah, and from what I hear, that Rosalind actually had played a major role in picking out all of the music that you're going to hear at the ceremony this afternoon when they finally get to the Carter Center. So it's just, again, something... Planning your own funeral, I don't know if that's...
so many decades in advance, yes. It's kind of an odd thought, but when you're the President of the United States, I guess you have to make such arrangements. One thing, you know, as we watch this motorcade approach Atlanta, I know Elizabeth has been keeping up throughout the morning, kind of letting us know where we're at when we reach it. Do keep in mind that after we get to the steps of the state capitol, the motorcade will then make its way to the Carter Center, originally scheduled for around 4 this afternoon, but it's probably going to be closer to 4:30 because we are running a little bit behind schedule. But then there will be an official ceremony, official funeral ceremonies that start at the Carter Center. And then from there, Carter's body will lie in repose until Tuesday morning where it will go to Dobbins Air Reserve Base and then be sent to Washington, D.C.
Well, and to, you know, I know that President Carter was always prompt and on time, and he wouldn't like they were running behind. But I will say that they were on time up until they were slated to drive through the 5 counties that they had planned to drive through and slow down so that they could stop for the folks who wanted to say goodbye and pay their respects. And so I'd like to think that, you know, they just took some extra time because people needed that time.
100%. Yep.
You know, and so yeah, it's neat to just see the people lining up, stopping on the side of the road. You know, it's just he's unlike any other, right? And I just loved Buddy's point of that. You know, back then, if you weren't reelected, then you were a failure, and he was determined that he was not going to be a failure. You know, and you know, to me, it's chilling because that's when you know that, you know, that's genuine. That's a genuine want to just do the right thing, to be a servant, truly. You know, and so it's also refreshing to kind of take a minute and think about that, and think about, you know, this legacy that he's left behind.
When we think of, you know, when I was interviewing Buddy just a minute ago, there were 2 moments where he got tears in his eyes. One of them was talking about Carter's redemption. The other, the first time, was when he was talking about Carter leaving office and how in his farewell speech to the American public, he talked about how he would be taking up the most important title one could have, which was the role of U.S. citizen. And it really speaks to how any one of us have the opportunity to make an impact.
Yeah, and it's just, and again, it just puts context to that story that we were talking about earlier when he found out he wasn't reelected, and then he woke up and he said, hey, we've got to come up with a mission.
And in just a little bit, we're going to actually be joining the live coverage here at Fox 5, where we're of course streaming this to you live, and we're taking a live look there at the Metro Atlanta area, and showing just how close the motorcade is. It is very, very close. We are getting there.
And they are on 75 North, heading towards the state capitol. So, and of course, we'll continue to follow this.
Yes, absolutely. I think at this point, let's go ahead and wrap this up because we want to take a quick break before we have a newscast that's slated to begin as this services commence.
That's right.
It's been wonderful hanging out with you here on Fox Local. We're going to go ahead and send it to a quick break.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Ram Halftime Report, sponsored by Ram Trucks, built to serve. Nebraska, tough to beat at home.
Bureau. I'm Eric Perry, glad to have you with us on this Saturday as we remember the 39th Commander-in-Chief. Now, for those of you looking for the college basketball game, it can be seen on WAGA 5.3 buzzer and the Fox. Jimmy Carter on its way to the first stop at the state capitol. The motorcade will then pause for a moment of silence there.
Yes, and as we are looking live outside here, watching the hearse as it's making its way into here, we know several state dignitaries will be at the state capitol here in the state of Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, as well as members of the Georgia legislature and also state troopers. From what we understand, Governor Kemp's family, as well as spouses and other members of the families of some of these dignitaries, will also be present for this moment. Now, from the state capitol, the motorcade will travel to the little bit behind schedule. We will see if this service still begins right at 4 p.m. After that service, the body of former President Carter will lie in repose, so mourners will be able to pay their respects. That will start at 7 tonight and will last through Tuesday morning.
Yeah, all across the state this morning, people have been paying their respects. Let's begin this morning as Jimmy Carter's remains were carried out of Phoebe Sumter Hospital there in Americus. His then placed inside of a hearse. The casket you see there carried by current and former members of the Secret Service. Also, hospital staff members were invited as well. Many of those either served while he was at some point in his life or in his final stages there. Now, President Carter's family was there, of course, a number of them outside of the hospital watching as President Carter's body was then loaded into that hearse.
Now, many locals gathered to get the final glimpse of the former president before the hearse departed. It was such a moving moment watching the pallbearers, as you said, Eric, members of current and former members of his detail carry the casket to the hearse, and you see the public there alongside members of the staff at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center watching as the hearse is leaving that hospital. Such huge significance that hospital is to the Carter family.
And they wanted to make sure that those members there at Phoebe Sumter, the medical center, were involved in this and got their chances to say their final goodbyes. This is video as the hearse was riding through planes. If you know anything about Jimmy Carter and the Carter family, planes mean so much. He brought that small town to a global stage. That's where Jimmy Carter and his wife, Rosalind Carter, who died last year, spent much of their life. You can see many people at some point going across the sidewalks there, people paying their respects.
And what we know now is the motorcade is arriving, as you see here, with an escort of state troopers to the U.S. Capitol now. In just a moment, you will see the hearse carrying the casket of the 39th President of the United States, James Earl Carter, Jr.
The 60s and 70s there, they are also expected to be there on the front steps as well. We see the hearse just stopping, and we're expecting Jack Carter, the eldest son, to get out and shake the dignitary's hands. And we can see Marty Kemp, Governor Kemp, Andre Dickens behind him. On his left is his daughter, and also the Speaker of the State House here, and also the Lieutenant Governor among the dignitaries.
Yes, very important that these members of political office are present for this moment. People may not remember Mr. Carter also served as a state senator before he was the governor of Georgia. So the U.S. Capitol certainly a significant part of this process as the state funeral is happening today for former President Jimmy Carter. We are going to continue watching these moments. We're going to stay Carter's family. He was not only a father, but a grandfather, a great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather. So you could just imagine the contingency of members of the Carter family who are also here for this moment. And this has been something that has been planned out now for literally decades.
1986 is when they started making those arrangements here. You can see the eldest son, and I believe that is the grandson as well, right behind him, shaking the dignitary's hands to your right, looking at the screen, Governor Kemp and his wife, First Lady Marty Kemp, Mayor Andre Dickens here in Atlanta, and his daughter.
And the three daughters of Governor Kemp there shaking the hands of Jack Carter and also Jimmy Carter's grandson. Just a poignant moment seeing everybody come together, a community of elected officials beyond party lines coming together and recognizing the gravity of this moment and respectfully sending their well wishes to the Carter family.
Yeah, 1962 is when he entered the Senate here in the state. We do want to take a moment to listen in this moment. All right, you've been watching as a moment of silence took place at the state capitol. Of course, he was the president, but before then, he was the governor. And then in 1962, he was elected to the state senate. And we saw his eldest son, Jack Carter, meet the dignitaries there. The governor, Brian Kemp, his wife, the lieutenant governor, Mayor Andre Dickens, and a handful of other dignitaries there as well.
And they also waved there to the distance to the group that's standing higher above there on the steps to the U.S. Capitol. Those are some of the members of the Georgia legislature who wanted to be here as well for this moment. This won't be the last we'll see of Governor Kemp and Mayor Dickens. From what we understand, they are going to be part of the service that will be taking place at the Carter Center, scheduled to happen at 4 p.m. And as they are entering their vehicles here now, under the assumption they are also making their way to the Carter Center. About a 2.5-mile distance between the Capitol and the Carter Center, but that is going to be the next stop to begin that service.
And we do have team coverage for you. Our Brittany Etney has been outside all throughout the day, outside of the Capitol. Brittany, we've seen it on TV, but you're there in person. Walk us through the feelings there as you saw them pay honor to the 39th president.
Well, Eric, it really is the quietest I've ever seen this street ever before. You know, we just experienced that Capitol pause, which is a moment of silence honoring former President Jimmy Carter's time as both a Georgia governor and also state senator. You can see the tail end right now of his motorcade leaving Washington Street and turning onto Martin Luther King Jr. right over there. And on the corner, right past where all the security has been blocking the entrance to that street, you can see a huge crowd of spectators. And mind you, I'm looking at least around 100 people just from where I'm standing at, and it is just completely quiet here as people gather to pay their respects and to honor Carter and everything that he has given to both Georgia and this country. You know, also out here today, we saw a large gathering of about 90 lawmakers right now who are still poised at the very top of the stairs right outside of the multiple French doors of the Georgia State Capitol. They are still standing there, many with their
there, arms crossed as they await the motorcade to finish exiting. And then also right at the edge of these stairs and then all the way towards the front gate here, you can see members of the Georgia State Patrol lined as well. It is both former and current members of GSP. We are told that 6 GSP troopers who are now retired, many of them, were actually on Carter's security detail when he was governor here. So 6 of those former troopers are here as well, lining the stairs out here today to honor a man that they formerly worked with and provided security details for. Earlier today, we got to go inside of the state capitol and also just really experience and see a lot of the history that has been left behind in Carter's wake. I can tell you that outside of the governor's office, where a portrait of Carter hangs beneath that, is a really lovely wreath bouquet of white flowers, some roses in there as well, sitting again underneath that portrait. And also inside the Georgia State Capitol today, another thing that we got to go in and experience is the gubernatorial desk. Former President Jimmy Carter was actually the first governor to sign inside of the desk, and he kind of set the tradition and the benchmark for that, because following that, all of the other governors in their wake actually started signing the inside of that desk too. Now you can actually see right now outside of the Capitol those troopers starting to fall in and leave the outside entrance here, as well as all the dignitaries that have gathered. Lawmakers still again poised at the very, very top though. So it has been a very large gathering of not only lawmakers but of Capitol staff as well, as everyone came together to be a part of that Capitol pause. But again, really today it's been just a very large gathering of everyone who wants to come out here and honor the 39th president. As Eric and Christine, you both mentioned, we did see Jack Carter. He is the eldest son of the Carters. He was out here shaking hands with, Governor Brian Kemp, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, also Mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens. So we saw, family of former President Carter out here. We saw a few hugs as well as handshakes from some of those elected officials as well, just really embracing that family. And, kind of as you mentioned, just a very bipartisan collection of, elected officials who just wanted to unite today in honor of Carter. From here, the motorcade has already taken off and it's departing and heading, of course, to the Carter Presidential Center, where service will begin for Carter. Now, it was set to start at 4 p.m., but because of some traffic that we were told from a representative for the Carter Center, things are running a little bit behind. But right now, of course, that is where that motorcade is underway. So you can expect you can expect that motorcade to arrive there shortly. Probably 15-20 minutes is the estimated time that we last heard of. But we're going to continue to be out here today, as we are hoping elected officials are set to make some comments and remarks and other happenings out here in wake of the motorcade and this Capitol pause. So we'll be here to bring you that later on today in our coverage. But for now, reporting live, Brittany Edney, Fox 5 News.
Brittany, you talked about it being as quiet as a mouse along that street, which, like you said, almost never happens in that part of the city, right? Were you able to get a sense of, was it just the handshake, or did it seem like words were exchanged with Jack and Jason Carter as they shook hands with dignitaries?
Well, I can tell you that along with those handshakes and some hugs, those quick embraces, it did seem like there were some short sentiments expressed. Not a lot, because I think, the Carter family members are really trying to make sure that they greeted every single person that were there outside, lined up along the sidewalk. But it really felt like it was, those just serious moments of gratitude for having everyone gathered there from the Carter family. Again, a lot of just stillness and quiet, and a lot of respect shown from the public as well. When you have this many people here in downtown, right next to the busy church, and if you know this area, there's just a lot going on here in this downtown area. So it really was just a moment of paying tribute to Carter and his legacy out here today. Christine.
Brittany, Etney, thank you so much. I mean, we're talking about a man who in 1963 said the words in his inaugural address that I say to you frankly that now is the time for racial discrimination to be over with. We're talking about 1963, a time where, you know, a lot of not as harmonious as it is now. We talked with Andrew Young last Sunday when he did pass, and he says that he was different. He said that he didn't just walk the walk, but he talked the talk, and he really wanted people to come together. 1963 to 1967, he was a state senator, then went on in 1971, and did a lot of things while at that Capitol, which is why it's so poignant that he had a moment of silence there. He voted to create MARTA back when his election term there, and he also chaired the Senate Education Committee, which was so important to him.
Yeah, he really was a man ahead of his time as far as the social issues that were so important to him and wanting equality and justice for everyone, not for just a certain few. So it is just amazing to see how his legacy and the footprint that he has left here on the state of Georgia and the gravity of it is so significant. And I think that speaks to he's such a man of faith. That's at the heart of what he wanted to, the legacy that he wanted to leave behind. The Carter procession is expected to get to the Carter Center, where we have our Eric Mock standing by live around the circle of flags. Eric, if you can hear us, tell us what you're experiencing there on the ground, and if you are starting to see some of that procession making its way there.
Yes, Christine, hi. We just saw some Georgia State patrolmen arrive here shortly, and they are kind of the vanguard of this procession, but they're still just a few minutes out here, so I have stepped out from under the front of the camera because we are, it should be arriving here imminently, and you know, the Carter Center here is playing the central role in this service. We're stationed here in the circle of flags, and that is where they will be arriving, and you can see there's some service members here near the entrance to the circle of flags, and there is actually a Army band standing by here as well. They're going to be playing several tunes once the motorcade arrives, including America the Beautiful, and there will be ceremonial troops who are actually going to be the pallbearers, removing the casket from the hearse and bringing it into the Carter Center. But that's why we're being told they're just minutes away. That's why you don't see me in the shot, because we don't want to miss, obviously, them arriving here in the motorcade. Now, there's going to be a lot going on here. It's a big to-do. Here's a sequence of events for once they arrive. Again, ceremonial troops are going to be marching into place. They're then going to remove the casket from the hearse once it arrives. The Carter family is then going to take positions around the hearse, and those military pallbearers will then remove the casket and start to take it inside the Carter Center. That's when more ceremonial troops will present arms and military honors to the former president, and then the 282nd Army Band, who is stationed just to the right of us here of the circle, that's when they're going to start playing, and they're going to play a couple tunes, including America the Beautiful. Then they're going to start that procession, the slow procession, into the Carter Center with the family and the family's personal clergymen following close behind. Now, while that's happening, we're told the Morehouse Glee Club, is going to be singing Eternal Father, Strong to Save. That's the Navy hymn, obviously a nod to Carter's service in the Navy. And I actually had the privilege of speaking to someone not too long ago who her brother actually roomed with President Carver while he was at the Naval Academy. And she actually read us some of his letters when he was there. So the Navy, very central to his life and to his service. Now, like you mentioned, originally that service was scheduled to begin at 4 p.m. We're told that could be delayed slightly once they arrive here. They were able to make up some time getting here. Originally, they told us they're going to be running about a half hour late. They've been able to make up some of that time, so it should be starting a little closer to 4 o'clock. Now, when that service starts, two people very critical to his life and his family, Chip Carter, President Carter's son, and Jason Carter, the former president's grandson and chair of the Carter Center Board of Trustees, are going to be giving remarks during that service, and we'll be having that live as well. Several dignitaries are going to be there. Many who you just saw at the Capitol, Governor Brian Kemp and Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, are both going to be at the service, as well as several other dignitaries. They're going to be laying wreaths at the casket. Then the Carter Center and Presidential Library employees are encouraged to personally pay their respects. And that was really key for the Carters. They said they wanted the Carter Center and presidential library employees to pay a role. Now, let me toss it back over to you guys, Eric and Christine.
All right, Eric Mock, thank you so much. Again, just a litany of people going on there. We also know his personal pastor, the Carter Center CEO, Paige Alexander, will also be there in attendance as well.
You got to remember the Carter Center was, Plains was their home, but the Carter Center was like home B for them as well, right?
Yeah.
It was such an integral part to their philanthropy and their humanitarianism. And if this is going to be anything like what we saw with Rosalind Carter's service, it is going to be really a moving moment that we encourage you to stick around for, to watch the moment as the casket will be leaving the hearse and will be carried by pallbearers into the Carter Center. Our Joy Dukes is also on the ground for us outside the Carter Center. Joy, tell us what you're seeing from your vantage point now.
Yeah, Eric, Christine, good afternoon to you both. It is certainly a solemn day here in the state of Georgia, where we are preparing to say our final goodbye to one of its favorite sons, former President Carter. We're live here outside of the Carter Center, just outside of the front gates here, where there's a lot of activity going on. We can hear helicopters buzzing in the air. You can see this massive media presence, certainly much more activity than this area typically receives. There's a park nearby. People are usually running and walking through here, and certainly going to visit the Carter Center pretty I guess casually, but that is not the case at all. And at the same time that we see these road closures, we hear the helicopters buzzing, and we are all doing so in anticipation of the motorcade's arrival here, which we expect to happen in just the next 20 or 30 minutes here. There is a sense of calm stillness in the atmosphere, which I believe really speaks to the nature of former President Carter as a servant leader to us, and certainly beyond his time in the White House. Now, you can see there is a memorial here outside the front gates that has been here since the start of this all. This was on Sunday when we all first got the news of this. This memorial has just continued to grow and grow. And there was, honestly, we couldn't even see the memorial just about 10 to 15 minutes ago, because there was a line of people who were standing here waiting for that motorcade to arrive so that they could be in position. Now, we are also, of course, awaiting a public viewing that'll be happening a little bit later in the evening. You all mentioned it earlier. Of course, that 4 o'clock private ceremony is going to be happening here, but the public viewing is open to any and everyone who wants to pay their final tribute to the former president. So that is going to be something you certainly won't want to miss if you're interested in attending. It's going to start at 7 p.m. and we know there's only one way you can get there. MARTA is offering up free rides, bus shuttles to the Carter Center so that people can be a part of that viewing. If you are interested, you will definitely want to head over to the King Memorial Rail Station, and that is where they are picking folks up. And we're told that they're expecting about 2,000 people per hour after the private ceremony to be here to be a part of that viewing. And we also know that they're going to be having those shuttles coming every 3 to 5 minutes, so it shouldn't be a long wait, and hopefully it will be a smooth situation for most people. Now, we're starting to hear yelling sounds, so that may be some sense or evidence that that motorcade is getting closer to this area, but we'll of course certainly keep you updated and posted as all of this is going on. But I think the important thing here for anybody who is watching and wants to come out here today is going to be getting to that MARTA King Rail Station so that they can get a ride over here and be a part of that public viewing, which will go on until Tuesday, January the 7th.
Joy Dukes, thanks so much reporting outside, and we are keeping an eye out of when that motorcade gets there. Of course, we'll bring you the latest as the body is transferred inside of the Carter Center. Like you said earlier, his second home. I talked with the CEO a couple of years ago. He had toys inside of that home. He would collect them, so when kids came to visit, he would hand out those McDonald's toys to the kids and spend a lot of valuable time with them as well.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me when you learn and know about who this man was, Jimmy Carter, a man of such integrity, a man who loved his family. So not surprising to see that he wanted to make sure everybody felt welcome, even the kids, when they came to the Carter Center. We are honored to have on set with us right now former Representative Buddy Darden, who knows the former president well and his service well. Mr. Darden, First of all, thank you for coming and being here. Our condolences to you as well, knowing Jimmy Carter. Can you just reflect a little bit on how you're feeling today, watching these moments from early this morning, the body of Jimmy Carter leaving Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, making its way here to Atlanta, just the response. What is your reflection when you see all of that?
Well, Christine, first of all, let me say that the honor is mine to be able to be here with you and Eric and reflect upon the life of Jimmy Carter. What an extraordinary life. And as I've said before, I first met him in 1966 when he came to Athens. I was the past president of the student body there, and he sought the votes of the students and the support of the students. He came over with this guy named Hamilton Jordan, who ended up being the chief of staff in the White House, but I've known him since that time. So this has been, to me, a reaction and a time of reflection. And certainly 100 years, a life well lived, is totally so extraordinary. But not only the time that he was governor and the time that he was president, but the extraordinary life he continued to lead. And I've said this before, but Jimmy Carter always said there might be people smarter, there might be people better looking than he, but no one was ever going to outwork him. And that work ethic that he had, bolstered by his wife Rosalind, the party wife Rosalind, I think is certainly the key to his being such a success throughout his life. He had a tough time when he left the presidency at age 56. What do you do? Where do you go? I've had an experience like that when I lost my seat in Congress, but you got to go on. But what he has done since that time has made all of us Georgians proud. And may I also say that I'm so proud of the state of Georgia and its reaction and how they have a state government led by Governor Brian Kemp and how they have helped plan and helped carry out this event that's going on right now. By the way, I served in the Georgia House of Representatives before I went to Congress with the father-in-law of Governor Brian Kemp. His name was Bob Argo, and a very distinguished legislator, I might add.
Talk a little bit about earlier today, and we have video of this as well. We've seen a massive response on the sides of the highways, going through planes. They took their time through several cities and several counties as they made their way up here. Are you surprised at all that people are coming out on this Saturday, cold outside, just to stand there and pay their last respects to the president?
I am not surprised. I am gratified because finally Jimmy Carter is getting the recognition that he has earned and deserved. A friend of mine, Chuck Bird, from down in Taylor County, Reynolds, Georgia, called me about 2 hours ago and told me that the procession had just come through there, that little town, and he said this would be a good time to speed because there's not a single state patrolman left who is not in that motorcade. And but the state of Georgia has really done us so proud by the reaction they've had and making the people aware. And this is a spontaneous thing that the people feel, because you don't have to have voted for Jimmy Carter. You don't have to have been a part of his governmental organization not to have admired him, not only for the public service that he held and the offices he held, but also the good deeds that he did worldwide. He was a citizen of the world.
What do you think he would think about everything that is happening here now? Because like you said, after his presidency, it was a tough time. He lost the he wanted to run, be reelected to office. That didn't happen. He was seen negatively by the American public at the time because of the hostage situation. What do you think, with his legacy now, he would be saying about how people have expressed such gratitude for what he and Rosalind and the Carter family has done, not only here in Georgia, but around the world?
Well, outwardly he would appear very humble, but there's no way he couldn't be inside bursting with pride to see what has happened, because again, he's had his ups and downs like all of us in life, but he went out the way that he wanted to go under his own terms. And I think that's so important that he controlled his destiny right until the very end.
They've been planning his state services and funeral since 1986, and one thing that he said, he wanted to make sure that the first service that happened at the Carter Center. Talk about what the Carter Center meant to him. He wanted to make sure they were involved, and all of this started where he loved the most.
Well, the Carter Center is certainly a place of reverence. In fact, my son George and his wife Casey were married there in 2007, and it's such a great asset to the state of Georgia, and also to the world, because from the Carter Center has emanated so many good works and things, and he was very dedicated to the operation of that, and we've had some good people to follow him to run the center, like Dr. John Hardman, and of course the chairman now of it is his grandson Jason, that he's so proud of and has accomplished so much as well. So what a great legacy that he's leaving.
We're watching some video here. I want to just share with viewers at home. We're starting to see some of the activity, some of the Guard members making their way and marching toward the circle of flags and eventually to the entrance of the Carter Center. You saw all the flags there at half staff, and it will remain that way until January 28th, as declared by President Joe Biden. All flags will fly at half staff in honor of the death of former President Jimmy Carter.
Now, this is the Army Band from Fort Jackson, South Carolina. We know as all of this begins and gets underway, they will at one point play America the Beautiful. They will also play Be Thou My Vision, and this is the 282nd Army Band there, and this is a live picture at the Circle of Flags at the Carter Center.
I might add, he might be a little embarrassed at all of this attention and all of this pomp and circumstance, but if anybody deserves it, he does.
He does. I have to ask you, there's a tickle in your throat, there's some emotion there. Talk about that. This was your friend, and this was someone who meant so much, not just to Georgia, but especially the world.
Well, let me point out that my relationship with Jimmy Carter, President Carter, Governor Carter, is certainly not unique. In fact, I supported him for governor in 1966, but I did not support him in 1970 because I was an assistant district attorney, and my boss, Ben Smith, had been appointed district attorney by Carl Sanders when he was governor. So I was quite upfront with Governor candidate Carter, because people in politics want you to be straight with them and tell them the truth. So I am not, again, by any means unique in my relationship with him. But I continued the relationship when I ran for Congress and when I served in Congress, and he even called me a couple of times about advising me how to vote on a couple of issues. And I was very flattered and quite honored to have the former President of the United States call me and ask me to vote a certain way on a certain bill.
Representative Darden, stay with us. We are going to continue to watch these live pictures and listen in here as this service will begin soon. So we are waiting here for the hearse carrying the body of former President Jimmy Carter to arrive here along the circle of flags, what they call this space here right in front of the Carter Center. And once it arrives, we will certainly continue to air what is happening and let you watch the moments as we are here on set.
Here's what we are expected to see at some point. We know that there will be the band playing, the Army band made up of the 282nd Army Band out of Fort Jackson, South Carolina. We're also expected Governor Kemp, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens to lay wreaths there. And going into that ceremony, we know Jason Carter, who is the grandson and the chair of the Carter Center Board of Trustees, will make remarks as well.
Yeah, and we'll be carrying that service as well from inside, so you'll be able to see and experience that. But as we have been saying, the Carter Center is certainly just an integral part of the legacy of not only Jimmy Carter, but his wife Rosalind Carter. This center was such an important part of their humanitarian efforts that they tried to make not only here in the United States, but just around the globe. And what has been accomplished through the Carter Center is certainly remarkable, including eradicating guinea worm disease from 3.5 million cases in the 1980s to 13 in 2024. I mean, that is just, it's incredible to just read what the Carter Center has done over the decades. Observed 125 elections in 40 countries to establish and strengthen democracies. And when I say he was a man ahead of his time, he was making sure elections were free and fair, not only in the U.S., but around the world.
Yeah.
Before it was even a thing in the last 10 years, right?
You're right.
He really was one that wanted to encourage democracies globally.
We also want to talk a little bit earlier about after he left Fort Sumter Medical Center there, they went by his boyhood home there in Archery. And I think we have video of that as well, if we could pull up. It's now a National Park Service, and they also paused for a procession and ringing of the bells on the grounds there by two of the longtime members and staffers. They rang it 39 times in honor of the president there. Of course, Plains Archery, that childhood farm and home that he grew up on, meant so much to him.
And hearing the bells toll 39 times, I mean, really just a moving and inspiring moment. We know that boyhood home was so important to him, and to see that moment this morning was really remarkable. If you've been joining us here on Fox 5, you heard us talking with former Representative Buddy Darden. We do have another guest joining us here. Okay, the motorcade we're seeing now is starting to arrive, so we'll get to our other guest in just a moment. But you see the hearse carrying the body of the 39th President of the United States slowly making its way to the circle of flags there at the Carter Center. This is really a historic moment that, quite frankly, when word that Jimmy Carter was going into hospice, we thought would happen much sooner. I know members of his family as well once word that he was going into hospice would happen much sooner, but he lived to a remarkable age of 100 years old and passing away this past Sunday, and just really just a remarkable just to remember his life of service.
And this is how he wanted everything to happen. I was reading 1986 is when they started planning with President Jimmy Carter, his wife Rosalind. They wanted it to be intimate. They were very involved, having some of his favorite scriptures, his favorite songs involved. His personal pastor, Tony Loudon, who I spoke with a couple of years ago, will be reading the Psalm 23. Of course, former President Carter was a man of significant faith as well. But they wanted it to be intimate, and they wanted all of this to start with the place that he loved the most, and that is the Carter Center. You are watching the body of Jimmy Carter in the hearse pulling up to the circle of flags there, where he will be transferred inside for a service with family and friends.
And just on this sunny day in Georgia, here in Atlanta, Georgia, witnessing this moment, truly historic, seeing the American flags flanked on either side of the hearse. And in just a moment, pallbearers will make their way to the back of the hearse and begin removing the casket from the back of the hearse and march its way to the entrance of the Carter Center.
And we
Members
know
of the military are in salute here.
Yeah, and then America the Beautiful will be played, one of the songs that he suggested, and the Be Thou My Vision. We're going to pause as they prepare to receive the body.
Ready? Step forward. March.
Present! Present! Oh! heard, and hearts were raging as I word. Who walkest on the foaming deep, and calm amidst its rage did sleep? Oh, hear us when we cry to thee for those in peril on the sea. Most Holy Spirit, who didst brood upon the chaos dark and rude, and bid its angry tumult cease, and give for wild confusion cease. Oh, hear us when we cry to thee for those in peril on the sea. O Trinity of love and power, our brethren, shield in danger's hour, from rock and tempest, fire and foe, protect them wheresoever they go. Thus evermore shall rise to thee glad hymns of praise from land and sea.
Good afternoon. We'll have many chances this week to pay tribute to my grandfather, but it was important for all of us that we stop here. These buildings, as you all know, are filled with his life, not just because this is a museum to his life, and not just because there's a collection here of his beloved paintings, but his spirit fills this place. And the real reason that this spirit fills this place is because of the people who are standing here. The people in this room, from the library and the museum and the Carter Center itself, you all are the real keepers of my grandparents' legacy. Jimmy Carter Library and Museum holds the historical legacy, tells my grandparents' story, which is really this unbelievable American story. And you hold it and you present it for my kids and for their kids and for all of those other generations to come. And to the people at the Carter Center, you continue the vibrant living legacy of what is my grandfather's life's work, really. You know this. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. He was President of the United States. And when he won that prize, it was in no small part, as you know, because of the work that this organization has done and continues to do. We will spend this week celebrating this incredible life. And a life that I think we can all agree is as full and powerful as any life can be. As someone said, It's amazing what you can cram into 100 years. But as we celebrate that legacy, I want you to know that in many ways we're talking about the work that you do every day. Many of you have devoted decades to his legacy. You've been his partners. You've worked alongside world leaders and the village heroes far beyond the end of the road that are the other people who carry out that legacy, who are not in the room today, but who all of us in this room know so well and respect so much. Your expertise, your track record will continue to drive a world where people can participate in free and fair and credible elections, a world where the rule of law and human rights are respected and enjoyed not just by some people, but by everyone. A world where kids don't go blind from preventable diseases like trachoma, where there's no such thing as guinea worm disease or river blindness, and where we've strengthened health systems far beyond the end of the road across some of the most marginalized places in the world. That is the work that gets done in this place, in these buildings. And one of the amazing parts of my grandparents' legacy is the strength of this organization and its ability to continue their work without their physical presence. All of us have been thinking about this day and planning for it for a long time, but it is obviously still hard for all of us. For us and my family, and I'm sure I can see on your faces for many of you, I appreciate that. But just know that while we mourn my grandfather's passing, I know in my heart, and you all do, that his legacy will live on, not only because of the millions of people that he touched across the globe, but very specifically because of your spirit and your knowledge and the work and the track record that you do every day. So for us, on behalf of my family, to the people in this room, and to your colleagues and our colleagues across the world that work with the Carter Center, thank you for what you have done for him, for what you've done for my grandmother, and for what you continue to do for the world. Thank you so much.
Today's Saturday, and usually every Saturday I'm making the pilgrimage down to Plains, Georgia, and sitting beside President Carter in the compound. And you walk in the room, he's wrapped in a blanket that has Psalms 23 on it, one of his favorite Psalms. The Lord is my shepherd. There's nothing I lack. He lets me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He renews my life. He leads me along the right path for his name's sake. Even when I go through the darkest valleys, I fear no danger. For you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Only goodness and faithful love will pursue me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord as long as I live. If you can just use your spiritual imagination, for almost 2 years, our friend, number 39, President Carter, Pop, Dad, wrapped in a blanket that says Psalms 23.
Man, and that motorcade, there was a lot of love on the side of the road. Every overpass had people on it. It was amazing and gave you goosebumps just to sit in the van and see the reaction of the people of Georgia. It's so good to be here in the Carter Center, the circle of the life of our family for the last years. I'm so proud of Jason for accepting to be our family member on the board. And we're trusting him with my father's legacy now, so it's no pressure. But Dad's aspirations and Mom's dreams have been fulfilled in a large part by the people here, by what he did as president and governor. I want to tell you a little bit about him as a human being. When my brothers and I were 10 years old, we were hired by Carter's Warehouse to put seals, tags, on the top of seed peanut bags. They did 100-pound bags of burlap, and the federal government would get a ticket that said what the germination was in the farm material, and then you climb on top of the bags and you put those tickets on 100 bags. We got paid a dime 100. But if the little husk on the peanut, the pink thing on the little outside of it is cracked, the peanut will not come up. So it's a perfect job for 10-year-olds. And we began to learn there the value of hard work, the value of trusting your neighbors. Most of the people that worked at the warehouse were African American. Our neighbors, the closest one to us, were African American, and they're the ones I spent my Saturdays with. They were my age. We had a wonderful snow sled we brought with us from Connecticut when we came back, and we carved a trail down the side of the canyon across the street from our house. And then we cut a vine off, so if you could go down this thing, and when you got to the bottom, if you actually grabbed the vine, you could swing out over the briars and come back without getting hurt. And then you could use the rope to crawl to the top and then pull the sled behind you.
This was on mud.
On mud, yes. When I was in the 8th grade, I failed. I brought home at Christmas an F in Latin. I didn't see any reason to learn Latin. Nobody I knew spoke it very much. My father was not pleased. And so the next morning, he came into my room and said, we were on Christmas vacation. He said, you have your Latin book? I said, yes. He said, let me have it. He went to work at Carter's Warehouse. And when he came home that night, we spent an hour and a half, him teaching me Latin that he had learned from my book that day. He did that every day of Christmas vacation. And the first day of the school year after Christmas, I went to my teacher and asked her if she'd let me take the final over again that she'd given us, the midterm test. And she said yes. So after school that day, I took that test, and I made 100. I owed it to my father, who spent that kind of time with me. He was the Boy Scout leader in our town. One day we were trying to get our merit badges in hiking, and so we took a 6-mile hike to our pond on one of the farms, about 20 of us in the Boy Scouts. We had a great time. We had hot dogs and marshmallows and whatever, and had the big fire going. And at the end of all that, Dad started telling ghost stories. And one particularly bad one at the end was very gross. He claimed it happened on our farm. And so he told us to all go to bed. Well, we were just sitting there not knowing what to do. And after a little while, we decided that we would use the buddy system to go into the woods to use the bathroom after dark, so that we could all get some relief before we went to sleep, because we were sure that we were going to be attacked when we got there. I want to thank all of you here, as Jason said, because Dad's legacy from Georgia and his governor's office and from the presidency was a little bit rough at the end of it because of our opposition and the way they framed us, which was probably somewhat true and somewhat not. But all this stuff after that is in the hands of the people that worked here and that still work here now. I see many people here that I don't recognize. And I welcome you to come. I welcome you to spend your time doing the kind of things that my parents love to do and love for us to do. And I need to thank some other people too. The hospice folks that looked after my father for 22 months were amazing. Every week we got a report from them on how he was doing, what we could do to make him more comfortable. And it gave us a lot of confidence, and it gave us the ability to think about him in a different kind of way. And then we had caregivers. One of them is here in the audience. Cynthia was with my father for 6 years. They became my father's friends. They are the people that help keep him alive and comfortable and fed and cleaned and doing all that kind of stuff that we didn't want to do. It was amazing what they did for us. And another thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank my family. You know, when you're President of the United States, you're thinking about them, but you're not interacting with them very much. His job was so much more than doing family stuff, so we didn't lose touch, but you had to get an appointment in advance. And that giving up of that time and sharing that was something that affected our family because we didn't have our parents as much as we could have. And I want to thank them for the sacrifice that they made and all that they gave. I was lucky 7 years ago. For the 5 years, I went to see my parents 3 nights, 2 days, a little plus, every week for 5 years. I took over the farm from him. He liked that because he was able to boss me around every day. But I actually was able during that time to become friends with my parents, something I never expected. To be able to sit down and talk to them like human beings instead of the boss. It was an amazing thing for me, something I'll always cherish. Then hospice came, and my brother Jeff and my sister Amy and my bride Becky and I split it up so I didn't have to go every week. I only went every 4th week, which was kind of amazing. But 2 weeks every month, Becky and I were apart, and that was difficult for all of us. But he was an amazing man, and he was held up and propped up and soothed by an amazing woman. And the two of them together changed the world. And it was an amazing thing to watch from so close and to be able to be involved in. And I thank you for your service.
Let us pray. What a friend we have in Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege it is to carry everything to God in prayer. 1 Peter 5:7 reminds us that we can cast all of our cares upon thee, for he cares for us. Oh, holy and gracious Father, we come today, Lord God, thanking you for your amazing grace. We thank you, dear God, for all that you've done and all that you will continue to do through the lives of your people, Lord God. So today, our Father God in heaven, we come thanking you for the man of God that you've placed here on earth, Lord God, who is an example to us, Lord God, as to what you have said in your word, Lord God, how we are to live, Lord God. You allowed him, oh God, to be the little Christ here on earth, Lord God, to give us the example, oh God, as to how we should live and what we should do. I am reminded in Matthew 25, verses 35 through 36, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was a stranger, you took me in. We thank you, Father God, for the man of God, Jimmy Carter, Lord God. We thank you, oh God, for him living a life, oh God, that you placed in him, oh God, to be the example for us, oh God, in this nation. We thank you, oh God, for what you allowed him to do through this building, the Carter Center, oh God. Building hope, fighting diseases, and waging peace, oh God. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for the humanitarian that he was in this life, oh God. So our Father God in heaven, we thank you right now, oh Heavenly Father, for continuing to do what you have done, oh God. Help us to be the example, Lord God, yet here on earth to live a life as Jimmy Carter lived a life, Lord God. Holy Spirit, we ask that you rest upon this family during these days of sadness, oh God. Father God, our hearts are heavy, but yet, Lord God, we rejoice in what we have seen through his life, oh God. We celebrate his life today, oh God, remembering, oh God, how he helped so many, oh God. He saw no skin color, but yet extended a hand to help someone who was down and out. So, Father God, we thank you right now, and we bless your holy and righteous name. We come boldly before the throne of grace today, Lord God, continuing to ask, oh God, that you comfort and strengthen, oh God, as only you can. You said in your word, Father God, that you would leave us, but you would not leave us without a comforter, that you would send the Holy Spirit to comfort. So, Father God, we ask right now in the name of Jesus that you continue to comfort this family. Be with them throughout the days ahead, oh God, as they are yet traveling, oh God. Comfort and strengthen them, oh God. Continue to allow them to bond together in unity and in love, oh God. We ask in the name of Jesus, oh God, that yet we be reminded of Joshua 1:6, to be encouraged and be strong. During these times, oh God, things can happen, families can become apart. But Father God, we ask that you continue to bind them together in unity and in love, oh God. And Father God, I ask, oh God, that the life that he lived, I challenge each of us to live the life as he lived. Let us be the example, Lord God, here on earth, that others can see the love of Christ in us. And as I end this prayer, Father God, I leave this prayer as a sentence from his book written, Faith. Our Creator God, you are with us at any time and at any moment. You're here for each of us to give us guidance, to give us solace, and to give us forgiveness, and or to meet other personal needs. We ask in the name of Jesus that you will receive this prayer, that you will continue to comfort this family. Be with them, oh God, continuously. Bind them together stronger in your word, oh God. Strengthen them, oh God, to know that we have lost a great man, a blessed man, but we will continue to live the legacy that he left behind. The world will remember him, oh God, for the mighty and the many things that he has done in this world. So, Father God, we thank you, we bless you, and we give your name the praise, the glory, and the honor. And we say amen. Amen.
circling campuses they have built in him an altar in the evening blooms and dances. I can read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring glances. His truth is marching on, is marching. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with the glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
You've been listening in for the last 30 minutes to the service held at the Carter Presidential Center for the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, the first stop of this state funeral where members of the Carter Center, members of Jimmy Carter's family, dozens of them were able to witness. Really was a beautiful 30 or so minute tribute to the former president.
And deeply intimate and personal. When we first heard remarks from Jason Carter, who's the grandson, ended up taking over the Carter Center Board of Trustees, talking about that they will spend this week celebrating the incredible life there. Also saying something that I think we've all been thinking. We knew this day was coming, but just having it happen, still deeply hurtful for a man who meant so much to a large family and to the world as well.
And really credited the staff and members of the Carter Center for building this incredible legacy of Jimmy and Rosalind Carter for what they've done globally around the world. You also heard from Chip Carter, the son of Jimmy Carter, who was also very emotional there at the microphone today, talking about the impact his father and mother had on communities around the world, and the fact that he was able to witness them as husband and wife do this great thing, make a huge humanitarian footprint around the globe. He was very moved to be able to see that. And I thought it was very thoughtful of him to not only thank the hospice staff who cared for Jimmy Carter for 22 months, but also the caregivers who helped him feel comfortable, who helped him all this way from the time that he was in hospice up until now. Sometimes being a caregiver is a thankless job, and people don't realize how heavy of a burden that can be. But he made it a point to thank those caregivers and members of the hospice staff who cared for his father.
Yeah, I thought it was so poignant how he ended it. He says the two of them together, talking about Rosalind Carter, Jimmy Carter. Of course, they had a love that spanned so long there. He says the two of them together changed the world, and I thank you for your service. And he talked about just how difficult it can be to be the child of the commander-in-chief, the children of a president, saying sometimes he had to schedule those appointments. But he said that he went from family and parents, but eventually they became friends.
And at this moment, members of the Carter Center staff are getting their private moments there at the Carter Center inside, paying their last respects to President Carter. Our Eric Mock has been on the ground there at the Carter Center for this entire moment, from the time the hearse carrying the body of former President Carter pulled up to the Circle of Flags until now. Eric, your vantage point had to have been quite moving to see this moment here with the body of Jimmy Carter arriving to the Carter Center.
Absolutely, Christine. You know, the word that keeps coming to my mind is reverence. When you were standing out here, the hearse pulled up, the band was marching into place, the military ceremonial troops were standing ready. Just complete and utter reverence for this man who has left an impact on so many in our state, in our nation, and in the world. And he's done much of that work here at the Carter Center. And you can tell this was just central to the remembrances here in Georgia. And yeah, we watched as the 282nd Army Band marched into place around the circle, and then we saw the hearse pull in. We first saw buses with family members pull in, then the hearse came, and you saw members of every military branch come, and just, again, so reverent, and just the complete honor that they showed him, and they were so exact in their movements as they carried him out, just very carefully out of the hearse, and just step by step, turn by turn, is just so disciplined to see them as they carried his casket. First, they actually held it towards the band, and the band played America the Beautiful. Well, actually, first they played Hail to the Chief, just because of his time in the presidency. They also played America the Beautiful, which, as we understand, was part of his request. And then something that was so interesting, they played Be Thou My Vision, which is a well-known Christian hymn. And that just shows you how important his faith was to his life and legacy. That was a very moving moment as well. And then the family gathered together just behind the casket. It was a large group, maybe 30, 40 people all together standing there. They then followed the casket down closer to the Carter Center, kind of out of our view, but then we could hear the Morehouse Glee Club then sing as well. Before him, they sang the Navy hymn to as his casket was coming down, because again, his naval service also very important in his life. Just everything just seemed to mark and seemed to be so paying so much honor to different aspects of his life. And then you heard that service, as you mentioned, just the utter reverence from his family members. And it was so great, though, to get that familiar and familial aspect to him as well. We hear a lot about his great accomplishments, but it was so fun. I heard that anecdote from his son Chip about his Latin homework, and saying how his father, Jimmy Carter, found out he hadn't been doing his Latin homework. So President Carter actually took his Latin book, learned some Latin phrases, and then made him learn them together on the Christmas vacation. It was so great to we saw the reverence, the pomp and circumstance, the ceremony out here, but then to get that close familial connection there from those who knew him best, grew up as his parents. Just an absolutely breathtaking experience out here with the band and everyone else. So just, yeah, like you said, from our vantage point, just really got to feel that reverence for this great man. And I'll go ahead and send it back to you guys. Eric, Christine.
Yeah, I too was moved by the selection of music, Eric. Be Thou My Vision. I guess I'm partial to hymns for some reason. A hymn, I don't know, hits deeper than anything else. And I was just looking at some of the lyrics from Be Thou My Vision, and it reads, riches I heed not, nor vain empty praise. Thou mine inheritance, now and always. Thou and thou only first in my heart, high King of heaven, my treasure thou art. And it just speaks to the central part, really, of how Jimmy Carter wanted to be remembered.
Yeah, and he also selected the Morehouse Glee Club to be a part of his ceremony there as well. They also ended with singing the Battle Hymn of the Republic, but a beautiful moment when they sang the Lord's Prayer there. We saw a lot of tears and a lot of eyes there as well. And while Eric Mock was talking, we saw several members happening now. The ceremony, the staff, they're paying their private respects to a man there at the Carter Center that they have had an intimate relationship. He wasn't someone who just had his name on the building. He was inside of that center for many days and many nights.
And it's clear by the stories that were shared by so many people there at the service. We want to go to Charles Bullock, who is a UGA professor in political science, a political scientist as well. Charles, thank you for your patience. You've been on with us since we got on the air, listening to the motorcade arriving at the state capitol, all the way through the service at the Carter Center that ended just moments ago. If you can, Mr. Bullock, reflect on Jimmy Carter's legacy and how he's being remembered at the time of his death at this point.
Well, something that really isn't talked about much, and I think it maybe the things he gets most remembered for would be his life after he was president. You know, he had an awfully long life there. No one else has had a post-presidential career like he did for 44 years. And what do our other ex-presidents do? Well, they may make a lot of money by giving speeches. They may build a library and largely disappear from public life, but he didn't. Instead, he enveloped himself with every man, with every woman, with his extensive work building houses, with his efforts to educate. You know, he was very active as an educator at Emory University, where for many years the entire freshman class, he would meet with them, try to inspire them. He would be available also to the student body there, people who were doing research. Yes, he would work with them, whether they were faculty members, students, or researchers around the world. So he continued to be very much involved and out, in real life, rather than kind of being something inapproachable, as I think many of our ex-presidents seem to be.
Can we also talk a little bit about the guinea worm? That is something that many people were not talking about, but that is something he, his staff, and his center tackled, and now it's almost eradicated because of his efforts.
Well, that's right. Now, a terrible disease, very painful, and as Jason said in his comments, went from millions of people down to now just a handful of people who are still being infected by this. So he also worked against river blindness. So the Carter Center, yes, very much involved in health care, health of the human, but then also health of the body politic. And so the Carter Center was also very much involved in trying to encourage, oversee, promote democratic elections in jurisdictions all around the world. So that was another area which hasn't gotten much attention, but I think is a very important part of his legacy, his efforts to promote understanding and democracy.
Talk about, I mean, you touched on it a little bit here, how just ahead of his time he was in promoting democracies, something that to some degree we have to fight for, and promoting human rights when it wasn't really the popular thing to do. Talk about just how forward-thinking he was in those efforts and the legacy that he leaves behind with that.
As you mentioned earlier, he first gets elected. This time he runs for public office, he gets elected in 1962. Well, at that point, if you'd gone to the Georgia General Assembly, it was essentially an all-white affair. Indeed, the first African American to be elected to any legislature in the South in the 20th century gets elected at the same time that Carter does in 1962, takes office in 63. Essentially no women would be seen holding public office in Atlanta or most jurisdictions. So what did he do? Well, as governor, he himself as governor couldn't elect, but he could appoint. And so he created the Judicial Nominating Commission, which is still kind of what you pass through on your way to a judgeship today. And he began appointing minorities and women to judgeships. He continued to do that then once he became president. He appoints the first black woman to serve in a cabinet position, Patricia Harris, appoints her. And so he was continually looking for opportunities to broaden the representation that we see in appointive offices, in the administrative offices that a president and a governor is overseeing. And so he begins that process of making those who are, administering the laws look more and more like America, with the kind of diversity, both gender and race.
Mr. Bullock, I mean, you touched on all those things. Andrew Young last Sunday said that a lot of his views could have cost him the election, but he still went ahead. In the history books, once it's all printed out in black and white, how do you think his legacy will be remembered, or how do you hope that it will be remembered?
Yeah, well, as any president does, of course, he faced a number of challenges, and there were particularly serious challenges during his tenure. I mean, it's during his tenure that we had the first real petroleum crisis. All of a sudden, you can't buy gas on Sundays, for example. Prices go way up. Associated somewhat with that then was what happened in Iran with the taking over the embassy and the holding of the hostages there. But here in domestic politics, we were seeing people, you were paying more than 10% on a mortgage. And so that was also very difficult. He was a president at a time of inflation, as we saw this year. You don't want to have inflation as a problem when you're president, because if you do, then that's the kind of thing which very much impacts every person in daily life, and it may then cost you your reelection. And it was certainly one of the major factors in why he was only a one-term president. Did he have some successes? Yes, he did. And perhaps the biggest one would be the Camp David Accords. And of course, I think in creating the Carter Center and physically laying it out like he did, I think he was probably thinking back to that success he had in bringing together the leaders of Israel and Egypt to work out a peaceful accord, which is still in place today. So he was very successful in that regard.
Yeah, we were playing a little bit of his campaign video as he was campaigning for president, and it's so neat to hear the story how he was this virtual unknown nationally. I remember hearing a story about after his mother came back into the United States after serving on a mission that he said to his mother, Jimmy Carter said to his mother, well, I'm going to run for president. And she said, president of what? Because the idea that he would run for president of the United States, it seemed like such a long shot. Talk about just the unprecedented nature of his successful election to office. This boy from a small Georgia town called Plains.
Well, that's right, yeah. And so he was not groomed to become president. I mean, Georgia's had lots of other governors. And none of them have been able to make that kind of transition. Also, something else. He is the first Southerner to be elected to the presidency since James Knox Polk, and that was in 1844. Now, part of the reason you didn't see very successful Southern politicians being elected president for 100 years or so was because of their attitudes, their stands on issues relating to race. And Carter overcomes that, we've already touched upon. And then he gets credit for putting an end to the George Wallace era. George Wallace runs for president, very much kind of white supremacy campaign in the 1960s, 1972, and is running again in 76, and Carter defeats him in Florida. And that puts an end to that aspect of the old Democratic Party.
Well, Charles Bullock, thanks so much for joining us. We could talk all day or 4 hours about all of the legacy there. Thank you for being with us. Now, we do want to recap the day. It has been a day of remembrance for the family and of Georgia's native son there, starting at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
Yeah, just really moving to watch all the events take place this morning from the hospital there at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, to this point where Mr. Carter is currently now lying in repose at the Carter Presidential Center. These were the touching moments watching the current and former members of Mr. Carter's detail carry the casket carrying his body to the hearse at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center as members of the staff of the hospital looked on, and dozens of members of his family were in tow. They've had a long and moving day today, an emotional day, watching this moment. And as they made their way to Atlanta, watching members of the public line the sides of the roads, the highways, literally stop on the highways to watch the motorcade go by.
There were some moments where flags, fire trucks hoisted over on the interstate. And we were talking in the newsroom, of course, everyone loved Jimmy Carter, but it is always so poignant to see so many people coming out on this Saturday, chilly weather outside, to pay their respects. And then he came to the state capitol around 3 o'clock, a little bit afterwards, where there was a moment of silence with dignitaries from the governor. This right here is video when he was going through his hometown of Plains, Georgia, earlier today.
Where the bell at his childhood home tolled 39 times, representing Mr. Carter being the 39th president of the United States. Again, everything very carefully planned and choreographed by the Carter family. And now his body is lying in repose until Tuesday, January 7th at 6 a.m. We will have more coverage here on Fox 5 Atlanta starting at 6 p.m. Be sure to join us for our team coverage then. We'll have more coverage here on Fox 5 Atlanta starting at 6 p.m. Be sure to join us for our team coverage then.
Our thanks to our partners there at Fox 5 in Atlanta for carrying us through some of their coverage today, of course, bringing us this ceremony in full as we're taking another live look right now as Jimmy Carter, as they said, former President Jimmy Carter is lying there in repose at the Carter Center. Such an important part of his legacy that he leaves behind, not only becoming the 39th president, but making an impact both in the state of Georgia after becoming governor of the state, as well as elevating to the office of president and impacting the world as well. So, of course, we do want to just talk about a little bit more about what happened today, showing you a live look outside of the Carter Center, where that memorial continues to grow at this time, with so many folks there from the Georgia area, as well as folks flying in to make sure they pay their respects to the former president. We do know that Jimmy Carter's long public goodbye began today as the flag-draped casket rolled through his tiny hometown and past his boyhood farmhouse on its way to Atlanta, Georgia, where it is now lying. So we know that he climbed the political ladder based on decades of humanitarian work after the leaving the office as well. The former president's 6-day state funeral started in Americus, Georgia, at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, where current and former Secret Service agents who protected the late president loaded his remains into a black hearse and then walked alongside it. We did just lose our feed there of the outside of that. Do want to show you this other one that we have as well. Again, this is the site where Jimmy Carter is now laying there inside of the Carter Center. But as I was saying, earlier today, we do know that former and current Secret Service agents who protected the late president did load his remains into a black hearse and walked alongside it as it rolled off the campus towards Plains, with Carter's grandchildren, his children, and great-grandchildren even accompanying their patriarch. A mournful train whistled, filled the clear air as the pallbearers faced the hearse, hands on their hearts for that final goodbye. Of course, Carter was born in Plains, Georgia, back on October 1st of 1924, lived most of his life there, and so many mourners earlier today lined main streets holding bouquets of flowers and wearing pins bearing images of the former president. He did pass away on December 29th at the age of 100. Did just want to show you a few images. Again, you can still see people continuing to pay their respects as they were inside of the Carter Center for this private service. So many folks were a part of that, including former President Carter's pastor, who gave a eulogy moment there, reading out some of his favorite scripture, as well as his son, Chip Carter, stepped up to the microphone and shared a few heartfelt words about his father, talking about his impact and how they will certainly be feeling his loss now as they continue to mourn. And then, of course, this will continue to go on. So as long as we have this live picture, we're going to continue to show you shots of it as so many people are continuing to pay their respects. But as I said a bit earlier, I showed you a live look when we had it outside of the Carter Center, where so many people are continuing to pay their respects. Let's check in with our friends there at Fox 5 in Atlanta as they talk about how that memorial is continuing to grow.
A leader, a colleague, a humanitarian, a friend. All ways people have come to remember late President Jimmy Carter.
This outpouring of tribute is really impressive.
Paige Alexander, the CEO of the Carter Center, has watched the memorial grow over the last few days. There have been letters, flowers, and even peanuts. But most importantly, there have been stories, like from Laura Newman, who's worked at the Carter Center for 25 years.
I was doing an international adoption, and he offered to be a reference for me. So he wrote a reference letter, and then when there was a few difficulties with it, he supported me to facilitate the adoption itself. And then when she came home, he and Mrs. Carter were some of the first people to hold her.
Those stories and tributes are expected to grow even more this weekend as people come to the Carter Center to pay their respects while the late president lies in repose. Mourners can come to the Carter Center starting at 7 o'clock tonight until 6 o'clock Tuesday morning. The roads are closed, so visitors will have to take free shuttles from the King Memorial Rail Station to get in. Once in, there's added security, including added searches of visitors, so leave personal items at home. Officials urge everyone to arrive early and expect long lines as the countless people who are impacted by the former president in big ways and small say thank you.
We've lost not just one of the great humanitarians, but also one of the great humans.
Our thanks to our reporters there at Fox 5 in Atlanta for bringing us that story. And of course, we do know that President Carter will lie in repose until Tuesday morning. This is when he will be transported to Washington, D.C. to lie in state at the U.S. Capitol. Of course, this is a tradition for all former presidents. His state funeral is going to be Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be held at the Washington National Cathedral, followed by a return to Plains, Georgia. This is for an invitation-only funeral at the local Baptist church. Did want to give you those updates. We are going to continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox of everything having to do with former President Jimmy Carter and remembering him. Just going to step away now for a 2-minute break. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We have been bringing you the latest coverage as today we saw the procession from rural Georgia all the way up to the state capitol there in Atlanta, Georgia, for former President Jimmy Carter, where he is now lying in repose there at the Carter Center. This is the birthplace of his legacy that has gone on since he has left office, the Oval Office, I should say, in particular. Do want to show you a live look as well inside, as so many people are continuing to pay their respects at this moment. You can see how that line is just stretching alongside, as so many people are just taking a moment to speak there to the former president, acknowledge him as the 39th president for all that he has done. Of course, we know he is a Nobel Peace Prize winner and has done so much on the humanitarian front, which is why he has gained and garnered the respect both in life and now in his passing. We do want to continue on with some of our coverage of President Jimmy Carter. We do know that a major part of his campaign came from what was called the Peanut Brigade. If you're not aware, peanuts are a huge part of the farming industry in Georgia, and former President Jimmy Carter was a farmer. So the Peanut Brigade, as he describes it, helped him to garner respect and support during his presidential run back in the 1970s. Let's check in now with our partners there at Fox 5 in Atlanta, as they were able to speak to a woman who was a part of the Peanut Brigade and talked about what it was like the first moment when she met the former president.
97 years young.
Okay, one of my favorite pictures.
Dot Paget can go through pictures and recall those special moments with President Jimmy Carter, especially the favorite pictures.
Obviously, I was telling him what to do that day.
But she doesn't have or need a picture to recall the moment she met Jimmy Carter, right here in Douglasville in 1970.
He drove his car, stopped at the curb, and walked in my yard. And he followed, would you help me in my race for governor? And I looked right straight at him in those beautiful blue eyes, and I said, yes.
By 1975, the Carters came calling again, and she would help lead his campaign for the presidency, organizing the Peanut Brigade, volunteers willing to roll up their sleeves and campaign for Governor Carter all over the country, including snowy New Hampshire, which he surprisingly won.
But I was busy knocking on doors. We nearly froze to death.
She did it because she believed in Carter, not just as a politician, but as a man of honor.
Honesty, his determination, his tenacity, his vision.
For all the talk of what Mr. Carter accomplished after leaving the White House, she does not believe he gets enough credit for what he did in the White House. The difficulty of negotiating peace between Israel and Egypt, or
the Department of Energy and the solar panels that he put on the White House.
Paget says she wrote a book and gives interviews with one goal in mind: Jimmy Carter's legacy.
My goal is for him to rise up through the ranks of history as one of our better presidents.
Carter changed her life.
It gave me a much broader outlook on what's going on in the world, and I might not have done that.
Our thanks to our reporters there at Fox 5 in Atlanta for bringing us that story. Very cool to hear from a woman who works so closely with former President Jimmy Carter. She's now 97 years old as well. Of course, we know that the former president did die on December 29th at the age of 100. So, of course, we've been continuing to follow throughout the day. We showed you some live pictures of that motorcade as he had a departure ceremony there at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center down in Americus, Georgia. It's rural South Georgia. They then made a brief pause at Carter's boyhood home. That motorcade then headed up to the main city of Atlanta, where they did stop for a moment of silence there at the Georgia State Capitol. We actually have a live look of the Georgia State Capitol as well. So if you were watching us here on Live Now from Fox, as we've been continuing our live coverage all day long, you would have seen several politicians shaking the hands of members of Carter's family and stopping for a 1-minute moment of silence. We were able to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, now he is laying in repose there at the Carter Center. And it seems like we have a group of folks there in the military saluting him and paying their final respects as well. Let's listen in to see if we can hear any audio on this. And as you can see here, we're just checking in on this shot. This is a live view that we have there inside of the Carter Center as folks are continuing to pay their respects. And it's important, as you see in front of you, several members of the military there as well. Of course, we know that is where former President Jimmy Carter had his start. Mr. Carter entered the Naval Academy, graduating in 1946 with a bachelor's degree. He then began training for submarine duty and was one of the first officers assigned to the Navy's nuclear submarine program as well. So very important legacy that he left there with his time of service before becoming the governor of Georgia and later the president of the United States. In just a few minutes, though, we'll be checking in with our Fox News reporter, Connor Hansen, to get the very latest on Jimmy Carter. But first, we do want to continue to see and listen into some of this coverage that we have here. Turning back to our coverage that we have there from Atlanta, Georgia. So as you know, President Jimmy Carter had a love story for the ages. His wife, Rosalind Carter, did pass away just a few years ago. And their love story started a long time ago down in Plains, Georgia. They, in fact, hold the record as the longest couple to be married with over 70 years. Their presidential couple to be married with over 70 years. Let's check in with our partners there at Fox 5 in Atlanta as they talk about the love story that the Carters had.
Well, the best thing I ever did was marrying Rosalind. That's the pinnacle of my life.
Side by side, 77 years strong. Former first couple Jimmy and Rosalind Carter were together for more than 3/4 of a century, and their long-lasting marriage, one for the record books.
They went to the same school together, and they went to the same church together. Reportedly, Rosalind let him kiss her on their first date. They went on a whirlwind, sort of quick courtship and relationship after that.
On July 7th, 1946, 18-year-old Eleanor Rosalind Smith married 21-year-old James Earl Carter Jr. at the same church where their love story began. The following year, they became parents. In August of 2021, the couple celebrated a remarkable 75 years together, sharing the secret to their marital success.
We give each other space, and we try to do things together.
We also make up and give each other a kiss before we go to sleep.
They have literally been hand in hand at nearly every job, every career, every political position. They're just a match. They just were meant to be together.
For her part, Mrs. Carter said she wasn't interested in boys as a young girl, didn't think she'd marry. That all changed when Mr. Carter came along. She said her life was an adventure ever since. The former president remaining by his wife's side until the end of her life, leaving hospice care to be at her memorial service in Atlanta last November.
Our thanks to our partners there at Fox 5 in Atlanta for giving us that update. And of course, we know the love story of President Jimmy Carter and his wife, Rosalind Carter, inspired so many people over the last few years. Certainly something that captured our hearts. And just, it's going to be nice to think of them in the afterlife reuniting. All right, so we do want to continue on with our coverage here of Jimmy Carter. We do know that the start of a week of farewells for the late former president, Jimmy Carter, who died earlier this week at his home in Georgia, is under